Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Animagus to mystical werewolf? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube, you will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry James Potter. I swear you are the most annoying. The girl's shout is cut off, leaving the Gryffindor common room quiet as a mouse. The only noise the crackling off the fireplace. Heartlyn. A ring of voices rang throughout the room as the girl fell forward, tucking herself into a ball and rolling forward, landing in a sitting position, popping up to her feet. Please tell me someone saw that, because that will never happen again unless I sprout wings and am suddenly able to fly. Heartlyn said as two boys nearly bowled her over in their rush to give her a hug. She laughed, hugging them back before stepping back, looking around the room. Fred, George, where are we? She asks, a broad grin on her face. The room of requirement, of course. Fred says, a cheeky grin on his face as the room begins to fill with people, each coming in a glowing white light. Almost immediately, wands are pulled out by adults while students just stand resigned. They couldn't just have one normal year at Hogwarts, could they? Honestly, Mad Eye, put your wand away. We're within the walls of Hogwarts. Nothing can harm us. Heartlyn says, exasperated. Once the lights died completely. I remember last year very well, Mad Eye. But if you want to prove there are no imposters, we can all take a swig of Veritaserum and say our names. Heartlyn says stiffly, conjuring a bottle with a flick of her wand. She takes the first sip, before passing the bottle around.
Harry Potter, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Ginny Weasley, Bill Weasley, Charlie Weasley, Molly Weasley, Arthur Weasley, Harry Potter, Nymphadora Tonks, Lee Jordan, Brandon Shin, Luna Lovego, Cho Chang,
Neville Longbottom, Albus Dumbledore, Rubeus Hagrid, Minerva McGonagall, Alastor Moody, Dolores Umbridge, Draco Malfoy, Narcissa Malfoy, Remus Lupin, Remus. Harry and Heartlyn shout at the same time, running into the man, eliciting a hug from him. They stepped back as another man stepped forward, causing a gasp to run through the room. Sirius Black, Harry and Heartlyn waste no time, wrapping up their uncle for a hug. That's everyone. Now what are we doing here? Molly asks, turning around, seeing Heartlyn still hugging Sirius as Harry stepped back, looking at the group. I think we're supposed to read these. Ginny says, turning around with a note and 7 books in her arms. Heartlyn finally lets go of Sirius, walking over to Ginny and grabbing the note from her hand. Harry and Heartlyn, these 7 books cover your years at Hogwarts. You are halfway through your 5th year, but it's important you know the future. It may very well save the lives of the people you love most. Good luck and best wishes, CHP. Do we know a CHP? I don't think so, Heartlyn, but I think we better start on these books, Harry said, picking up the first one. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. You don't think it'll? Heartlyn trailed off, and Harry nodded. Oh goody. Well, we're gonna be here a while. I believe some couches and pillows are needed, as we are gonna be here for a while. Dumbledore flicked his wand, and several couches and pillows flew from it. Everyone quickly made themselves comfortable, Heartlyn, Fred, George, Lee and Brandon, making a small bed out of pillows and blankets in front of Molly and Arthur, quickly becoming comfortable. Harry opened the book to page 1, and took a breath, shot a quick glance at his sister and began. The boy who lived, Harry read, before looking at his sister. Why aren't you mentioned? Well, I am the bringer of death. Oh, and the cursed child. Heartlyn said, shrugging her shoulders like having those titles wasn't a big deal, when most days it tore her up inside. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive were proud to say that they were perfectly normal, thank you very much. Why would you want to be normal? That's just boring, George said, scrunching his nose. They were the last people you'd expect to be involved in anything strange or mysterious, because they just didn't hold with such nonsense. Mr. Dursley was the director of a firm called Grunnings, which made drills. What's a drill? Arthur asked excitedly. Here, write down any word you hear from the Muggle world, and when we're done reading, I'll do my best to explain them to you, Mr. Weasley. Hermione slid over a piece of parchment to Arthur, who nodded his head and wrote down the word. He was a big, beefy man with hardly any neck, although he did have a very large mustache. Mrs. Dursley was thin and blonde and had nearly twice the usual amount of neck, which came in very useful as she spent so much of her time craning over garden fences, spying on the neighbors. A match made in heaven, Lee muttered, and Hartlin snorted a laugh. Lee, you have no idea. The Dursleys had a small son called Dudley, and in their opinion there was no finer boy anywhere. Yeah, right, Ron said, rolling his eyes. The Dursleys had everything they wanted, but they also had a secret, and their greatest fear was that somebody would discover it. They didn't think they could bear it if anyone found out about the Potters. What's wrong with the Potters? Thundered most of the room. Mrs. Potter was Mrs. Dursley's sister, but they hadn't met for several years. In fact, Mrs. Dursley pretended she didn't have a sister, because her sister and her good-for-nothing husband were as undursley-ish as it was possible to be. James and Lily weren't good-for-nothings. Remus and Sirius shouted as Hermione and Professor McGonagall shouted, "Undursley-ish isn't a word." The Dursleys shuddered to think what the neighbors would say if the Potters arrived in the street. The Dursleys knew that the Potters had a small son and daughter, too, but they had never even seen them, and we wish they had never seen us. But oh well, that didn't happen. Hartlin shrugged her shoulders. These children were another good reason for keeping the Potters away. They didn't want Dudley mixing with children like that. Children like what? Molly thundered, her face red and angry. When Mr. and Mrs. Dursley woke up on the dull, gray Tuesday our story starts, there was nothing about the cloudy sky outside to suggest that strange and mysterious things would soon be happening all over the country. Mr. Dursley hummed as he picked out his most boring tie for work, and Mrs. Dursley gossiped away happily as she wrestled a screaming Dudley into his high chair. None of them noticed a large, tawny owl flutter past the window. At 8:30, Mr. Dursley picked up his briefcase, pecked Mrs. Dursley on the cheek, and tried to kiss Dudley goodbye but missed, because Dudley was now having a tantrum and throwing his cereal at the walls. "Little tyke," chortled Mr. Dursley as he left the house. "They condone that?" Molly and Narcissa asked, horrified. He got into his car and backed out of number 4's drive. It was on the corner of the street that he noticed the first sign of something peculiar. A cat reading a map. For a second, Mr. Dursley didn't realize what he had seen. Then he jerked his head around to look again. There was a tabby cat standing on the corner of Privet Drive, but there wasn't a map in sight. What could he have been thinking of? It must have been a trick of the light. Mr. Dursley blinked and stared at the cat. It stared back. "Minnie!" Sirius and Hartlin cried together, electing glare from said professor, but both Sirius and Hartlin knew she wasn't honestly mad at them. As Mr. Dursley drove around the corner and up the road, he watched the cat in his mirror. It was now reading the sign that said Privet Drive. No, looking at the sign. Cats couldn't read maps or signs. Mr. Dursley gave himself a little shake and put the cat out of his mind. As he drove toward town, he thought of nothing except a large order of drills he was hoping to get that day. But on the edge of town, drills were driven out of his mind by something else. As he sat in the usual morning traffic jam, he couldn't help noticing that there seemed to be a lot of strangely dressed people about. People in cloaks. Why would we all be out in our CLOO? Remus said, his voice falling. Is that day? Mr. Dursley couldn't bear people who dressed in funny clothes. The things Muggles think up, Draco muttered, shaking his head. The traffic moved on, and a few minutes later, Mr. Dursley arrived in the Grunnings parking lot, his mind back on drills. Mr. Dursley always sat with, "I'm sorry, but what?" Hartlin shouted, sharing a disbelieving look with Harry, across the road to buy himself a bun from the bakery. "Oh, never mind, that makes sense." He'd forgotten all about the people in cloaks until he passed a group of them next to the bakers. He eyed them angrily as he passed. He didn't know why, but they made him uneasy. This bunch were whispering excitedly, too, and he couldn't see a single collecting tin. It was on his way back past them, clutching a large donut in a bag, that he caught a few words of what they were saying. "The Potters, that's right, that's what I heard, yes, their son, Harry, poor dear, having that girl as his sister." "Thanks." Heartlyn snapped sarcastically, glaring at the book in her brother's hands. Mr. Dudley stopped dead. Fear flooded him. He looked back at yeah, and that hatred has yet to leave me. Heartlyn muttered. Hey, we don't hate you, Fred and George said, rolling onto Heartlyn, burying her beneath them. We don't either, Lee and Brandon added, flopping on top of Fred and George. Muffled laughs were heard beneath them before the boys were jostled around, eventually getting shoved off. The boy's name might have been Harvey, or Harold. He didn't even know the girl's name and quite frankly didn't care enough to know. He was never going to see those no-good Potters, so why bother knowing her name? Oh, you know what, Dudley, you can. Fred covered Heartlyn's mouth his hand while she spewed curses at Dudley. Molly watched in shock as Heartlyn talked around Fred's hand. After a minute of Harleton's silence, Fred slowly moved his hand before nodding at Harry to continue reading. There was no point in worrying Mrs. Dudley. She always got so upset at any mention of her sister. He didn't blame her, if he'd had a sister like that. But all the same, those people in cloaks. He found it a lot harder to concentrate on drills that afternoon, and when he left the building at 5 o'clock, he was still so worried that he walked straight into someone just outside the door. Sorry, he grunted, as the tiny old man stumbled and almost fell. It was a few seconds before Mr. Dudley realized that the man was wearing a violet cloak. He didn't seem at all upset at being almost knocked to the ground. On the contrary, his face split into a wide smile and he said in a squeaky voice that made passers-by stare, "Don't be sorry, my dear sir, for nothing could upset me today. Rejoice, for you know who has gone at last. Even muggles like yourself should be celebrating this happy, happy day." And the old man hugged Mr. Dudley around the middle and walked off. Mr. Dudley stood rooted to the spot. He had been hugged by a complete stranger. He also thought he had been called a muggle, whatever that was. He was rattled. He hurried to his car and set off for home, hoping he was imagining things, which he had never hoped before, because he didn't approve of imagination. That would be the reason Dudley has none, Harry said, and Heartlyn nodded from her space on the floor. Heartlyn, Fred, George, Lee and Brandon were a mess of arms and legs, and nobody could distinguish where one arm began and one ended. Frankly, most didn't even want to try. As he pulled into the driveway of number 4, the first thing he saw, and it didn't improve his mood, was the tabby cat he'd spotted that morning. It was now sitting on his garden wall. He was sure it was the same one. It had the same markings around its eyes. "Minnie?" Sirius asked, this time loud enough for Fred, George, Lee and Brandon to hear, looking at McGonagall, and she groaned as the boys and Heartlyn exchanged a glance before shouting Minnie at the top of their lungs, letting it ring around the room. "Shoo," said Mr. Dudley loudly. The cat didn't move. It just gave him a stern look. Was this normal cat behavior? It's normal McGonagall behavior, Mr. Dudley wondered. Trying to pull himself together, he let himself into the house. He was still determined not to mention anything to his wife. Mrs. Dudley had had a nice, normal day. She told him over dinner all about Mrs. Next Door's problems with her daughter and how Dudley had learned a new word. "Won't. I haven't even met this child and I already don't like him," Molly grumbled, crossing her arms over her chest. Mr. Dudley tried to act normally. When Dudley had been put to bed, he went into the living room in time to catch the last report on the evening news. And finally, birdwatchers everywhere have reported that the nation's owls have been behaving very unusually today. Although owls normally hunt at night and are hardly ever seen in daylight, there have been hundreds of sightings of these birds flying in every direction since sunrise. Experts are unable to explain why the owls have suddenly changed their sleeping pattern. The newscaster allowed himself a grin. Most mysterious. And now, over to Jim McGuffin with the weather. "Going to be any more showers of owls tonight, Jim?" "Well, Ted, that must have been my dad," Tonks exclaimed cheerfully. Said the weatherman, "I don't know about that. But it's not only the owls that have been acting oddly today. Viewers as far apart as Kent, Yorkshire, and Dundee have been phoning in to tell me that instead of the rain I promised yesterday, they've had a downpour of shooting stars. Perhaps people have been celebrating bonfire night early. It's not until next week, folks, but I can promise a wet night tonight." Mr. Dudley sat frozen in his armchair. Shooting stars all over Britain? Owls flying by daylight? Mysterious people in cloaks all over the place? And a whisper about the Potters. Mrs. Dudley came into the living room carrying 2 cups of tea. It was no good. He'd have to say something to her. He cleared his throat nervously. Petunia, dear, you haven't heard from your sister lately, have you? As he had expected, Mrs. Dudley looked shocked and angry. After all, they normally pretended she didn't have a sister. Oh, if only it was possible to pretend you didn't exist either. Hartlin sighed dramatically, eliciting giggles from the group. No, she said sharply. Why? Funny stuff on the news, Mr. Dudley mumbled. Owls, shooting stars. And there were a lot of funny-looking people in town today. So? Snapped Mrs. Dudley. Well, I just thought, maybe it was something to do with, her crowd. Mrs. Dudley sipped her tea through pursed lips. Mr. Dudley wondered whether he dared tell her he'd heard the name Potter. He decided he didn't dare. Instead he said, as casually as he could, their son, and the jerk sister, they'd be about Dudley's age now, wouldn't they? I suppose so, said Mrs. Dudley stiffly. What's his name again? Howard, isn't it? Harry. Nasty common name if you ask me. Oh yes, said Mr. Dudley, his heart sinking horribly. Yes, I quite agree. He didn't say another word on the subject as they went upstairs to bed. While Mrs. Dudley was in the bathroom, Mr. Dudley crept to the bedroom window and peered down into the front garden. The cat was still there. It was staring down Privet Drive as though it were waiting for something. Was he imagining things? Could all this have anything to do with the Potters? If it did, if it got out that they were related to a pair of, well, he didn't think he could bear it. Yeah, I can't bear you either, but here we are, Hartlin said, just loud enough for Harry to hear, and Harry grinned softly at his sister. She had given up a lot to allow him to be where he was. Harry, you can bear them? Remus asked, looking between the two. Oh, I don't live with them. Only Hartlin does, Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. Why? Sirius asked, his brow furrowing. End of this book.
No spoilers,
Hartlin said, and Sirius mock glared at her. The Dursleys got into bed. Mrs. Dudley fell asleep quickly, but Mr. Dudley lay awake, turning it all over in his mind. His last, comforting thought before he fell asleep was that even if the Potters were involved, there was no reason for them to come near him and Mrs. Dudley. The Potters knew very well what he and Petunia thought about them and their kind. He couldn't see how he and Petunia could get mixed up in anything that might be going on. He yawned and turned over. It couldn't affect them. How very wrong he was. Mr. Dudley might have been drifting into, slammed on the next street, nor when 2 owls swooped overhead. In fact, it was nearly midnight before the cat moved at all. Geez, Minnie, what caused you to sit so stiffly? Sirius asked, cocking his head. A man appeared on the corner the cat had been watching. Appeared so suddenly and silently you'd have thought he'd just popped out of the ground. The cat's tail twitched and its eyes narrowed. Nothing like this man had ever been seen on Privet Drive. He was tall, thin, and very old, judging by the silver of his hair and beard, which were both long enough to tuck into his belt. He was wearing long robes, a purple cloak that swept the ground, and high-heeled, buckled boots. His blue eyes were light, bright, and sparkling behind half-moon spectacles, and his nose was very long and crooked, as though it had been broken at least twice. 5 galleons, it's Dumbledore, Hartlin said, looking at the boys. You're on, they chorused, shaking her hands. This man's name was Albus Dumbledore. Called it. Pay up, boys, Hartlin said smugly, holding out her hand. They grumbled, but each hand Hartlin the coins. Albus Dumbledore didn't seem to realize that he had just arrived in a street where everything from his name to his boots was unwelcome. He was busy rummaging in his cloak, looking for something. But he did seem to realize he was being watched, because he looked up suddenly at the cat, which was still staring at him from the other end of the street. For some reason, the sight of the cat seemed to amuse him. He chuckled and muttered, I should have known. He found what he was looking for in his inside pocket. It seemed to be a silver cigarette lighter. He flicked it open, held it up in the air, and clicked it. The nearest street lamp went out with a little pop. Bloody heck, that's cool. Ron said in awe, his mouth gaping open. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses. He clicked it again. The next lamp flickered into darkness. 12 times he clicked the put-outer, until the only lights left on the whole street were 2 tiny pinpricks in the distance, which were the eyes of the cat watching him. If anyone looked out of their window now, even beady-eyed Mrs. V never seen a cat sit so stiffly. You'd be stiff if you'd been sitting on a brick wall all day, said Professor McGonagall. All day? When you could have been celebrating. I must have passed a dozen feasts and parties on my way here. Professor McGonagall sniffed angrily. Oh yes, everyone's celebrating, all right, she said impatiently. You'd think they'd be a bit more careful, but no, even the Muggles have noticed something's going on. It was on their news. She jerked her head back at the Dursleys' dark living room window. I heard it. Flocks of owls. Shooting stars. Well, they're not completely stupid. They were bound to notice something. Shooting stars down in Kent. I'll bet that was Daedalus Diggle. He never had much sense. Probably was him. You can't blame them, said Dumbledore gently. We've had precious little to celebrate for 11 years. I know that, said Professor McGonagall irritably. But that's no reason to lose our heads. People are being downright careless, out on the streets in broad daylight, not even dressed in Muggle clothes, swapping rumors. She threw a sharp, sideways glance at Dumbledore here, as though hoping he was going to tell her something, but he didn't, so she went on. A fine thing it would be if, on the very day you know, who seems to have disappeared at last, the Muggles found out about us all. I suppose he really has gone, Dumbledore? It certainly seems so, said Dumbledore. We have much to be thankful for. Would you care for a lemon drop? A what? Most of the room asked. A what? A lemon drop. They're a kind of Muggle sweet I'm rather fond of. No. Thank you, said Professor McGonagall coldly, as though she didn't think this was the moment for lemon drops. It wasn't, Professor McGonagall said coldly. As I say, even if you know who has gone, my dear Professor, surely a sensible person like yourself can call him by his name? All this you know who nonsense. For 11 years I have been trying to persuade people to call him by his proper name. Voldemort. Professor McGonagall flinched, as did 90% of the room. But Dumbledore, who was unsticking 2 lemon drops, seemed not to notice. It all gets so confusing if we keep saying, you know who. I have never seen any reason to be frightened of saying Voldemort's name. I know you Haven Tea, said Professor McGonagall, sounding half exasperated, half admiring. But you're different. Everyone knows you're the only one you know. Oh, all right, Voldemort was frightened of. You flatter me, said Dumbledore calmly. Voldemort had powers I will never have. Only because you're too, well, noble to use them. It's lucky it's dark. Haven't blushed so much since Madame Pomfrey told me she liked my new earmuffs. Too much information, Professor. Cho said, shuddering slightly. Professor McGonagall shot a sharp look at Dumbledore and said, The owls are nothing next to the rumors that are flying around. You know what everyone's saying? About why he's disappeared. About what finally stopped him. It seemed that Professor McGonagall had reached the point she was most anxious to discuss. The real reason she had been waiting on a cold, hard wall all day, for neither as a cat nor as a woman had she fixed Dumbledore with such a piercing stare as she did now. It was plain that whatever everyone was saying, she was not going to believe it until Dumbledore told her it was true. I didn't want to believe it until I had heard it from him, McGonagall said. Dumbledore, however, was choosing another lemon drop and did not answer. What they're saying, she pressed on, is that last night Voldemort turned up in Godric's Hollow. He went to find the Potters. The rumor is that Lily and James Potter that they're dead. Dumbledore bowed his head. Professor McGonagall gasped. Lily and James. Can't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. Oh, Albus. Heartlyn tucked herself into a ball, her head tucked in her knees. Fred and George pressed themselves tighter into her side, and Brandon and Lee pressed themselves against her legs. The room stayed silent, and when Harry began to read again, his voice was crackly. Dumbledore reached out and patted her on the shoulder. I know, no, he said heavily. Professor McGonagall's voice trembled as she went on. That's not all. They're saying he tried to defeat the Potter's son, Harry, and he wanted Heartlyn. He wanted to Heartlyn to become his heir. Wait, that's what Voldemort wants with me? Heartlyn shouted, shock on her face, and evident on most other people's. That's why he never wants to hurt me too. He wants me to become him. No one said anything as Heartlyn looked around the room. No one caught her eye, and finally in one fluid motion, Heartlyn was gone from her space on the floor, and out the door. Fred, George, Lee, and Brandon raced after her. He couldn't defeat that little boy after taking Heartlyn from her crib. No one knows why or how, but they're saying that when he couldn't defeat Harry Potter, Voldemort's power somehow broke, and that's why he's gone. Dumbledore nodded glumly. It's true? Faltered Professor McGonagall. After all he's done, all the people he's defeat, he couldn't defeat a little boy? It's just astounding. Of all the things to stop him. But how in the name of heaven did Harry survive? We can only guess, said Dumbledore. We may never know. I wished we did, Harry said sadly. Professor McGonagall pulled out a lace handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes beneath her spectacles. Dumbledore gave a great sniff as he took a golden watch from his pocket and examined it. It was a very odd watch. It had 12 hands but no numbers. Instead, little planets were moving around the edge. It must have made sense to Dumbledore, though, because he put it back in his pocket and said, Hagrid's late. I suppose it was he who told you I'd be here, by the way? Yes, said Professor McGonagall. And I don't suppose you're going to tell me why you're here, of all places? I've come to bring Harry and Heartlyn to their aunt and uncle. They're the only family they have left now. They had us, snarled Sirius and Remus, glaring at Dumbledore. You know we would have cared for them with everything in us. Dumbledore, Remus said, his voice tight and angry. When Dumbledore said nothing, Harry continued. You can't mean the people who live here? Cried Professor McGonagall, jumping to her feet and pointing at number 4. Dumbledore, you can't. I've been watching them all day. You couldn't find 2 people who are less like us. And they've got this son. I saw him kicking his mother all the way up the street, screaming for sweets. Harry and Heartlyn Potter come and live here. It's the best place for them, said Dumbledore firmly. Their aunt and uncle will be able to explain everything to them when they're older. I've written them a letter. A letter? Repeated Professor McGonagall faintly, sitting back down on the wall. Really, Dumbledore, you think you can explain all this in a letter? These people will never understand them. They'll be famous legends. I wouldn't be surprised if today was known as Harry Potter Day in the future. Harry looked up appalled. It's not right. It's not, Sirius assured him, laughing slightly. There will be books written about Harry and Heartlyn. Every child in our world will know their names. Exactly, said Dumbledore, looking very seriously over the top of his half-moon glasses. It would be enough to turn any child's head. Famous before they can walk and talk. Famous for something they won't even remember. I remember, Heartlyn said, walking back in, her eyes rimmed red with tears, the boys behind her. I remember that night. I used to wake up, crying. You were 1 year old. There is no way you remember that, Umbridge chirped. Harry got his scar as his reminder of that night. I got the memory, and I can remember every day after that. Ask me about any day, and I can tell you everything that happened. My bad memories far outweigh my good ones. Don't push it. Heartlyn snapped, settling herself down at Remus's feet, leaning against his legs. The boys pressed themselves against her, making sure to keep enough pressure against her that she wouldn't be able to forget she had them to help keep her sane. Can't you see how much better off they'll be, growing up away from all that until they're ready to take it? Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, changed her mind, swallowed, and then said, Yes, you're right, of course. But how are they getting here, Dumbledore? She eyed his cloak suddenly as though she thought he might be hiding Harry underneath it. Hagrid's bringing them. You think it wise to trust Hagrid with something as important as this? No offense to you, of course, Hagrid. It's a right, Professor. I know where you're coming from. I would trust Hagrid with my life, said Dumbledore. I'm not saying his heart isn't in the right place, said Professor McGonagall grudgingly. But you can't pretend he's not careless. He does tend to. What was that? A low rumbling sound had broken the silence around them. It grew steadily louder as they looked up and down the street for some sign of a headlight. It swelled to a roar as they both looked up at the sky, and a huge motorcycle fell out of the air and landed on the road in front of them. If the motorcycle was huge, it was nothing to the man sitting astride it. He was almost twice as tall as a normal man and at least 5 times as wide. He looked simply too big to be allowed, and so wild long tangles of bushy black hair and beard hid most of his face. He had hands the size of trash can lids, and his feet in their leather boots were like baby dolphins. In his vast, muscular arms he was holding 2 bundles of blankets. "Hagrid," said Dumbledore, sounding relieved. "At last. And where did you get that motorcycle?" "Borrowed it, Professor Dumbledore, sir," said the giant, climbing carefully off the motorcycle as he spoke. "Young Sirius Black lent it to me. I got them, sir. Bloody heck, I remember that bike. I wonder what happened to it." Sirius mused, and Heartlin giggled. "I found it. It's sitting at Dursley's in a hidden room only I know of. Not even Dudley suspects anything. I ride it as often as I can," Heartlin said, and Sirius gaped at her. "Bloody heck, when did you become such a badass?" "Oh, Sirius, I've always been one." Heartlin winked, dead serious, before breaking into giggles. "No problems, were there?" "No, sir. House was almost destroyed. But I got them out all right before the muggles started swarming around." He fell asleep as we was flying over Bristol. Heartlin's still awake. "I don't think she wants to sleep." Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall bent forward over the bundles of blankets. Inside, just visible, was a baby boy and girl, the boy fast asleep. Under a tuft of jet-black hair over his forehead they could see a curiously shaped cut, like a bolt of lightning. The girl raised her arm, and on the inside of her wrist, a small star could be seen. "Is that where Dash?" whispered Professor McGonagall. "Yes," said Dumbledore. "They'll have those scars forever." "Couldn't you do something about it, Dumbledore?" "Even if I could, I wouldn't. Scars can come in handy. I have one myself, above my left knee, that is a perfect map of the London Underground." "Well, give him here, Hagrid. We'd better get this over with." Dumbledore took Harry and Heartlin in his arms and turned toward the Dursleys' house. Could I say goodbye, sir?" asked Hagrid. He bent his great, shaggy head over them and gave them what must have been a very scratchy, whiskery kiss. Then suddenly Hagrid let out a howl like a wounded dog. "I've heard plenty of those, mate. You do not sound like a wounded dog," Sirius said, and Heartlin coughed back a laugh. Harry's blankets, before setting Heartlin next to him, and then came back to the other 2. For a full minute the 3 of them stood and looked at the little bundles. Hagrid's shoulders shook, Professor McGonagall blinked furiously, and the twinkling light that usually shone from Dumbledore's eyes seemed to have gone out. "Well," said Dumbledore finally, "that's that. We've no business staying here. We may as well go and join the celebrations." "Yeah," said Hagrid in a very muffled voice. "I'll be talking Sirius his bike back." "Good night, Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore, sir." Wiping his streaming eyes on his jacket sleeve, Hagrid swung himself onto the motorcycle and kicked the engine into life. With a roar it rose into the air and off into the night. "I shall see you soon, I expect, Professor McGonagall," said Dumbledore, nodding to her. Professor McGonagall blew her nose in reply. Dumbledore turned and walked back down the street. On the corner he stopped and took out the silver put-outer. He clicked it once, and 12 private parts of light sped back to their street lamps so that Privet Drive glowed suddenly orange, and he could make out a tabby cat slinking around the corner at the other end of the street. He could just see the bundles of blankets on the step of number 4. "Good luck, Harry." "Good luck, Heartlin," he murmured. He turned on his heel, and with a swish of his cloak, he was gone. A breeze ruffled the neat hedges of Privet Drive, which lay silent and tidy under the inky sky, the very last place you would expect astonishing things to happen. Harry Potter rolled over inside his blankets without waking up, and Heartlin Potter finally let herself drift off to sleep. One small hand closed on the letter beside Harry, and he slept on, not knowing he was special, not knowing he was famous, not knowing he would be woken in a few hours' time by Mrs. Dursley's scream as she opened the front door to put out the milk bottles, nor that he would spend the next few weeks being prodded and pinched by his cousin Dudley. He couldn't know that at this very moment, people meeting in secret all over the country were holding up their glasses and saying in hushed voices, "To Harry Potter, the boy who lived, curse Heartland Potter, the girl bringer of death." Wow. The first chapter of our life, and I'm already kind of depressed. Heartland let out a mirthless laugh. Here, I'll read the next chapter. Knowing you, Miss Potter, you'll lie, just as your brother does. Umbridge said, plucking the book out of Harry's hands. "We do not lie," Heartland shouted, glaring at Umbridge as she cleared her throat. "The Vanishing Glass," Umbridge read, and wrinkled her nose. "Accidental magic?" Hermione asked, and Harry nodded. Nearly 10 years had passed since the Dursleys had woken up to find their niece and nephew on the front step. But Privet Drive had hardly changed at all. The sun rose on the same tidy front gardens and lit up the brass number 4 on the Dursleys' front door. It crept into their living room, which was almost exactly the same as it had been on the night when Mr. Dursley had seen that fateful news report about the owls. Only the photographs on the mantelpiece really showed how much time had passed. 10 years ago, there had been lots of pictures of what looked like a large pink beach ball wearing different colored bonnets. But Dudley Dursley was no longer a baby, and now the photographs showed a large blonde boy riding his first bicycle, on a carousel at the fair, playing a computer game with his father, being hugged and kissed by his mother. The room held no sign at all that another boy and girl lived in the house, too. "They really hated you too, didn't they, mate?" Ron asked. "Oh, they bloody loved us," Harry said sarcastically. Yet Harry and Heartland Potter were still there, asleep at the moment, but not for long. Their Aunt Petunia was awake, and it was her shrill voice that made the first noise of the day. "Up, get up, now." Harry woke with a start. His aunt rapped on the door again. "Up," she screeched. Harry heard her walking toward the kitchen, and then the sound of the frying pan being put on the stove. "Where were you, Heartland?" Remus asked, looking at the young girl. Heartland shrugged, like she didn't know where she was 5 years ago, beside her brother. He rolled onto his back and tried to remember the dream he had been having. It had been a good one. There had been a flying motorcycle in it. He had a funny feeling he'd had the same dream before. His aunt was back, outside the door. "Are you up yet?" she demanded. "Nearly," said Harry. "Well, get a move on. I want you to look after the bacon. And don't you dare let it burn. I want everything perfect on Duddy's birthday." Harry groaned. "What did you say?" His aunt snapped through the door. Nothing. Dudley's birthday. How could he have forgotten?" "I forget every year," Heartland said, and Harry frowned. "Do they?" "Harry, don't even go there," Heartland snapped, leaving everyone in shock. Heartland didn't snap at anyone, even when she was at her angriest. Harry got slowly out of bed and started looking for socks. He found a pair under his bed and, after pulling a spider off one of them, put them on. Harry was used to spiders. How could you be used to spiders? Ron shivered, because the cupboard under the stairs was full of them, and that was where he slept. "You slept in a cupboard under the stairs?" Molly, Sirius, and Remus shouted at Harry. Harry shrank back slightly, like he was trying to escape the yelling. "Okay, wait, if Harry slept under the stairs, Heartland, where did Fred began?" "Don't ask," Heartland said shortly. Just don't, Freddy." When he was dressed, he went down the hall into the kitchen. The table was almost hidden beneath all Dudley's birthday presents. It looked as though Dudley had gotten the new computer he wanted, not to mention the second television and the racing bike. Exactly why Dudley wanted a racing bike was a mystery to Harry, as Dudley was very fat and hated exercise, unless of course it involved punching somebody. Dudley's favorite punching bag was Harry, but he couldn't often catch him. Harry didn't look, but he was very fast. Perhaps it had something to do with living in a dark cupboard, but Harry had always been small and skinny for his age. Heartland had been the one with who was muscular and tall for her age. "Heartland, you're still tall and muscular for your age." Harry looked even smaller and skinnier than he really was because all he had to wear were old clothes of Dudley's, and Dudley was about 4 times bigger than he was. Harry had a thin face, knobbly knees, black hair, and bright green eyes. His sister, Heartland, had black hair, and bright blue eyes that seemed to glow when she defended her brother. They glow when you defend anyone. "Honestly, it's kind of freaky," Hermione said, and Heartland glared playfully at her. Harry wore round glasses held together with a lot of scotch tape because of all the times Dudley had punched him on the nose. The only thing Harry liked about his own appearance was a very thin scar on his forehead that was shaped like a bolt of lightning. "You like your scar?" Ron asked. I didn't know what it meant or where I had gotten it from. "It made me different, Bacon." "Hartlin, where were you?" Lee asked, and Harleton shook her head. "I'll come in soon enough. Comb your hair," he barked by way of a morning greeting. "About once a week." Uncle Vernon looked over the top of his newspaper and shouted that Harry needed a haircut. Harry must have had more haircuts than the rest of the boys in his class put together. But it made no difference. His hair simply grew that way, all over the place. Harry was frying eggs by the time Dudley arrived in the kitchen with his mother, Harleton trailing in after them. A black eye and a raised red mark on her right arm that went from her shoulder to her elbow. "Hartlin," Sirius said, his low and serious. "Were you beaten? Are you being beaten?" "Pads. It's nothing. I can handle it."
"I'm okay."
"You didn't answer his question, Hartlin," Remus said gently, and Harleton looked down, rubbing her shoulder. "Because it's not a big deal, I can handle it." "Hartlin," Remus half shouted, his tone going higher in the middle. "Remus," Hartlin mimicked. "Are you being beaten?"
"No."
Hartlin lied, flinching mentally. When the boys looked at her, almost questioningly. "Were you beaten?" "Yes." Hartlin didn't see the sense in lying. Yes, over the summer she had been beaten, but was she currently being beaten? Nope. So she wasn't lying. Not technically. "Hartlin, why didn't you ever tell us?" Molly asked as Harry stared at his sister. "Because I can handle it. And they always said that if I told someone, they would lock me away, never to be seen again, and then go after Harry. And I can't protect Harry from everything, but I can protect him from them. I'm his older sister. It's my job, and I promised my mum and dad I would protect you as best I could." Harry. As Hartlin uttered the words mum and dad, a bright light, much like the light that had brought them to the room of requirement, entered the room once again, leaving everyone to shield their eyes. The light faded, leaving two very confused people in its wake. Harry and Hartlin stood up, Hartlin's eyes wide, her mouth open in shock. "Mum? Dad?" Harleton asked, and the girl's own eyes widened in shock. "Harry? Harleton? Well, what?" "Hartlin, you're only a year and a half old. Harry, you're just 6 months. How?" Lily asked, walking forward to brush her hand against Hartlin's cheek. Hartlin stepped back, moving away from Lily in a sudden spastic movement. "It's the future, Mum. I'm 16, and Harry's 15. Hartlin said gently. "Wait, Hartlin, if you're a year older than Harry, shouldn't you be in the 6th year?" Brandon asked, and Harleton shook her head. "No one ever knew I was a year older than Harry till now. For some reason the Dursleys thought we were twins, and I never corrected them." "Why would you lie about your age, Hartlin?" James asked, looking at his daughter. She looked so much like him, yet he could see Lily in her. Hartlin, his build, tall and thin but muscular, and she had the same fire in her eyes as he did. But she also had Lily's kindness in her eyes, and the same slightly messy hair, tied up in a high ponytail, because it was easier to tell everyone that I'm the same age as Harry. I got put into the same classes, same year. I could do what you and Mum asked. Take care of him. Look, it's hard to explain, but after this chapter, I swear, Harry will explain everything." Hartlin said, throwing Harry a pleading glance. He caved, nodding to his parents. "All right," Lily said, sitting down next to Hartlin. Dudley looked a lot like Uncle Vernon. "Why are we talking about Petunia's piggy son?" James asked. "James, mate, you're oblivious, just as oblivious back then as you are now," Remus said, and James snorted. "Well, I still look better than you and Sirius in the future," James said, and Sirius rolled his eyes. "And I thought I was bad. Just listen to the story." He had a large pink face, not much neck, small, watery blue eyes, and thick blonde hair that lay smoothly on his thick, fat head. Aunt Petunia often said that Dudley looked like a baby angel. Hartlin often said that Dudley looked like a pig in a wig. Laughter erupted around the room. Harry put the plates of egg and bacon on the table, which was difficult as there wasn't much room. Hartlin poured each person a drink, struggling to hold items in her right arm. "Why?" Lily asked. "Mum, it's..." It's better if I tell you later, Heartland said, closing her eyes. Dudley, meanwhile, was counting his presents. His face fell. 36, he said, looking up at his mother and father. That's 2 less than last year. Darling, you haven't counted Auntie Marge's present. See, it's here under. This big one from Mommy and Daddy. All right, 37 then, said Dudley, going red in the face. Harry, who could see a huge Dudley tantrum coming on, began wolfing down his bacon as fast as possible in case Dudley turned the table over. He's done it to several times, Heartland said, looking at the room's shocked faces. Aunt Petunia obviously scented danger, too, because she said quickly, and we'll buy you another 2 presents while we're out today. How's that, Popkin? 2 more presents. Is that all right? Dudley thought for a moment. It looked like hard work. Finally he said slowly, so I'll have 30, 39 sweetums, said Aunt Petunia. He's dumber than a box of rocks, isn't he? Fred asked, and Harleton nodded. Dudley sat down heavily and grabbed the nearest parcel. All right then. Uncle Vernon chuckled. Little Tyke wants his money's worth, just like his father. Atta boy, Dudley. He ruffled Dudley's hair. At that moment the telephone rang and Aunt Petunia went to answer it while Harry, Heartland, and Uncle Vernon watched Dudley unwrap the racing bike, a video camera, a remote control airplane, 16 new computer games, and a VCR. He was ripping the paper off a gold wristwatch when Aunt Petunia came back from the telephone looking both angry and worried. He gets all that for 1 birthday? Molly asked, disgusted. Bad news, Vernon, she said. Mrs. Figg's broken her leg. She can't take them. She jerked her head in Harry and Heartland's direction. Dudley's mouth fell open in horror, but Harry's heart gave a leap and he shared a look with Hearleton, her eyes wide and bright. Every year on Dudley's birthday, his parents took him and a friend out for the day, to adventure parks, hamburger restaurants, or the movies. Every year, Harry and Heartland were left behind with Mrs. Figg, a mad old lady who lived 2 streets away. She's not mad. She's just eccentric, Lily said, smiling slightly. Harry hated it there. The whole house smelled of cabbage, and Mrs. Figg made him look at photographs of all the cats she'd ever owned. Now, what? Said Aunt Petunia, looking furiously at Harry as though he'd planned this. Harry knew he ought to feel sorry that Mrs. Figg had broken her leg, but it wasn't easy when he reminded himself it would be a whole year before he had to look at Tibbles, Snowy, Mr. Paws, and Tufty again. We could phone Marge, Uncle Vernon suggested. Don't be silly, Vernon. She hates the boy, and she'd defeat herself before willingly watching that one. What the heck, Petunia? Lily asked angrily. Mom, just get used to the fact now. Literally 99% of people hate my guts, Heartland said tiredly. James and Lily exchanged glances. What was so bad in the future that had caused this much damage to their daughter's once bright spirit? The Dursleys often spoke about Harry and Heartland like this, as though they weren't there, or rather, as though they were something very nasty that couldn't understand them, like a slug. What about what's-her-name, your friend Yvonne? On vacation in Majorca, snapped Aunt Petunia. You could just leave us here, Harry put in hopefully. He'd be able to watch what he wanted on television for a change, and maybe even have a go on Dudley's computer. And Heartland could finally let her guard down. Aunt Petunia looked as though she'd just swallowed a lemon. Doesn't she always look like that? And come back and find the house in ruins? She snarled. We won't blow up the house, said Heartland, but they weren't listening. I suppose we could take them to the zoo, said Aunt Petunia slowly, and leave them in the car. That's illegal, Hermione said, outraged. That car's new, he's not sitting in it alone. Dudley began to cry loudly. In fact, he wasn't really crying. It had been years since he'd really cried, but he knew that if he screwed up his face and wailed, his mother would give him anything he wanted. Merlin, he's more spoiled than me, Malfoy said, shaking his head. Dinky Duddydums, don't cry. Mummy won't let him spoil your special day, she cried, flinging her arms around him. I don't want them to come. Dudley yelled between huge, pretend sobs. They always spoils everything. He shot Harry a nasty grin through the gap in his mother's arms. Just then, the doorbell rang. Oh, good Lord. They're here, said Aunt Petunia frantically. And a moment later, Dudley's best friend, Piers Polkiss, walked in with his mother. God, I hate him, Heartland groaned. the Dursleys' car with Piers and Dudley, on the way to the zoo for the first time in his life. Harry, through all his best tries, had not been able to get Heartlyn to come. She instead had been confined to her room in the attic. His aunt and uncle hadn't been able to think of anything else to do with her, in a hole in the wall. You slept in a hole in the wall? Yes, Dad. I sleep in a hole in the wall. You sleep in a hole in the wall? Yes, Pads. Can we continue the story now? And before they'd left, Uncle Vernon had taken Harry aside. I'm warning you, he had said, putting his large purple face right up close to Harry's. I'm warning you now, boy, any funny business, anything at all, and you'll be in that cupboard from now until Christmas. And you won't like what happens to your sister. That's how they kept you in line? By threatening me? Harry, you know I can take care of myself. I was 10 years old. You were the only person in my life that cared about me. I'm not going to do anything, said Harry, honestly, but Uncle Vernon didn't believe him. No one ever did. Well, besides Heartlyn, of course. The problem was, strange things often happened around Harry, and it was just no good telling the Dursleys he didn't make them happen. Once, Aunt Petunia, tired of Harry coming back from the barber's looking as though he hadn't been at all, had taken a pair of kitchen scissors and cut his hair so short he was almost bald except for his bangs, which she left to hide that horrible scar. Dudley had laughed himself silly at Harry, who spent a sleepless night imagining school the next day, where he was already laughed at for his baggy clothes and taped glasses. Next morning, however, he had gotten up to find his hair exactly as it had been before Aunt Petunia had sheared it off. He had been given a week in his cupboard for this, even though he had tried to explain that he couldn't explain how it had grown back so quickly. Another time, Aunt Petunia had been trying to force him into a revolting old sweater of Dudley's, brown with orange puff private parts. The harder she tried to pull it over his head, the smaller it seemed to become, until finally it might have fitted a hand puppet, but certainly wouldn't fit Harry. And Petunia had decided it must have shrunk in the wash and, to his great relief, Harry wasn't punished. On the other hand, he'd gotten into terrible trouble for being found on the roof of the school kitchens. Dudley's gang had been chasing him as usual when, as much to Harry's surprise as anyone else's, there he was sitting on the chimney. The Dursleys had received a very angry letter from Harry's headmistress telling them Harry had been climbing school buildings. But all he tried to do, as he shouted at Uncle Vernon through the locked door of his cupboard, was jump behind the big trash cans outside the kitchen doors. Harry supposed that the wind must have caught him in mid-jump. Accidental magic. Yeah. You should hear about what Heartlyn has done. Let's not go there, Harry, but today nothing was going to go wrong. It was even worth being with Dudley and Piers to be spending the day somewhere that wasn't school, his cupboard, or Mrs. Figg's cabbage-smelling living room. Harry just wished Heartlyn could be with him. While he drove, Uncle Vernon complained to Aunt Petunia. He liked to complain about things. People at work, Harry, Heartlyn, the council, Heartlyn, the bank, and Heartlyn were just a few of his favorite subjects. God, he loves you, doesn't he, Harleton? Lee asked sarcastically. Heartlyn sighed. Lee, he loves me more than he loves Dudley. This morning it was motorcycles, roaring along like maniacs. The young hoodlums. Oh, serious. You're a young hoodlum, Heartlyn teased, nudging him in the ribs. He said, as a motorcycle overtook them. I had a dream about a motorcycle, said Harry, remembering suddenly. It was flying. Uncle Vernon nearly crashed into the car in front. He turned right around in his seat and yelled at Harry, his face like a gigantic beet with a mustache. Motorcycles don't fly. Dudley and Piers sniggered. I know they don't, said Harry. It was only a dream, but he wished he hadn't said anything. If there was one thing the Dursleys hated even more than his asking questions, it was his talking about anything acting in a way it shouldn't, no matter if it was in a dream or even a cartoon. They seemed to think he might get dangerous ideas. PFFF, we all know I should have been the one they were worried about, Heartlyn said, smirking slyly. It was a very sunny Saturday and the zoo was crowded with families. The Dursleys bought Dudley and Piers large chocolate ice creams at the entrance, and then, because the smiling lady in the van had asked Harry what he wanted before they could hurry him away, they bought him a cheap lemon ice pop. It wasn't bad either, Harry thought, licking it as they watched a gorilla scratching its head who looked remarkably like Dudley, except that it wasn't blonde. Harry mate, no need to insult the gorilla, George said, and the room erupted in laughter. Harry had the best morning he'd had in a long time. He was careful to walk a little way apart from the Dursleys so that Dudley and Piers, who were starting to get bored with the animals by lunchtime, wouldn't fall back on their favorite hobby of hitting him. They ate in the zoo restaurant, and when Dudley had a tantrum because his Knickerbocker glory didn't have enough ice cream on top, Uncle Vernon bought him another one and Harry was allowed to finish the first. You should have had one in the first place. Molly fumed. Harry felt, afterward, that he should have known it was all too good to last. After lunch they went to the reptile house. It was cool and dark in there, with lit windows all along the walls. Behind the glass, all sorts of lizards and snakes were crawling and slithering over bits of wood and stone. Dudley and Piers wanted to see huge, poisonous cobras and thick, man-crushing pythons. Dudley quickly found the largest snake in the place. It could have wrapped its body twice around Uncle Vernon's car and crushed it into a trash can. But at the moment it didn't look in the mood. In fact, it was fast asleep. Dudley stood with his nose pressed against the glass, staring at the glistening brown coils. Make it move, he whined at his father. Uncle Vernon tapped on the glass, but the snake didn't budge. Do it, again Dudley ordered. Uncle Vernon rapped the glass smartly with his knuckles, but the snake just snoozed on. This is boring, Dudley moaned. He shuffled away. Harry moved in front of the tank and looked intently at the snake. He wouldn't have been surprised if it had died of boredom itself. No company except stupid people drumming their fingers on the glass trying to disturb it all day long. It was worse than having a cupboard as a bedroom, where the only visitor was Aunt Petunia hammering on the door to wake you up. At least he got to visit the rest of the house. Heartlyn, you never visited Harry? I wasn't allowed. They were scared we were going to take over the household. The snake suddenly opened its beady eyes. Slowly, very slowly, it raised its head until its eyes were on a level with Harry's. It winked. Harry, snakes don't wink, Hermione said. Harry stared. Then he looked quickly around to see if anyone was watching. They weren't. He looked back at the snake and winked, too. The snake jerked its head toward Uncle Vernon and Dudley, then raised its eyes to the ceiling. It gave Harry a look that said quite plainly, I get that all the time. I know, Harry murmured through the glass. Though he wasn't sure, the snake could hear him. It must be really annoying. The snake nodded vigorously. Where do you come from? Anyway? Harry asked. The snake jabbed its tail at a little sign next to the glass. Harry peered at it. Boa Constrictor, Brasil. Was it nice there? The boa constrictor jabbed its tail at the sign again and Harry read on. This specimen was bred in the zoo. Oh, I see, so you've never been to Brazil? As the snake shook its head, a deafening shout behind Harry made both of them jump. Dudley! Mr. Dursley! Come and look at this snake. You won't believe what it's doing. Dudley came waddling toward them as fast as he could. Out of the way, you, he said, punching Harry in the ribs. Heartlyn growled, her hand curling into a fist. Caught by surprise, Harry fell hard on the concrete floor. What came next happened so fast no one saw how it happened. 1 second, Piers and Dudley were leaning right up close to the glass. The next, they had leapt back with howls of horror. Harry sat up and gasped. The glass front of the boa constrictor's tank had vanished. The great snake was uncoiling itself rapidly, slithering out onto the floor. People throughout the reptile house screamed and started running for the exits. As the snake slid swiftly past him, Harry could have sworn a low, hissing voice said, Brazil, here I come.
Thanks, amigo.
The keeper of the reptile house was in shock. But the glass, he kept saying, where did the glass go? The zoo director himself made Aunt Petunia a cup of strong, sweet tea while he apologized over and over again. Piers and Dudley could only gibber. As far as Harry had seen, the snake hadn't done anything except snap playfully at their heels as it passed. But by the time they were all back in Uncle Vernon's car, Dudley was telling them how it had nearly bitten off his leg, while Piers was swearing it had tried to squeeze him to death. But worst of all, for Harry at least, was Piers calming down enough to say, Harry was talking to it, weren't you, Harry? Uncle Vernon waited until Piers was safely out of the house before starting on Harry. He was so angry he could hardly speak. he managed to say, "Go, cupboard, stay, no meals," before he collapsed into a chair, and Aunt Petunia had to run and get him a large brandy. "At least he didn't go through with his threat," Arthur said hopefully, and Harry and Hartlin exchanged a glance. Harry lay in his dark cupboard much later, after Hartlin had been brought down from the attic, and he listened to the sound of skin on skin, or a belt laying on the skin, and muffled cries and groans from his sister. There were periods of time when no cries were heard, and Harry wished more than anything Hartlin had passed out, but he knew she hadn't. She was just too weak to cry out. "Why the heck are you still with him?" Sirius shouted, glancing at his Hartlin. "Because I have to, Sirius. Because Harry isn't safe unless one of us stays there," Hartlin shouted, sitting up. "And as much as I want out, I want my brother to be safe more. So I'll go through heck and back for him because, besides you and the Weasleys and Remus and Brandon and Lee, Harry's all I got." "Why are you there?" James asked, a fire in his eyes. Hartlin's eyes softened and she turned James. "Because you and Mum don't make it. You don't make it to Harry's 2nd birthday or to my 3rd. UD. This is the first time we've seen you in 14 years. Dumbledore sent us to live with the Dursleys. Something about them being bloodkin, that's the only way we would be protected. One of us had to stay with them. So I made sure it was me because Mum, your dying wish was that I would protect Harry as best I could. So I have." Harry wished he had a watch. Finally the smacking stopped and his door opened weakly. Hartlin dragged herself in and kissed Harry's forehead, before slipping back out, and Harry listened as she climbed back up the stairs, muffled thumps when she fell or missed a step. Harry didn't know what time it was, and he couldn't be sure the Dursleys were asleep yet. Until they were, he couldn't risk sneaking to the kitchen for some food and then sneaking upstairs to check on Hartlin. They'd lived with the Dursleys almost 10 years, 10 miserable years, as long as he could remember, ever, since he'd been a baby and his parents had died in that car crash. "We didn't die in a car crash, did we?" Lily asked softly. "No, Mum, you didn't," Harry said, shaking his head. Thought, or maybe hoped, that strangers in the street seemed to know him. Very strange strangers they were, too. A tiny man in a violet top hat had bowed to him once while out shopping with Aunt Petunia and Dudley. After asking Harry furiously if he knew the man, Aunt Petunia had rushed them out of the shop without buying anything. A wild-looking old woman dressed all in green had waved merrily at him once on a bus. A bald man in a very long purple coat had actually shaken his hand in the street the other day and then walked away without a word. The weirdest thing about all these people was the way they seemed to vanish the second Harry tried to get a closer look. The school, Harry had no one. Everybody knew that. Dudley's gang hated that odd Harry Potter in his baggy old clothes and broken glasses, and nobody liked to disagree with Dudley's gang. "I think we need a break," James muttered after Umbridge shut the book, and everyone nodded. In one movement, Hartlin was out the door, Lee, Brandon, Fred, and George following. James moved to follow, but Sirius grabbed his arm and shook his head. "Let them work it out, mate. You're not going to get anywhere with her. Trust me. What happened to her? She's so happy right now. She's my sunshine at 1. What happens between now and 15 years later, she won't even let Lily touch her." James asked, looking at his 2 best friends. "She lost you guys for one thing, and she can remember everything that has ever happened in her life. She's has a lot more bad days than good ones," Remus answered, glancing at the door. "She grew up too quick, and now she feels responsible for Harry. She protects him as best she can, and she gets better at protecting him every year. In her eyes, she's not just his big sister. She's his protector, and no one is ever going to change that. I think we need a break," Dad mutters after Umbridge finishes the chapter. In one swift movement, I climb to my feet and walk out the door. I hear the boys climb to their feet and follow me out, but I don't say anything. When the door bangs shut behind whoever is the last one out, I break into a run, heading towards the Whomping Willow. I grab a stick and press the knot on the tree before climbing down the hole when the tree freezes. I can tell the boys are still following me, but I don't mind. Maybe I'll need them, maybe I won't, but I'd rather have them even if I don't need them, than to need them and not have them. I crawl down the passage until I reach the Shrieking Shack. I climb the stairs to the bedroom where Sirius dragged Ron in 3rd year, and sit down on the bed, placing my head in my hands. "Hartlin, Brandon calls softly, and I look up to see them standing in the doorway of the room, Brandon and Fred barely in the door, Lee and George close behind them. Can we come in, or do you want us to leave? And no, you guys can come in. I stammer, tears suddenly filling my eyes, and I let my head drop back into my hands, helplessness overpowering me. The bed dipped beneath me on both sides, and someone leans up against my legs as someone else sprawls out behind my back. No one was supposed to know. What? Lee asks, and I lift my head to look at him. He's sitting against my legs, his head leaning back against my knees to look at me. No one was supposed to know my home life. No one was supposed to. Voice is agitated, and I turn to look at the guys who look at each other before all standing up. I stand still as they wrap their arms around me, bringing me into a group hug. I bring my arms out to the side of me and gently wrap them around whoever is on my side. Heartlyn, we don't think any differently of you just because of what you do for Harry, Lee mutters from behind me. I mean, we knew most of what was said, and what we learned doesn't make us think any less of you. If anything, we think more of you. We are never going to give up on you or leave your side. We said it when we took you in our 3rd year, and we'll say it again now. We are never going to treat you any differently than who you are to us. You are not the bringer of death to us. You're Heartlyn. You're smart and silly and our girl. We love you, and that is never going to change. We are not letting anyone take you away from us, even if it's family. George says, from my side, and I smile lightly. Seriously, Heartlyn, if you thought that this small revelation was going to change our idea of you in any way, you are dead wrong. Thanks, boys, I mutter, letting go of them. They step back and Lee moves to stand in front of me, getting a gleam in his eye. I step back, raising my hands. Brandon joins Lee, and I turn on my heel as they leap at me, sprinting across the room and out the door, down the passageway and out of the Whomping Willow, sprinting across the school grounds, turning sharply to my left when Brandon gets closer than I would like to keep the game moving. He falls, trying to catch me, and I break out laughing, my foot slipping, causing me to go tumbling and ending up next to the Black Lake. Fred and George sit down next to me, out of breath, Brandon and Lee behind them. They collapse down next to me, and I giggle. How are you so fast? Brandon asks, taking his outer sweater off and throwing it at me. Catch it, laughing. Speed of a Mustang, remember? I say, standing up, stripping out of my outer clothes, leaving me in my pants and a tank top. I start walking to the lake, looking back at them. Well, are you coming? Fred and George look at each other before glancing at Lee and Brandon. They strip, leaving a pile of shirts, shoes, and socks at the base of the tree. I laugh as they race past me into the water. I laugh as they start splashing each other, following them to the beach but not getting in before they realize I'm not in the water. Heartlyn? Wait, why aren't you in the water? Brandon calls and I laugh. There is no way you are ever getting me into that lake. Not after last time with you 4 idiots. I call, and Fred smiles deviously. Well, if you won't get into the lake, we'll just have to bring the lake to you. My eyes widen and I step back, turning on my heel as they guys scramble up the hill, faster than I can pull my shirt and shoes back on. They reach me, and Lee pulls my sweater back off before they envelope me in a giant hug, water soaking me almost instantly. I groan, laughing, my laughter dying when Fred picks me up. Fred, put me down, I say, squirming, trying to get out of his arms, but he just grips me tighter. All right, Fred says, dropping me. I gasp as my butt hits the shallow water. Fred starts laughing before I swing my arm out and knock his legs out from underneath him, knocking him under the water for a second before he pops back up. He glares at me before laughing, climbing to his feet before pulling me to mine. He picks me back up and I squeak, wrapping my arms around his neck. He drops me again and I lock my arms, laughing when I pull him underwater with me. I let go, shoving him off my legs and climb to my feet, wringing the water out of my hair and tying it up in a messy bun. Fred grabs my hand, pulling me along through the edge of the water, splashing me every so often. The sun gets low in the sky after a while, causing the lake to turn gold, and I sigh, plopping myself down in the sand and wrapping my arms around my knees, watching the waves hit shore. Fred plops down next to me and together we watch the waves for a few more minutes. Fred climbs to his feet and I look at him before accepting his outstretched hand, using it to pull myself to my feet. Together we walk up to the tree, and Fred grabs his robe, handing it to me. I glance at him, confused. Fred looks at me as he's buttoning his shirt, his tie around his neck. I glance down at the pile of clothes, realizing that my robe is the only one left in the pile, but it's sopping wet. "Dry off with it," Fred says as my eyes leave my clothes. I nod as Fred turns back around before stripping off my tank top, drying off quickly and grabbing my button down and buttoning it before throwing my tie around my neck and tying it loosely. "You can turn around, Fred," I say, sitting down on a tree root to pull on my shoes. Fred sits down next to me, pulling on his socks and shoes, nudging me gently with his elbow before turning to me and flashing a smile. Towards the room of requirement. I lean into him, taking some of his warmth as the sun sets and it turns to night. "Put my robe on," Fred says suddenly as I start shivering. "What?" I ask, looking up at him. "Put my robe on. It'll warm you up," Fred says, grabbing it from my arm and putting it around my shoulders. I blush lightly before putting my arms. "I am not," I say, taking a step, only to have my foot catch on the edge of him and sending me sprawling. Fred catches my arms and pulls me up, my head thumping into his chest. He looks at me turning around and I sigh, before clambering on, locking my arms around his neck. He locks his hands under my legs as I lay my head against his cheek, letting him take us back to the room of requirement. I drop down from his back outside of his door, as he opens it and we walk inside. "Finally you guys caught up," Brandon calls from the table and I groan. "Of course they had to come back without us. You left us behind," Fred says, walking over, and I trail behind, shoving my hands in my pockets to hold Fred's robe back so I don't trip over it. Fred and I take the last 2 seats on the end after dropping my wet robe in Lee's lap, causing him to squeak in shock before laughing, pointing it out to George and Brandon. Molly comes over and fills our bowls with soup, and I give her a smile and thanks before we dig in, the hot soup warming my insides and making me sigh quietly. "Hey Heartlyn, isn't that robe a little big?" Lee asks, and I glare at him. "One more word out of you, Lee. See what happens," I say menacingly, and his mouth snaps shut, quickly filling his mouth with food. Fred smiles at me, snaking his hand down to rest on my knee, squeezing it playfully. Smile at him, poking him in the side as I look around the table. Remus, Sirius, Harry, Mom and Dad are having good conversation it looks like, and everyone else seems to be getting along great for the most part. "Well, should we begin the next chapter now that we're all here once again?" McGonagall asks after Fred and I finish the soup and we nod, taking our seats in the living room area once again. "The letters from no one," McGonagall read. "Hogwarts," shouted the students. The escape of the Brazilian boa constrictor earned Harry and Harleton's longest ever punishment. By the time Harry allowed out of his cupboard again, and Heartlyn stopped getting new bruises every week, the summer holidays had started. Silence fell on the room, and even the boys stared at Harleton, who slowly buried her face in her knees, her smile falling from her face. After few minutes, in a small voice, Heartlyn spoke. "Please, Minnie, continue the story. Please," she begged quietly, and McGonagall cleared her voice before continuing shakily. "And Dudley had already broken his new video camera, crashed his remote control airplane, and, first time out on his racing bike, knocked down old Mrs. Figg as she crossed Privet Drive on her crutches. Harry was glad school was over, but there was no escaping Dudley's gang, who visited the house every single day. Piers, Dennis, Malcolm, and Gordon were all big and stupid, but as Dudley was the biggest and stupidest of the lot, he was the leader. The rest of them were all quite happy to join in Dudley's favorite sport, Harry hunting, or Heartlyn hunting depending on who they saw first and who they caught, entirely other thing. That would usually be the moment that somebody got hurt. This was why Harry and Heartlyn spent as much time as possible out of the house, wandering around and thinking about the end of the holidays, where they could see a tiny ray of hope. When September came, they would be going off to Hogwarts? Ron asked, and Heartlyn shook her head. We still had no idea what Hogwarts was, secondary school, and For the first time in their life, they wouldn't be with Dudley. Dudley had been accepted at Uncle Vernon's old private school, Smeltings. Piers Polkiss was going there too. Harry and Hart Lynn, on the other hand, were going to Stonewall High, the local public school. Dudley thought this was very funny. They stuff people's heads down the toilet the first day at Stonewall, he told Harry. Want to come upstairs and practice? No thanks, said Harry. The poor toilets never had anything as horrible. As your head down it, it might be sick. Harleton finished. The room burst into laughter, and Fred high-fived Harleton, who let a smile out. Then they ran, before Dudley could work out what they'd said. One day in July, Aunt Petunia took Dudley to London to buy his Smeltings uniform, leaving Harry and Harleton at Mrs. Figg's. Mrs. Figg wasn't as bad as usual. It turned out she'd broken her leg tripping over one of her cats, and she didn't seem quite as fond of them as before. She let them watch television and gave them a bit of chocolate cake that tasted as though she'd had it for several years. Groß, Hermione gecked. That evening, Dudley paraded around the living room for the family in his brand new uniform. Smeltings boys wore maroon tailcoats, orange knickerbockers, and flat straw hats called boaters. The room shook with muffled laughter. They also carried knobless sticks used for hitting each other while the teachers weren't looking. This was supposed to be good training for later life. As he looked at Dudley in his new knickerbockers, Uncle Vernon said gruffly that it was the proudest moment of his life. Aunt Petunia burst into tears and said she couldn't believe it was her ickle Dudleykins. He looked so handsome and grown up. Harry didn't trust himself to speak. He thought 2 of his ribs might already have cracked from trying not to laugh. Hart Lynn had her head on the table, her shoulders shaking with muffled laughter. Harry pressed his hand to the middle of her back trying to stop the shaking, but to no avail. Petunia pierced her gaze on Hart Lynn, and Harry kicked her under the table. Hart Lynn swallowed her laughter and sat up, but she couldn't hide the mirth in her eyes. Oh no, the adults in the room muttered, looking at each. May I ask what's so funny? Girl? Petunia asked in a deadly tone. Hart Lynn opened her mouth, coughing back the laugh that bubbled up from her lips. Nothing, Aunt Petunia, she coughed out, gazing at the floor. Petunia humped before going back to praising Dudley. The room let out a collective sigh. There was a horrible smell in the kitchen the next morning when Harry and Hart Lynn went in for breakfast. It seemed to be coming from a large metal tub in the sink. They went to have a look. The tub was full of what looked like dirty rags swimming in gray water. What's this? Harry asked Aunt Petunia. Her lips tightened as they always did if he dared to ask a question. Your new school uniform, she said. Harry looked in the bowl again. Oh, Hart Lynn said. I didn't realize it had to be so wet. Don't be stupid, snapped Aunt Petunia. I'm dyeing some of Dudley's old things, gray for Harry. I'm getting yours from Goodwill Girl. It'll look just like everyone else's when I've finished. They seriously doubted this, but thought it best not to argue. Together, they sat down at the table and Harry tried not to think about how he was going to look on his first day at Stonewall High. Like he was wearing bits of old elephant skin, probably. Hart Lynn, on the other hand, was ecstatic. Why would you be ecstatic? Fred asked, confused. Hart Lynn just nodded toward Minnie, who took it as her cue to keep reading. She would be getting clothes that would fit her. She wouldn't be getting Dudley's old clothes to share with Harry. She would have her own. Dudley and Uncle Vernon came in, both with wrinkled noses because of the smell from Harry's new uniform. Uncle Vernon opened his newspaper as usual, and Dudley banged his smelting stick, which he carried everywhere, on the table. They heard the click of the mail slot and flop of letters on the doormat. Get the mail, Dudley, said Uncle Vernon from behind his paper. Make Harry get it. Get the mail, Harry. Make Dudley get it. Poke him with your smelting stick, Dudley. Harry dodged the smelting stick and went to get the mail. Can I defeat them? James asked, and Harleton let out a slight laugh. Dad, as much as I want to let you do that, I don't want to see what happens if we don't have them to go to when you... Hart Lynn finished, slightly uncomfortable. For things lay on the doormat. A postcard from Uncle Vernon's sister Marge, who was vacationing on the Isle of Wight, a brown envelope that looked like a bill, and letters for Harry and Hart Lynn. Harry picked them up and stared at them, his heart twanging like a giant elastic band. No one ever in his whole life had written to him. Once Harleton had gotten a letter from someone named Remus. Remus, you wrote her? Sirius asked, and Remus nodded. I did. It was her 6th birthday. I gave her a small stuffed wolf and I gave her a dog to give to Harry. Remus answered, and Heartland smiled softly. I guess we made a good choice in making you Heartland's godfather, Lily said, and Remus froze for a second, sharing a quick glance with Heartland, before nodding. He was almost positive that they wouldn't be thinking that in a week, but he wasn't going to tell them yet. They would learn it when they read the 3rd book, or they noticed how their behavior changed. Remus's only hope was that James and Lily would be as accepting as Heartland as they were of him. Who would write them, though? They had no friends, no other relatives. They didn't belong to the library, so they'd never even got rude notes asking for books back. Yet here it was, 2 letters, addressed so plainly there could be no mistake. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Miss H. Potter, the hole in the attic, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. You knew where they slept, and yet you did nothing, Lily said, her voice dangerously quiet, glaring at Dumbledore. Merlin Sake, and instead of pulling them out and letting them stay with the Weasleys or Remus or Sirius and dealing with the dangers. When no one said anything, McGonagall took it as her cue to keep reading. There's the Hogwarts letters, Brandon grinned, nudging Heartland lightly. Hurry up, boy, shouted Uncle Vernon from the kitchen. What are you doing, checking for letter bombs? He chuckled at his own joke. Harry went back to the kitchen, still staring at his letter, hiding Heartland's under his. He handed Uncle Vernon the bill and the postcard, sat down, handed Heartland her and slowly began to open the yellow envelope. Heartland slipped her letter underneath her leg, content with hiding it until later. Smart, Fred grinned, and James narrowed his eyes at his daughter and the red-headed twin. Sirius and Remus caught his gaze and smirked. They couldn't wait to see how James took this one, especially since Heartland was still his little girl who he was very protective over. Uncle Vernon ripped open the bill, snorted in disgust, and flipped over the postcard. Marge is ill, he informed Aunt Petunia. Ate a funny whelk. Dad, said Dudley suddenly. Dad, Harry's got something. Oh, the teens in the room chorused. Harry was on the point of unfolding his letter, which was written on the same heavy parchment as the envelope, when it was jerked sharply out of his hand by Uncle Vernon. That's mine, said Harry, trying to snatch it back. Who'd be writing to you? Sneered Uncle Vernon, shaking the letter open with one hand and glancing at it. His face went from red to green faster than a set of traffic lights. And it didn't stop there. Within seconds it was the grayish-white of old porridge. Pee-pee Petunia, he gasped. Dudley tried to grab the letter to read it, but Uncle Vernon held it high out of his reach. Aunt Petunia took it curiously and read the first line. For a moment it looked as though she might faint. She clutched her throat and made a choking noise. Vernon! Oh my goodness, Vernon! They stared at each other, seeming to have forgotten that Heartland, Harry and Dudley were still in the room. Dudley wasn't used to being ignored. He gave his father a sharp tap on the head with his smelting stick. I want to read that letter, he said loudly. I want to read it, said Harry furiously, as it's mine. Harry, let's go. The letter isn't worth it. Heartland murmured, pulling on Harry's arm towards the door. Get out, both of you, croaked Uncle Vernon, stuffing the letter back inside its envelope. Nobody moved, except for Heartland trying to pull Harry out the door. I want my letter, he shouted. Let me see it, demanded Dudley. Out, roared Uncle Vernon, and he took both Harry and Dudley by the scruffs of their necks and threw them into the hall, slamming the kitchen door behind them, trapping Heartland inside. Harry and Dudley promptly had a furious but silent fight over who would listen at the keyhole. Dudley won, so Harry, his glasses dangling from one ear, lay flat on his stomach to listen at the crack between door and floor. Where is it? I know if your devil of a brother had one, so do you. Uncle Vernon was saying in an angry voice. I didn't get one, Heartland said, her voice strong, but Harry could see her feet, shuffling slightly. Don't lie to me, girl, Uncle Vernon said wildly, yanking Heartland. The letter she had shoved into her back pocket fell out and Harry let out a breathy gasp as it landed on the floor. Harry could see Uncle Vernon's shiny black shoes in front of Heartland's, her toes brushing the floor. Harry watched as in one wild movement Heartland's feet lifted off the floor, before both hands and feet came down with a smack, scrambling to gain grip. Heartland scrambled to the sliding glass door, before Harry lost view of the black Converse that adorned the feet of his sister. "Your dad and Sirius used to wear those all the time," Remus said, grinning slightly. "Are you kidding me? I still wear them, and I will wear them for forever." James grinned. Harry lifted his ear from the door and rubbed his eyes. Heartland, he knew, was going to get hurt when she came home, and he wasn't going to be able to stop it. "I'm not having one, let alone two in the house, Petunia. Didn't we swear when we took them in we'd stamp out that dangerous nonsense?" "Stamp out?" Molly hissed dangerously. That evening when he got back from work, Uncle Vernon did something he'd never done before. He visited Harry in his cupboard. "Where's my letter?" said Harry, the moment Uncle Vernon had squeezed through the door, holding tightly onto Heartland's wrist. "Who's writing to me?" "No one. It was addressed to you by mistake," said Uncle Vernon shortly. "I have burned it." "It was not a mistake," said Harry angrily. "It had my cupboard on it." "Silence!" yelled Uncle Vernon, and a couple of spiders fell from the ceiling. Ron shivered. Now, the Dursleys' house had 4 bedrooms. One for Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, one for visitors, usually Uncle Vernon's sister, Marge, one where Dudley slept, and one where Dudley kept all the toys and things that wouldn't fit into his first bedroom. They had 4 bedrooms, and Harry slept in a cupboard under the stairs, and Heartland slept in a hole in the wall. "And you kept this to yourself, Albus," Molly said, glaring at Dumbledore. She had come to love Harry and Heartland as if they were her own, and though she would never try to replace Lily, somebody had to be a mother that they so desperately needed. It only took Harry one trip to move everything he owned to his new room. Harry sat down on the bed and stared around him. Nearly everything in here was broken. The month-old video camera was lying on top of a small, working tank Dudley had once driven over the next-door neighbor's dog. In the corner was Dudley's first ever television set, which he'd put his foot through when his favorite program had been cancelled. There was a large birdcage, which had once held a parrot that Dudley had swapped at school for a real air rifle, which was up on a shelf with the end all bent because Dudley had sat on it. Other shelves were full of books. They were the only things in the room that looked as though they'd never been touched. Hermione and McGonagall made faces of outrage. From downstairs came the sound of Dudley bawling at his mother. "I don't want him in there. I need that room. Make him get out." Harry sighed and stretched out on the bed. Yesterday he'd have given anything to be up here. Today he'd rather be back in his cupboard with that letter than up here without it. Next morning at breakfast, everyone was rather quiet. Dudley was in shock. He'd screamed, whacked his father with his smelting stick, been sick on purpose, kicked his mother, and thrown his tortoise through the greenhouse roof, and he still didn't have his room back. "Okay, even I think that's disgusting," Malfoy said, making a face. Harry was thinking about this time yesterday and bitterly wishing he'd opened the letter in the hall. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia kept looking at each other darkly. When the mail arrived, Uncle Vernon, who seemed to be trying to be nice to Harry, made Dudley go and get it. "Did he ever try to be nice to you?" Brandon asked. Looking at Heartland, them being nice was them ignoring me. They heard him banging things with his smelting stick all the way down the hall. Then he shouted, "There's another one. For both of them. Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom, 4 Privet Drive." With a strangled cry, Uncle Vernon leapt from his seat and ran down the hall, Harry and Heartland right behind him. Uncle Vernon had to wrestle Dudley to the ground to get the letter from him, which was made difficult by the fact that Harry had grabbed Uncle Vernon around the neck from behind. Heartland had the sense to let Harry, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley duel it out for the letters. After a minute of confused fighting, in which everyone got hit a lot by the smelting stick, Uncle Vernon straightened up, gasping for breath, with the letters clutched in his hand. "Go to your cupboard, your bedroom," he wheezed at Harry. "Dudley, go, just go." Harry walked round and round his new room, and Heartland snuck in, sitting cross-legged on his bed. Someone knew Harry had moved rooms, and they seemed to know they hadn't received the first letter. Surely that meant they'd try again? Like Hogwarts ever gives up, Charles said, smirking slightly. And this time he'd make sure they didn't fail. He had a plan. The repaired alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock the next morning. Harry turned it off quickly and dressed silently. He mustn't wake the Dursleys. He stole downstairs without turning on any of the lights. He was going to wait for the postman on the corner of Privet Drive and get the letters for number 4 first. His heart hammered as he crept across the dark hall toward the front door. Harry leapt into the air. He'd trodden on something big and squashy on the doormat. Something alive! Oh, please be Dursley, Lee and Brandon begged. Lights clicked on upstairs, and to his horror Harry realized that the big, squashy something had been his uncle's face. Yes! Lee and Brandon shouted together, throwing the arms up and giving each other a hug five. Harry shuffled miserably off into the kitchen, and by the time he got back, the mail had arrived, right into Uncle Vernon's lap. Harry could see 6 letters addressed in green ink. I want, he began, but Uncle Vernon was tearing the letters into pieces before his eyes. Rude, Bill said, wrinkling his nose. Uncle Vernon didn't go to work that day. He stayed at home and nailed up the mail slot. See, he explained to Aunt Petunia through a mouthful of nails, if they can't deliver them, they'll just give up. I'm not sure that'll work, Vernon. Oh, these people's minds work in strange ways, Petunia. They're not like you and me, said Uncle Vernon, trying to knock in a nail with the piece of fruitcake Aunt Petunia had just brought him. Obviously not, Narcissa huffed, turning her nose up. Friday, no less than 24 letters arrived. As they couldn't go through the mail slot, they had been pushed under the door, slotted through the sides, and a few even forced through the small window in the downstairs bathroom. Uncle Vernon stayed at home again. After burning all the letters, he got out a hammer and nails and boarded up the cracks around the front and back doors so no one could go out. He hummed Tiptoe Through the Tulips as he worked, and jumped at small noises. He's gone mental, George said. On Saturday, things began to get out of hand. 48 letters to Harry and Hartlin found their way into the house, rolled up and hidden inside each of the 24 eggs that their very confused milkman had handed Aunt Petunia through the living room window. While Uncle Vernon made furious telephone calls to the post office and the dairy trying to find someone to complain to, Aunt Petunia shredded the letters in her food processor. Who on earth wants to talk to you this badly? Dudley asked Harry in amazement. On Sunday morning, Uncle Vernon sat down at the breakfast table looking tired and rather ill, but happy. No post on Sundays, he reminded them cheerfully as he spread marmalade on his newspapers. No darn letters today. Something came whizzing down the kitchen chimney as he spoke and caught him sharply on the back of the head. Snickers sounded out throughout the room. Next moment, 60 or 70 letters came pelting out of the fireplace like bullets. The Dursleys ducked, but Harry leapt into the air trying to catch one. Hartlin stood frozen. Her mouth opened in shock and fear. Her head swam with the possibilities of what Vernon would do to them if he decided to do so. Out. Uncle Vernon seized Harry and Hartlin around the waist and threw them into the hall. When Aunt Petunia and Dudley had run out with their arms over their faces, Uncle Vernon slammed the door shut. They could hear the letters still streaming into the room, bouncing off the walls and floor. That does it, said Uncle Vernon, trying to speak calmly but pulling great tufts out of his mustache at the same time. Muttered "oh" were heard throughout the room as Lily wrapped her arms around Hartlin, pulling her closer to her, and James moved to sit next to Harry, trying to remind himself that his son was fine. I want you all back here in 5 minutes ready to leave. We're going away. Just pack some clothes.
No arguments.
He looked so dangerous with half his mustache missing that no one dared argue. 10 minutes later they had wrenched their way through the boarded-up doors and were in the car, speeding toward the highway. Dudley was sniffling in the back seat. His father had hit him round the head for holding them up while he tried to pack his television, VCR, and computer in his sports bag. That's what you get, you big oaf, Charlie said smugly. The outskirts of a big city. Dudley, Hartlin, and Harry shared a room with twin beds and damp, musty sheets. Dudley snored and Harry slept soundly in the second bed, but Hartlin stayed awake, sitting on the floor, a thin blanket wrapped around her legs, staring at the stars outside the window and hoping everything would be okay. They ate stale cornflakes and cold tinned tomatoes on toast for breakfast the next day.
Groß, gecked Bill.
Uncle Vernon, standing up quickly and following her from the dining room. Wouldn't it be better just to go home, dear? Aunt Petunia suggested timidly, hours later, but Uncle Vernon didn't seem to hear her. Exactly what he was looking for, none of them knew. He drove them into the middle of a forest, got out, looked around, shook his head, got back in the car, and off they went again. The same thing happened in the middle of a plowed field, halfway across a suspension bridge, and at the top of a multilevel parking garage. Daddy's gone mad, hasn't he? Dudley asked Aunt Petunia dully. Late that afternoon. Yes, snickered most of the room. Uncle Vernon had parked at the coast, locked them all inside the car, and disappeared. It started to rain. Great drops beat on the roof of the car. Dudley sniveled. This Monday, he told his mother. The great Umberto's on tonight. I want to stay somewhere with a television. Monday. This reminded Harry of something. If it was Monday, and you could usually count on Dudley to know the days of the week because of television, then tomorrow, Tuesday, was Harry and Heartland's 11th birthday. Of course, his birthdays were never exactly fun. Last year, the Dursleys had given him a coat hanger and a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Still, you weren't 11 every day. Uncle Vernon was back and he was smiling. He was also carrying a long, thin package and didn't answer Aunt Petunia when she asked what he'd bought. Found the perfect place, he said. Come on, iron gray water below them. I've already got us some rations, said Uncle Vernon, so all aboard. It was freezing in the boat. Icy sea spray and rain crept down their necks and a chilly wind whipped their faces. After what seemed like hours they reached the rock, where Uncle Vernon, slipping and sliding, led the way to the broken-down house. The inside was horrible. It smelled strongly of seaweed. The wind whistled through the gaps in the wooden walls, and the fireplace was damp and empty. There were only 2 rooms. Uncle Vernon's rations turned out to be a bag of chips each and 5 bananas. He tried to start a fire, but the empty chip bags just smoked and shriveled up. Could do with some of those letters now, he said cheerfully. He was in a very good mood. Obviously he thought nobody stood a chance of reaching them here in a storm to deliver mail. That's because nobody does, Hermione said. Harry privately agreed, though the thought didn't cheer him up at all. As night fell, the promised storm blew up around them. Spray from the high waves splattered the walls of the hut and a fierce wind rattled the filthy windows. Aunt Petunia found a few moldy blankets in the second room and made up a bed for Dudley on the moth-eaten sofa. She and Uncle Vernon went off to the lumpy bed next door, and Harry and Heartland were left to find the softest bit of floor they could and to curl up under the thinnest, most ragged blanket. Heartland, adamant, made Harry take the blanket and wrapped herself in her coat, which was thinner and raggedier than the blanket. Heartland, no, you'd freeze, Lily squeaked, and Heartland just sighed. Mom, I'm all right, I'm still here, Heartland said, and Lily sighed, staring gently at her daughter. The storm raged more and more ferociously as the night went on. Harry couldn't sleep. He shivered and turned over, trying to get comfortable, his stomach rumbling with hunger. Heartland, upon hearing her brother's stomach, and seeing him shiver, pulled her banana she had saved out of her pocket, and handed to Harry, giving him her coat also before moving somewhere else and falling asleep. That had been at 9:30. Dudley's snores were drowned by the low rolls of thunder that started near midnight. The lighted dial of Dudley's watch, which was dangling over the edge of the sofa on his fat wrist, told Harry he'd be 11 in 10 minutes' time. He lay and watched his birthday tick nearer, wondering if the Dursleys would remember it all, wondering where the letter writer was now. 5 minutes to go. Harry heard something creak outside. He hoped the roof wasn't going to fall in, although he might be warmer if it did. For minutes to go. Maybe the house in Privet Drive would be so full of letters when they got back that he'd be able to steal one somehow. 3 minutes to go. Was that the sea slapping hard on the rock like that? And 2 minutes to go. What was that funny crunching noise? Was the rock crumbling into the sea? 1 minute to go and he'd be 11. 30 seconds. 20. 10. 9. Maybe he'd wake Dudley up, just to annoy him. 3. 2. 1. Boom! The whole shack shivered and Harry sat bolt upright, staring at the door. Someone was outside, knocking to come in. That's it for this chapter. How about we read one more and then bed? McGonagall said, and Molly grabbed the book from her, flipping the page to the beginning of the next chapter. The Keeper of the Keys, Molly read, and everyone looked at Hagrid, who let out a small grin. Boom! They knocked again. Dudley jerked awake. Where's the cannon? He said stupidly. There was a crash behind them and Uncle Vernon came skidding into the room. He was holding a rifle in his hands. Now they knew what had been in the long, thin package he had brought with them. A rifle? Arthur asked, and Heartland sighed. It's like our wands in a way. Can protect muggles, but it normally is used in wars to defeat the enemies. Who's there? He shouted. I warn you. I'm armed. There was a pause. Then, smash. The door was hit with such force that it swung clean off its hinges, and with a deafening crash landed flat on the floor. A giant of a man was standing in the doorway. His face was almost completely hidden by a long, shaggy mane of hair and a wild, tangled beard, but you could make out his eyes, glinting like black beetles under all the hair. Hagrid. The room sighed almost in relief. Where were you? Sirius asked, and Heartland just sighed before nodding to Molly. Uncle Vernon made a funny rasping noise as Harry opened his mouth to answer. I demand that you leave at once, sir, he said. You are breaking and entering. Ah, shut up, Dudley, ye great prune, said the giant. He reached over the back of the sofa, jerked the gun out of Uncle Vernon's hands, bent it into a knot as easily as if it had been made of rubber, and threw it into a corner of the room. Uncle Vernon made another funny noise, like a mouse being trodden on. Heartland, they forgot about you, Lily said, Slinky outraged. Harry's head dropped in shame, but Heartland lifted it back up and shook her head. Don't you dare blame yourself, Harry. Heartland said lowly, and Harry nodded, still ashamed of himself. Inside was a large, sticky chocolate cake with Happy Birthday Harry, and Heartland written on it in green icing. Harry looked up at the giant, before realizing his sister wasn't awake or with him. He turned in a circle before catching sight of her. He set down the cake and walked over to Heartland, shaking her awake. Heartland blearily opened her eyes, looking at him. Harry pulled Heartland to her feet, before motioning to Hagrid, who smiled at the young girl. Harry shivered as a cold wind blew into the hut and looked down at where Heartland had been sleeping. A hole in the wall the size of a grapefruit was uncovered. Heartland. Molly and Lily cried at the same time. Harleton shook her head and sighed. I did it so Harry would be warm. The blanket wouldn't have done anything against the cold. Heartland said, and Harry scooted over to his sister and hugged her. She continually did things for him that nobody else would, and he was grateful to have her. Harry frowned as Heartland launched herself at the half-giant, wrapping him in a hug. She obviously knew him from somewhere, but Harry was sure he had never seen the man before. Hagrid gruffly hugged her back before Vernon pulled her away by the back of her shirt. Lily, I love you, but I hate your side of the family, James said, frowning. Hagrid gave Vernon a withering glare, and Vernon let go of Heartland, who walked over to Harry, who had picked up the cake. Harry meant to say thank you, but the words got lost on the way to his mouth, and what he said instead was, Who are you? The giant chuckled as Heartland whacked the back of Harry's head. The room chuckled lightly at Heartland's actions. What about that tea then, he said, rubbing his hands together. I'd not say no to summit stronger if Yevi got it, mind. His eyes fell on the empty grate with the shriveled chip bags in it, and he snorted. He bent down over the fireplace. They couldn't see what he was doing, but when he drew back a second later, there was a roaring fire there. It filled the whole damp hut with flickering light, and Harry felt the warmth wash over him as though he'd sunk into a hot bath. Heartland sighed and moved as close to the fire as she could, reveling in its warmth, placing her back to the fire. The giant sat back down on the sofa, which sagged under his weight, and began taking all sorts of things out of the pockets of his coat. A copper kettle, a squashy package of sausages, a poker, a teapot, several chipped mugs, and a bottle of some amber liquid that he took a swig from before starting to make tea. Thank you for picking them up, Hagrid, the marauders said, and Hagrid waved them off. It was nothing. Soon the hut was full of the sound and smell of sizzling sausage. Nobody said a thing while the giant was working, but as he slid the first 6 fat, juicy, slightly burnt sausages from the poker, Dudley fidgeted a little. Uncle Vernon said sharply, "Don't touch anything he gives you, Dudley." The giant chuckled darkly. "Yet great puddin' of a son don't need fattening anymore, Dudley, don't worry." He passed the sausages to Harry and Hartlin, who were so hungry they had never tasted anything so wonderful. But Harry still couldn't take his eyes off the giant. Hartlin, however, kept her eyes on the Dursleys, waiting for them to do something. "Did they?" Draco asked, and Hartlin shook her head. "No, they didn't do anything." Finally, as nobody seemed about to explain anything, he said, "I'm sorry, but I still don't really know who you are." The giant took a gulp of tea and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Call me Hagrid," he said. "I loved watching them cower. Meeting Hagrid was the only time I've seen them genuinely scared. It's them as should be sorry. I knew ye weren't getting your letters, but I never thought ye wouldn't even know aboo Hogwarts. Fair crying out loud. Did ye never wonder where yet parents learned it all?" "All what?" asked Harry. "All what?" Hagrid thundered. "Now wait just 1 second." He had leapt to his feet. In his anger he seemed to fill the whole hut. The Dursleys were cowering against the wall. "Do you mean to tell me," he growled at the Dursleys, "that these kids, this boy and girl, knows nothin' about anything?" Harry thought this was going a bit far. He had been to school, after all, and his marks weren't bad. "Not your schooling marks," Hermione began. "I know that now, Hermione. But you forget. I was only 11, and had been living with the Dursleys my entire life," Harry said, cutting her off. "I know some things," he said. "I can, do math and stuff." But Hagrid simply waved his hand and said, "About our world. I mean, your world. My world. Your parents' world." "What world?" Hagrid looked as if he was about to explode. "Dursley," he boomed. Uncle Vernon, who had gone very pale, whispered something that sounded like Mimblewimble. Hagrid stared wildly at Harry. "But ye must know about yet Mom and Dad," he said. "I mean, they're famous. You're famous." "What? My mom and dad weren't famous, were they?" Hartlin said, finally taking her eyes off the Dursleys, and looked at Hagrid, her eyes wide. No. Hagrid ran his fingers through his hair, fixing them with a bewildered stare. "Ye don't know what ye are?" he said finally. Uncle Vernon suddenly found his voice. "Stop," he commanded. "Stop right there. Sit. I forbid you to tell them anything." A braver man than Vernon Dursley would have quailed under the furious look Hagrid now gave him. When Hagrid spoke, his every syllable trembled with rage. "That's the only time I've ever heard Hagrid mad," Hartlin said, shivering slightly at the memory. "I forbid you," yelled Uncle Vernon in panic. Aunt Petunia gave a gasp of horror. Go boil your heads, both of ye." The room burst into laughter at the sentence. Said Hagrid.
"Harry yer avizard. Hartlin yer avich."
There was Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, Seachef, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide of Wizards, Dear Mr./Ms. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Still the same as always. Questions exploded inside Harry's head like fireworks, and he couldn't decide which to ask first. After a few minutes he stammered, "What does it mean? They await my owl? Really? That's your first question, Potter?" Malfoy scoffed, but looked down when Hartlin pinned him with a withering glare. "You could? I have a hard time just reading it right side up," McGonagall said, impressed. "Dear Professor Dumbledore, given Harry and Hartlin their letters. Taking them to buy their things tomorrow. Weather's horrible. Hope you're well. Hagrid." Hagrid rolled up the note, gave it to the owl, which clamped it in its beak, went to the door, and threw the owl out into the storm. Then he came back and sat down as though this was as normal as talking on the telephone. Hartlin realized Harry's mouth was open and closed it quickly with her hand. "Where was I?" said Hagrid, but at that moment, Uncle Vernon, still ashen-faced but looking very angry, moved into the firelight. "They're not going," he said. Hagrid grunted. "I'd like to see a great muggle like you stop him," he said. "A what?" said Harry, interested. "I would be surprised if you weren't. Stamp out." The adults hissed dangerously, and the teenagers moved away, scooting into a circle in the middle. "Wizard indeed." "You knew?" said Harry. "You knew I'm a wizard?" "Knew," shrieked Aunt Petunia suddenly. "Knew. Of course we knew. How could you not be, my drat sister being what she was? Oh, she got a letter just like that and disappeared off to that school and came home every vacation with her pockets full of frog spawn, turning teacups into rats. I was the only one who saw her for what she was, a freak. But for my mother and father, oh no, it was Lily this and Lily that. They were proud of having a witch in the family." She stopped to draw a deep breath and then went ranting on. It seemed she had been wanting to say all this for years. "Then she met that Potter at school and they left and got married and had you. And of course I knew you'd be just the same, just as strange, just as abnormal. And then, if you please, she went and got herself blown up and we got landed with you." Harry had gone very white and Heartlin had gone very red. As soon as Harry found his voice, he said, "Blown up? You told me they died in a car crash." "Car crash," roared Hagrid, jumping up so angrily that the Dursleys scuttled back to their corner. "You show 'em, Hagrid." George and Fred cheered. "Knowin'." He threw a dirty look at the Dursleys. "Well, it's best ye know as much as I can tell ye. Mind, I can't tell ye everything. It's a great mystery, parts of it." "Still a mystery," Harry muttered. "Yeah, but we're figuring it out," Harleton said, smiling at him. He sat down, stared into the fire for a few seconds, and then said, "It begins, I suppose, with a person called, but it's incredible ye don't know his name. Everyone in our world knows." "Who?" "Well, I don't like saying the name if I can help it." "No one does." "Why not?" "Ghoulpin gargoyles, Harry, people are still scared." "Blimey, this is difficult. See, there was this wizard who went bad. As bad as you could go. Worse than worse. His name was—" Hagrid gulped, but no words came out. "Could you write it down?" Harry suggested. "Not can't spell it." "All right, Voldemort." Hagrid shuddered, as did most of the room. "Don't make me say it again. Anyway, this wizard, about 20 years ago now, started looking fair followers. Got 'em, too. Some were afraid, some just wanted a bit o' his power, 'cause he was getting himself. Power, all right. Dark days, you too. Didn't know who to trust. Didn't dare get friendly with strange wizards or witches. Terrible things happened. You are taking forever to tell this story, aren't you?" Dumbledore said mischievously. "Lived." Something very painful was going on in Harry's mind. As Hagrid's story came to a close, he saw again the blinding flash of green light, more clearly than he had ever remembered it before, and he remembered something else, for the first time in his life. A high, cold, cruel laugh. "I'm so glad you don't remember more than that," Harleton sighed. Hagrid was watching them sadly. "Took ye from the ruined house myself on Dumbledore's orders. Brought ye ter this lot. Load of old tosh," said Uncle Vernon. Harry jumped. He had almost forgotten that the Dursleys were there. Uncle Vernon certainly seemed to have got back his courage. He was glaring at Hagrid and his fists were clenched. "Now, you listen here, boy," he snarled, ignoring Heartlin. "I accept there's something strange about you, probably nothing a good beating wouldn't have cured. And as for all this about your parents, well, they were weirdos, no denying it, and the world's better off without them in my opinion. Asked for all they got, getting mixed up with these wizarding types. Just what I expected. Always knew they'd come to a sticky end." Anger grew, mounting tension in the room. "Yeah, well, no, we all known what he wanted. Me," Heartlin said flatly. Hagrid looked at Harry and Harleton with warmth and respect blazing in his eyes. But Harry, instead of feeling pleased and proud, felt quite sure there had been a horrible mistake. A wizard? Him? How could he possibly be? He'd spent his life being clouted by Dudley, and bullied by Aunt Petunia, and Uncle Vernon. If he was really a wizard, why hadn't they been turned into warty toads every time they tried to lock him in his cupboard? "I wish we could have," Heartlin laughed. "If he'd once defeated the greatest sorcerer in the world, how come Dudley had always been able to kick him around like a football?" "Hagrid," he said quietly, "I think you must have made a mistake." I don't think I can be a wizard. To his surprise, Hagrid chuckled. Not a wizard. Never made things happen when you was scared or angry. Harry looked into the fire. Now he came to think about it. Every odd thing that had ever made his aunt and uncle furious with him had happened when he, Harry, had been upset or angry. Chased by Dudley's gang, he had somehow found himself out of their reach. Dreading going to school with that ridiculous haircut, he'd managed to make it grow back. And the very last time Dudley had hit him, hadn't he got his revenge without even realizing he was doing it? Hadn't he set a boa constrictor on him? Harry looked back at Hagrid, smiling, and saw that Hagrid was positively beaming at him. And that wasn't the last time that would happen. See? Said Hagrid. Harry Potter, not a wizard, you wait, you'll be right famous at Hogwarts. But Uncle Vernon wasn't going to give in without a fight. Haven't I told you they're not going? He hissed. They're going to Stonewall High and they'll be grateful for it. I've read those letters and he needs all sorts of rubbish, spell books and wands, and if they want tricks, yelled Uncle Vernon. Oh snap, whispered Brandon and Lee. But he had finally gone too far. Hagrid seized his umbrella and whirled it over his head. Never, he thundered. Insult. Albus, Dumbledore in front of me. He brought the umbrella swishing down through the air to point at Dudley. There was a flash of violet light, a sound like a firecracker, a sharp squeal, and the next second, Dudley was dancing on the spot with his hands clasped over his fat bottom, howling in pain. When he turned his back on them, Harry saw a curly pig's tail poking through a hole in his trousers. The room roared with laughter, many looking at Hagrid's ashamed face before laughing harder. Uncle Vernon roared, pulling Aunt Petunia and Dudley into the other room. He cast one last terrified look at Hagrid and slammed the door behind them. Hagrid looked down at his umbrella and stroked his beard. Shouldn't I lost me temper, he said ruefully, but it didn't work anyway. Meant to turn him into a pig, but I suppose he was so much like a pig anyway there wasn't much left to do. He cast a sideways look at Harry and Hart Lynn under his bushy eyebrows. Hart Lynn was on her back, laughing so hard it was silent, her shoulders shaking as the only indication of her laughter. The same type of laugh was coming out of Hart Lynn now, only this time Fred, George, Brandon and Lee had joined her. You can kip under that, he said. Don't mind if it wriggles a bit. I think I still got a couple of dormice in one of the pockets. Harry spread it across him and Harleton, who had finally stopped laughing, and together they fell asleep. That's the end of the chapter, Molly said. Bedtime, whatever you say, Molly, but I'm rooming with my normal people. Hart Lynn said, shrugging her shoulders. Bedtime. No, you're not, Molly said, and Hart Lynn looked at her questioningly, before looking over at her parents. Molly, please don't make me. You know how bad they are, and you know what happens when the boys aren't there. Hart Lynn said quietly, and Molly sighed, knowing exactly what Hart Lynn was talking about. All right, Fine. But tomorrow you dash. I will, Molly, Hart Lynn said, leaving most of the people in the room confused. Harry walks over to Lily and she pulled him into her side, smiling gently at him. So how are the rest of us going to split up? McGonagall asked, looking around the room. Neville following. Hermione, after a small internal debate, walked over to Weasley's, standing between Ron and Ginny. Besides the Malfoys, everyone else opted for a single room. Dumbledore clapped once before a long hallway with several doors popped up. The people who opted for single rooms were quick to stake claim to different rooms, their names popping up, engraved in a metal slab that adorned each door. Go find a room, boys. Make sure we can soundproof it and that it has a lock. Also get one with a bathroom. Hart Lynn murmured lowly before walking over to her family to say goodnight. Sirius drew her into a hug immediately, and she hummed in content, letting him kiss her forehead. Oh, cub, Remus murmured, resting his cheek on her head. Let them in. Let them love you and be there for you. But Moony, they're not real. They're dead. And if I let them in, then it's gonna be that much harder when they do go for good. I can't let them in, Hart Lynn says softly, before pulling back and wiping her eyes. Any trace of the once tear-filled eyes gone except for a slight redness. Remus sighed, pressing a kiss to her forehead. He lets her go, and she walks quickly over to Brandon and Fred. Heartlyn wrapped her arm around Fred's and leaned into him as Brandon put a hand on her shoulder before the trio made their way down the hall, disappearing into a room with a bright red door. Lily and James watched Heartlyn disappear down the hallway with Fred and Brandon at her side before turning to Harry, Sirius and Remus. Lily opening her mouth to ask a question when Remus raises his hand. We'll explain everything we can. But some things are Heartlyn's to tell, and some things we don't even know. Remus says, and Lily nodded, leading the way to a room. Oh, Merlin, Heartlyn said, her voice muffled by a pillow. The boys sat down next to her after casting noise-canceling spells around the room and locking the door. Heartlyn, it's gonna be okay? Lee said, placing a hand on her shoulder. I can't do this, Lee. I can't see them every day and pretend that I don't remember the night that Harry and I became orphans. I can't pretend I'm okay forever. I mean, what happens when they figure out Remus bit me and I'm a werewolf who transforms into a horse in her spare time? What happens when they figure that out? I'll be shunned. I'll be thrown out of Hogwarts. I'll be stuck with the Dursleys. I can't do that. I can't lose Hogwarts too. Heartlyn sat up, flipping over to face them. Heartlyn, come on, that's never gonna happen. Your dad grew up with Remus. He's not gonna shun you for being a werewolf. Fred says, pushing Heartlyn over and sitting down beside her. Maybe not, but he'll probably defeat Remus. I mean, who wants a werewolf? As a kid? Heck, Remus beat himself up for a year and a half about it. Heartlyn mutters, I mean, Harry still doesn't even know, which is a miracle in itself, but when they learn, they're gonna defeat Remus, even though he had no control. Heartlyn, we're not gonna lie to you and say it'll be easy when your family finds out, when the wizarding world finds out. But we are always gonna be here, even when nobody else is. George says, flopping down next to Heartlyn. Hey, tonight, let's do something different. Let's make a huge mattress bed on the floor and sleep there. Brandon says, looking at everyone, and the boys nod, moving off the bed. Fred pulling Heartlyn off with him so that the bed could disappear, leaving the mattress and blankets behind. Go get changed, Fred murmured, pushing Heartlyn gently towards the bathroom. She disappeared inside. As Fred turned around, glancing at Brandon, Lee and George before grabbing a bed and dragging it towards the middle of the room. The boys grabbed the others, and together they create a giant bed before grabbing pajamas out of a wardrobe and changing quickly. Heartlyn walked out the bathroom, her black and blue hair pulled into messy middle, grabbing a pillow and wrapping her arms around it and curling into it. Fred pulled the pillow from her arms and pulled her into him, letting Heartlyn curl into his side instead of holding a pillow. George laid down above the two as Brandon laid down on the other side of Heartlyn and Lee laid down at the bottom, careful to position himself where Heartlyn couldn't kick him. Fred pressed a kiss to Heartlyn's forehead as the lights turned off, and Heartlyn snuggled closer into his side, hoping for once she would get a good night's sleep. Heartlyn, run. Go get out of here. No, I'm not leaving you two. I came because you two like to get yourselves in trouble, and this maze in nothing but trouble. Now either we find that stupid thing all together or not at all. All right, fine, let's go. Crumb and Fleur are already out. We need to get out of here soon. Look, there it is. Let's go. I'm done of the freaking maze. Cedric. No, let him go. Heartlyn. Cedric, get up. Heartlyn. It's just a dream. You defeat him. Heartlyn. Heartlyn's eyes shot open and she shot up, panting, Lee falling backwards in shock. You were George began to say before Heartlyn burst into tears, and Fred sat down and wrapped his arms around her. Oh, Heartlyn, we were in the maze. Just the P-Porky took us to the G-Grave Y-Yard. And he defeat Heartlyn's tears came harder, and Fred gripped Heartlyn tighter as George started rubbing circles on her back. They couldn't tell her it was just a dream. They couldn't say it was going to be okay because it wasn't. Heartlyn's perfect memory was a curse for her, and she was never going to be able to forget the night one of her best friends died. All they could do was give her comfort until she either fell back asleep or passed out from exhaustion. Tonight, she ended up falling back asleep, and slowly, the boys did too, hoping the rest of the night would pass peacefully. The next morning, Heartlyn woke before anyone else. She wiggled gently out of Fred's arms and walked over to the window, where dawn's light was just breaking over the treetops. She pushed the window open and leaned outside, taking a deep breath of air, closing her eyes and letting the sunlight drift over her. Fred woke slowly and, noticing Heartland missing, turned over, his eyes catching sight of her at the window. He watched for a moment, as her foot curled around her ankle, leaning farther out the window. Don't lean too far. You might fall out. Fred spoke suddenly, causing Heartland to squeak and topple backwards, landing on her butt on the edge of bed pile. Fred chuckled lightly as Harleton pouted at him. Come on. You had to know something was gonna happen. Yeah. Heartland stuck her tongue out childishly, climbing to her feet. So, are we going running this morning? Fred asked, joints cracking as he stretched. Do we ever not go running? Heartland retaliated, pulling on a pair of shoes, Fred following suit. Quietly they snuck around the boys and out of the room, closing the door gently around them. They snuck quietly down the hall, freezing for a minute before picking up their pace when they heard someone stirring within the rooms. They made it out the room of requirement and took off down the hall, laughing slightly, their feet light against the brick. Once outside the halls, they sprinted across the grass, chasing each other and letting loose before they had to return inside. Molly, where's Fred? Lily asked, over the light chatter of the room, and Molly looked around before shrugging lightly. Well, if I had to say, Heartland and Fred have probably gone outside for a run. They'll eat later, Lily. This happens sometimes when Heartland visits us at the end of the summer. Those two will be gone for hours, but they always return. Molly answered, taking a bite. Don't worry, Lily. They're closer than two peas in a pod. They take care of each other. They probably take better care of each other than anyone else in the world. George cut in, Lee and Brandon nodding to back him up. Wait, what? James asked, looking up. Sirius and Remus shared a look, before nodding once to each other. Remus spoke up, trying to calm down James before his head blew up. James, mate, calm down. Fred's a good kid. He's not going to do anything that Heartland wouldn't want. Besides, he's helped her get through a lot of stuff. He's her best friend. Wait, so you're okay with Heartland being out alone with a boy? James asked, incredulous. James, mate, your daughter could put a full body bind on him faster than you could blink. Sirius chuckled, taking a bite. She's perfectly capable with protecting herself. Besides, Fred's not going to do anything. He knows. There's a lot of people who would kick his ass if he hurt her in any way. Heartland and Fred finally came back into the room of requirement, sweat drenching their shirts as breakfast was winding down to its end. George nudged Lee before leaning back in his seat. Did you two have a nice run? George asked, smirking lightly as Heartland pulled her shirt off to use it to wipe her face. Heartland rolled her eyes before throwing it at George. It hit him in the face, and he groaned, pulling it off. It was a great thanks, George. Heartland smirked as George held her shirt in 2 fingers. He suddenly stood up and tackled Heartland, crashing into a couch and flipping over it. All of the adults besides Umbridge, Molly, McGonagall and Arthur stood up, looking concernedly at the couch as Lee and Brandon jumped up and vaulted over the couch, joining in whatever was going on the other side. Laughter broke through the silence before Heartland's head popped up. Ah, I win, George, like always, Heartland said smugly, standing up. She fell down again with a grunt before popping up on George's shoulder a second later as he attempted to climb to his feet. Told you. I win. Like always. I hate you. George grumbled, but had a small smile on his face. Why, every time we wrestle, do you end up on my shoulders? 'Cause I'm a badass. And because I'm stronger than you, and climb up to your shoulders like a monkey. Heartland said, messing up George's hair. Yeah, whatever. Get down so you can eat. Giagra said, and the room watched in slight awe as in a mere 5 seconds Heartland was off George's shoulders and in a seat, Molly placing a plate in front of her, and a second one to the left of her for Fred, who slid into the seat. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. Heartland smiled brightly at her before digging in. One by one, the others began eating again, or broke off to finish getting ready for the day, and conversation picked back up. Did none of what Heartland do surprise you, Molly? Lily asked, and Molly smiled, glancing fondly over at Heartland. No, I've seen her climb some crazy areas. It's just part of what she does. You'll get used to Heartland wrestling around with the boys, and staying close to them, running and climbing. They've become a small little family, and honestly, The only person I see Heartland closer to is Harry. Lily let out a small O at Molly's explanation, glancing over at her daughter, laughing and smiling with her friends. Heartland, you and Fred stink. Go shower before we read another chapter, Hermione said once they finished breakfast. George grabbed their plates as he carried his to the sink, allowing them to jog off, going back to their room. Did they just walk to go? James asked, turning around. Relax, James. They aren't gonna do anything. Trust us, George said, handing Molly the last of the breakfast plates. 20 minutes later, Fred and Heartland emerged from the room, laughing. Fred grabbed the book from the couch as everyone sat down, getting comfortable. Fred opened the book and began reading. Diagon Alley. Fred read before nudging Heartland lightly, causing her to smile. Harry woke early the next morning. Although he could tell it was daylight, he kept his eyes shut tight. It was a dream, he told himself firmly. That's depressing, mate, Ron said. I dreamed a giant called Hagrid came to tell me I was going to a school for wizards. When I open my eyes, I'll be at home in my cupboard. There was suddenly a loud tapping noise. And there's Aunt Petunia knocking on the door, Harry thought, his heart sinking. But he still didn't open his eyes. It had been such a good dream.
Top.
All right, Harry mumbled. I'm getting up. He sat up and Hagrid's heavy coat fell off him, and onto Heartland. I was sleeping on top of it. I wasn't that cold. Heartland explained at the confused looks from her family. Umbridge scoffed, and everyone very pointedly ignored her. He went straight to the window and jerked it open. The owl swooped in and dropped the newspaper on top of Hagrid, who didn't wake up. The owl then fluttered onto the floor and began to attack Hagrid's coat. Don't do. Bunches of keys, slug pellets, private parts of string, peppermint humbugs, tea bags. Finally, Harry pulled out a handful of strange-looking coins. Give him 5 nuts, said Hagrid sleepily. Nuts? Harry asked as Heartland plucked 5 small bronze coins. How did you know to do that? Molly asked in wonder. I guess I just subconsciously remembered the coins from when I was younger. Heartland shrugged. Although she had wondered the same thing many times, he had just thought of something that made him feel as though the happy balloon inside him had got a puncture.
Hagrid?
Said Hagrid, who was pulling on his huge boots. I haven't got any money, and you heard Uncle Vernon last night. He won't pay for me to go and learn magic. Don't worry about that, said Hagrid, standing up and scratching his head. I think your parents didn't leave you anything? But if that's because I was having déjà vu. I remembered, faintly, Gringotts and Diagon Alley. Heartland said accusingly, causing chuckles to run throughout the group. Business. Hagrid drew himself up proudly. He usually gets me to do important stuff for him. Fetchin' you gettin' things from Gringotts. Knows he can trust me, see? Got everything? Come on, then. Together, Harry and Heartland followed Hagrid out onto the rock. The sky was quite clear now and the sea gleamed in the sunlight. The boat Uncle Vernon had hired was still there, with a lot of water in the bottom after the storm. How did you get here? Harry asked, looking around for another boat. Flew, said Hagrid. Flew? Yeah, but we'll go back in this. Not as posed to use magic now I've got ya. They settled down in the boat, Harry still staring at Hagrid, trying to imagine him flying, as did the restroom. Seems a shame to row, though, said Hagrid, giving them another of his sideways looks. If I was to speed things up a bit, would ye mind not mentioning it at Hogwarts? Of course not, said Harry, eager to see more magic. Heartland nodded in agreement. Of course you were, Lily said, rolling her eyes. Hagrid pulled out the pink umbrella again, tapped it twice on the side of the boat, and they sped off toward land. Why would you be mad to try and rob Gringotts? Harry asked. Spells, enchantments, said Hagrid, unfolding his newspaper as he spoke. They say there's Dragon's Garden, the high-security vaults. And then ye gotta find your way. Gringotts is hundreds of miles under London, see, deep under the underground. Yet die of hunger trying to get out, even if ye did manage to get your hands on summit. Harry sat and thought about this while Hagrid read his newspaper, The Daily Prophet. Harry had learned from Uncle Vernon that people liked to be left alone while they did this, But it was very difficult, he'd never had so many questions in his life. Did you ever stop asking questions? Hermione teased. Let me answer that for Harry. No, he did not. Hartlin answered seriously before breaking into a wide grin. Ministry o' Magic messin' things up as usual, Hagrid muttered, turning the page. There's a Ministry of Magic? Harry asked before he could stop himself. Course, said Hagrid. They wanted Dumbledore Fair Minister 0-foot course, but he'd never leave Hogwarts, so old Cornelius Fudge got the job. Bungler if ever there was one. So he pelts Dumbledore with owls every morning. A skin fair advice. But what does a Ministry of Magic do? Hagrid folded up his newspaper, and they clambered up the stone steps onto the street. Passers-by stared a lot at Hagrid as they walked through the little town to the station. Harry couldn't blame them. Hartlin simply glared at them, daring them to say anything. Really? Lily asked, looking at her daughter. Hartlin shrugged sheepishly. Good Lord, you are really at James' daughter. Not only was Hagrid twice as tall as anyone else, he kept pointing at perfectly ordinary things like parking meters and saying loudly, See that, Harry? Things these muggles dream up. Hagrid, said Harry, panting a bit as he ran to keep up. Did you say there are dragons at Gringotts? Well, so they say, said Hagrid. Crikey, I'd like a dragon. You'd like one? Hartlin asked, grinning up at him. Wanted one ever since I was a kid. Here we go. They had reached the station. There was a train to London in 5 minutes' time. Hagrid, who didn't understand Muggle money, as he called it, gave the bills to Harry so he could buy their tickets. People stared more than ever on the train. Of course they did, McGonagall sighed. Hagrid took up 2 seats and sat knitting what looked like a canary-yellow circus tent. Still got your letters? He asked as he counted stitches. They took the parchment envelopes out of their pockets. Good, said Hagrid. There's a list there of everything you need. Harry unfolded a second piece of paper he hadn't noticed the night before, and read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Uniform First Year. Students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black. For day wear 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon, hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emetic Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phillida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other Equipment. Wand Cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, set glass or crystal files. Telescope set. Dad, was that rule made because of you? Hartlin asked, and James blushed. Possibly. Merlin's underpants. Dad, can we buy all this in London? Harry wondered aloud. If ye know where to go, said Hagrid. Harry had never been to London before. Piles of wizard gold buried miles beneath them? Were there really shops that sold spell books and broomsticks? Yes, the room chorused. Might this not all be some huge joke that the Dursleys had cooked up? Harry, you know they have no sense of humor. If Harry hadn't known that the Dursleys had no sense of humor, he might have thought so. Yet somehow, even though everything Hagrid had told him so far was unbelievable, Harry couldn't help trusting him. This is it, said Hagrid, coming to a halt. The Leaky Cauldron. It's a famous place. It was a tiny, grubby-looking pub. If Hagrid hadn't pointed it out, Harry wouldn't have noticed it was there. The people hurrying by didn't glance at it. Their eyes slid from the big bookshop on one side to the record shop on the other, as if they couldn't see the Leaky Cauldron at all. In fact, Harry had the most peculiar feeling that only he, Hartlin, and Hagrid could see it. Before he could mention this, Hagrid had steered them inside. A horrible pit was settling in Hartlin's stomach. For a famous place, it was very dark and shabby. A few old women were sitting in a corner, drinking tiny glasses of sherry. One of them was smoking a long pipe. A little man in a top hat was talking to the old bartender, who was quite bald and looked like a toothless walnut. The low buzz of chatter stopped when they walked in. Of course it did, Lily sighed. Everyone seemed to know Hagrid. They waved and smiled at him, and the bartender reached for a glass, saying the usual Hagrid? Can't, Tom. I'm on Hogwarts business, said Hagrid, clapping his great hand on Harry's shoulder and making Harry's knees buckle. Heartlyn had hidden herself behind Hagrid. A pit in her stomach. Why would there be a pit in your stomach? James asked, looking at Heartlyn, who had gone pale. Just listen to the story, Dad. Good Lord, said the bartender, peering at Harry. Can this be?
Honor.
He hurried out from behind the bar, rushed toward Harry and seized his hand, tears in his eyes. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back. Harry didn't know what to say. Everyone was looking at him. The old woman with the pipe was puffing on it without realizing it had gone out. Hagrid was beaming. Then there was a great scraping of chairs, and the next moment, Harry found himself shaking hands with everyone in the leaky cauldron. Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter. Can't believe I'm meeting you at last. So proud, Mr. Potter. I'm just so proud. Always wanted to shake your hand. I'm all of a flutter. Delighted, Mr. Potter, just can't tell you. Diggle's the name, Daedalus Diggle. I've seen you before, said Harry, as Daedalus Diggle's top hat fell off in his excitement. You bowed to me once in a shop. He remembers, cried Daedalus Diggle, looking around at everyone. Did you hear that? He remembers me. Harry shook hands again and again. Doris Crockford kept coming back for more. A pale young man made his way forward very nervously. One of his eyes was twitching. Professor Quirrell, said Hagrid. Harry, Professor Quirrell will be one of your teachers at Hogwarts. Where did Harleton run off to? Hagrid turned to look for Heartlyn, who had hidden herself in a corner, leaving Harry to talk to Professor Quirrell alone. Sorry about that, Harry. Hagrid apologized, and Harry just waved him off. Pee-pee Potter, stammered Professor Quirrell, grasping Harry's hand. Can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you. What sort of magic do you teach, Professor Quirrell? Defense against the dark arts, muttered Professor Quirrell, as though he'd rather not think about it. And not that you need it, Pee-pee Potter? He laughed nervously. You'll be getting all your equipment, I suppose? I've got to pick up a new book on vampires, and myself. Oh, that must be your sister. He looked terrified as Heartlyn walked forward. The bar had once again gone silent as Hagrid steered Heartlyn over to Harry. Oh no, Brandon and Lee whispered, their faces going pale. It's the bringer of death. Someone whispered into the silence, and that seemed to break the spell of silence. All at once, shouts for Heartlyn to get away from Harry and out of the bar. Merlin's underpants, Lily whispered, shocked at the treatment her daughter got. Harleton stood in shock, tears forming in her eyes before spotting a door towards the back of the bar and tearing through the crowds towards it. Harry and Hagrid tried to follow, but the crowd pressed in on them, going back to congratulating Harry. It took almost 10 minutes to get away from them all. At last, Hagrid managed to make himself heard over the babble. Must get on, lots by. Come on, Harry. Doris Crockford shook Harry's hand one last time, and Hagrid led them through the bar and out into a small, walled courtyard, where there was nothing but a trash can and a few weeds. Heartlyn was leaning against a wall, and looked up fearfully when they walked through the door. Harry walked over to Heartlyn and gathered her into a hug as best he could, with Heartlyn being taller than him. Heartlyn, Lily began, but Heartlyn held up a hand, stopping her in her tracks. Mom, believe me when I say I've gotten used to the yells and the taunts and the screams of the people. They don't bother me anymore, Heartlyn said, and Lily gasped in shock. Heartlyn, you never should have had to get used to that, Lily said, glancing at her daughter. And you and Dad never should have died, but that's life, Mom, and we just have to live with it. Stop pitying me. I can tell you are, don't deny it. I don't want pity. It's just my life. I have been living with it since I was 2, Heartlyn said. Fred reached down discreetly and grabbed Heartlyn's hand, running circles over her hand with her thumb. But Heartlyn, James began, but quickly shut up when Heartlyn pinned him with a glare. Remus and Sirius held back their laughs. Hagrid grinned at Harry and Heartlyn once they broke apart. Told ya, didn't I? Told ya you was famous. Even Professor Quirrell was tremblin' to meet ya. Mind you, he's usually tremblin'. Is he always that nervous? Oh yeah, poor bloke. brilliant mind. He was fine while he was studying out of books, but then he took a year off to get some first-hand experience. They say he met vampires in the Black Forest, and there was a nasty bit of trouble with a hag. Never been the same since. Scared of the students. Scared of his own subject now. Where's me umbrella? Vampires? Hags? Harry's head was swimming. Of course it was. Hagrid, meanwhile, was counting bricks in the wall above the trash can. 3 up, 2 across, he muttered. Right, stand back. He tapped the wall 3 times with the point of his umbrella. The brick he had touched quivered. It wriggled. In the middle, a small hole appeared. It grew. Harry's amazement. Heartlyn had stumbled back slightly before breaking into a grin. Wonder in her eyes. They stepped through the archway. Harry looked quickly over his shoulder and saw the archway shrink instantly back into solid wall. The sun shone brightly on a stack of cauldrons outside the nearest shop. Cauldrons, all sizes: copper, brass, pewter, silver, self-stirring, collapsible, said a sign hanging over them. Yeah, you'll be needin' one, said Hagrid, but we gotta get your money first. Harry wished he had about 8 more eyes. He turned his head in every direction as they walked up the street, trying to look at everything at once. The shops, Mum, was that you? Bill asked, and Molly blushed before nodding. A low, soft hooting came from a dark shop with a sign saying Elop's Owl Emporium, Tawny, Screech, Barn, Brown, and Snowy. Several boys of about Harry's age had their noses pressed against a window with broomsticks in it. Look, Harry heard one of them say. The new Nimbus 2000, fastest ever. There were shops selling robes, shops selling telescopes and strange silver instruments Harry had never seen before, windows stacked with barrels of bat spleens and eel's eyes, tottering piles of spell books, quills, and rolls of parchment, potion bottles, globes of the moon. Gringotts, said Hagrid. They had reached a snowy white building that towered over the other little shops. Standing beside its burnished bronze doors, wearing a uniform of scarlet and gold, was that's a goblin, said Hagrid quietly as they walked up the white stone steps toward him. The goblin was about a head shorter than Harry, and you were already tiny, Heartlyn teased. He had a swarthy, clever face, a pointed beard and, Harry noticed, very long fingers and feet. He bowed as they walked inside. Now they were facing a second pair of doors, silver this time, with words engraved upon them. Enter, stranger. Fred let the words fall from his lips as Heartlyn, Sirius, and James began to recite the rest of the poem. But take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned. Done? Yeah, James said, possibly too quickly. Goblin's Book of Numbers. The goblin wrinkled his nose, as did most of the room. Harry watched the goblin on their right weighing a pile of rubies as big as glowing coals. Got 'em, said Hagrid at last, holding up 2 tiny golden. Dumbledore's trusted me. More'n my job's worth ter tell ye that. Well, at least you didn't tell us, Hermione said. Griphook held the door open for them. Harry, who had expected more marble, was surprised. They were in a narrow stone passageway lit with flaming torches. It sloped steeply downward and there were little railway tracks on the floor. Griphook whistled and a small cart came hurtling up the tracks toward them. They climbed in, Hagrid with some difficulty, and were off. At first they just hurtled through a maze of twisting passages. I swear it gets bigger each year, Charlie said, shaking his head. Gonna be sick. He did look very green, and when the cart stopped at last beside a small door in the passage wall, Hagrid got out and had to lean against the wall to stop his knees from trembling. Griphook unlocked the door. Mr. Potter's safe, a lot of green smoke came billowing out, and as it cleared, Harry gasped. Inside were mounds of gold coins, columns of silver, heaps of little bronze nuts. All yours, smiled Hagrid. All Harry's. It was incredible. The Dursleys couldn't have known about this or they'd have had it from him faster than blinking. Of course they would have, Heartlyn sighed. How often had they complained how much Harry and Heartlyn cost them to keep? And all the time there had been a small fortune belonging to him, buried deep under London. Hagrid helped Harry pile some of it into a bag. The gold ones are galleons, he explained. 17 silver sickles to a galleon and 29 nuts to a sickle. It's easy enough. Right, that should be enough. Fair, a couple of terms, we'll keep the rest safe for ya. He turned to Griphook. Heartland's safe, then off to vault 713 now, please, and can we go more slowly? One speed only, said Griphook. They were going even deeper now and gathering speed. They came to a shrieking halt outside a different door and Heartland handed the Griphook the key. He opened the door and Heartland coughed, waving the dust away from her face. Inside, just as Harry's mounds of coins sat in neat piles, but there were several different packages labeled to her. Heartland handed Harry a bag to shove some coins into as she began to comb through the packages, settling on grabbing a small chest with letters in it, along with a few pictures. I remember that chest, James said. Dad, why didn't Harry have a chest? Heartland asked. Why did I get all the packages and Harry get none? Sirius and I had a copy of your vault key, but we never got one of Harry's. I was the one who put those packages in your vault, since they never got to you. Remus explained. Thank you, Vault 713 had no keyhole. Stand back, said Griphook importantly. He stroked the door gently with one of his long fingers and it simply melted away. If anyone but a Gringotts goblin tried that, they'd be sucked through the door and trapped in there, said Griphook. How often do you check to see if anyone's inside? Harry asked. About once every 10 years, said Griphook with a rather nasty grin. Something really extraordinary had to be inside this top security vault. Harry was sure, and he leaned forward eagerly, expecting to see fabulous jewels at the very least. But at first he thought it was empty. Then he noticed a grubby little package wrapped up in brown paper lying on the floor. Hagrid picked it up and tucked it deep inside his coat. Harry longed to know what it was, but knew better than to ask. Come on, back in this infernal cart and don't talk to me on the way back. It's best if I keep me mouth shut, said Hagrid. One wild cart ride later they stood blinking in the sunlight outside Gringotts. Harry didn't know where to run first now that he had a bag full of money. Heartland stood beside him, clutching her bag and chest. She knew enough to know that the letters were years old, some turning yellow. But she didn't recognize the writing, so she had no idea who they were from. Harry didn't have to know how many galleons there were to a pound to know that he was holding more money than he'd had in his whole life. More money than even Dudley had ever had. We definitely had more money than Dudley ever did. Might as well get your uniform, said Hagrid, nodding toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Listen, Harry, Heartland, would ye mind if I slipped off fair a pick-me-up in the leaky cauldron? I hate them, Gringotts carts. He did still look a bit sick, so they entered Madame Malkin's shop alone, feeling nervous. Madame Malkin was a squat, smiling witch dressed all in mauve. Hogwarts. Clear? She said when Harry started to speak. Got the lot here, another young man being fitted up just now, in fact. In the back of the shop, a boy with a pale, pointed face was standing on a footstool, while a second which pinned up his long black robes. Madame Malkin stood Harry on a stool next to him, slipped a long robe over his. She was nice, Heartland smiled. Possibly one of the only people who treated me like a normal child. Hello, said the boy. Hogwarts too? Yes, said Harry. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands, said the boy. He had a bored, drawling voice. Draco winced. Then I'm going to drag them off to took at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Harry was strongly reminded of Dudley. Have you got your own broom? The boy went on. No, said Harry. Play Quidditch at all? No, Harry said again, wondering what on earth Quidditch could be. I do. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house. And I must say I agree. Know what house you'll be in yet? No, said Harry, feeling more stupid by the minute. Well, no one really knows until they get there, do they? But I know I'll be in Slytherin. All our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? Said Harry, wishing he could say something a bit more interesting. Heartland walked over, holding her own robes in a bag. The robes were already almost the perfect size. I say, look at that man, said the boy suddenly, nodding toward the front window. Hagrid was standing there, grinning at Harry and pointing at 3 large ice creams to show he couldn't come in. That's Hagrid, said Harry, pleased to know something the boy didn't. He works at Hogwarts. Oh, said the boy, I've heard of him. He's a sort of servant, isn't he? He's the gamekeeper, said Harry. He was liking the boy less and less every second. Yes, exactly. I heard he's a sort of savage, lives in a hut on the school grounds, and every now and then he gets drunk, tries to do magic, and ends up setting fire to his bed. Excuse me, but I think he's absolutely brilliant, so why don't you sod off? Heartland snapped angrily. Is that why you got into fights so often with Malfoy in our first year? George asked. Possibly. Do you? Said the boy with a slight sneer. Why is he with you? Where are your parents? They're dead, said Heartland shortly, glaring at the boy. Oh, sorry, said the other, not sounding sorry at all. But they were our kind, weren't they? They were a witch and wizard, if that's what you mean, Harry said. I really don't think they should let the other sort in, do you? They're just not the same, they've never been brought up to know our ways. Some of them have never even heard of Hogwarts until they get the letter, imagine. I think they should keep it in the old wizarding families. What's your surname? Anyway? Draco. Narcissa scolded. The drawling boy. Harry was rather quiet as he ate the ice cream Hagrid had bought him. Chocolate and raspberry with chopped nuts for him, lemon and strawberry for Heartland. What's up? Said Hagrid. Nothing, Harry lied. They stopped to buy parchment and quills. Harry cheered up a bit when he found a bottle of ink that changed color as you wrote. When they had left the shop, he said, Hagrid, what's Quidditch? Blimey, Harry. I keep forgetting how little you know. Not knowing about Quidditch. Well done, Hagrid, Arthur said, rolling his eyes slightly. Don't make me feel worse, said Harry. He told Hagrid about the pale boy in Madame Malkin's. And he said people from Muggle families shouldn't even be allowed in. You're not from a Muggle family. If he'd known who ye were. He's grown up knowing your name if his parents are wizardin folk. You saw what everyone in the Leaky Cauldron was like when they saw ye. Anyway, what does he know about it? Some of the best I ever saw were the only ones with magic in 'em in a long line, 0 muggles. Look at your mum. Look what she had, fair a sister. Ouch, Lily teased. So what is Quidditch? It's our sport. Wizard sport. It's like soccer in the Muggle world. Everyone follows Quidditch. Played up in the air on broomsticks, and there's 4 private parts. Sorta hard to explain the rules. And what are Slytherin and Hufflepuff? School houses. There's 4. Peculiar symbols and a few books with nothing in them at all. Even Dudley, who never read anything, would have been wild to get his hands on some of these. Hagrid had to drag Heartland away from curses and counter-curses. Bewitch your friends and befuddle your enemies with the latest revenges. Hair loss, jelly legs, tongue-tying, and much, much more, by Professor Vindictus Viridian. Way to go! Fred and George laughed. Oh yeah, you are definitely my daughter. James cheered. Horrible smell. A mixture of bad eggs and rotted cabbages. That's putting it mildly, Charlie chuckled. Barrels of slimy stuff stood on the floor. Jars of herbs, dried roots, and bright powders lined the walls. Bundles of feathers, strings of fangs, and snarled claws hung from the ceiling. While Hagrid asked the man behind the counter for a supply of some basic potion ingredients for Harry and Heartland, Harry himself examined silver unicorn horns at 21. Darn right they are. James cheered. 20 minutes later, they left Elop's Owl Emporium, which had been dark and full of rustling and flickering, jewel-bright eyes. Harry now carried a large cage that held a beautiful snowy owl, fast asleep with her head under her wing. Heartland held a large barn owl that the shopkeeper had recommended strongly against. Heartland was the only one who was able to get close to the owl without it hissing in defense. Lovely, Narcissi scoffed. Harry couldn't stop stammering his thanks, sounding just like Professor Quirrell. Don't mention it, said Hagrid gruffly. Don't expect you've had a lot of presents from them Dursleys. Or any, Ron muttered. Just Ollivanders left now, only place for wands Ollivanders, and you gotta have the best wand. A magic wand. This was what they had been really looking forward to. The last shop was narrow and shabby. Peeling gold letters over the door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. A tinkling bell rang somewhere in the depths of the shop as they stepped inside. It was a tiny place, empty except for a single spindly chair that Hagrid sat on to wait. Harry felt strangely as though he had entered a very strict library. He swallowed a lot of new questions that had just occurred to him and looked instead at the thousands of narrow boxes piled neatly right up to the ceiling. Heartlyn had set her packages down next to Hagrid and rubbed the back of her neck. The very dust and silence in here seemed to tingle with some secret magic. You could feel the magic of the wands, Dumbledore said softly. Good afternoon, said a soft voice. Harry jumped. Hagrid must have her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. You were always amazing at charms, Remus said, looking at Lily. Mr. Ollivander moved closer to Harry. Harry wished he would blink. Those silvery eyes were a bit creepy. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it. It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. Mr. Ollivander had come so close that he and Harry were almost nose to nose. Harry could see himself reflected in those misty eyes. And that's where Mr. Ollivander touched the lightning scar on Harry's forehead with a long white finger. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it, he said softly. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. He shook his head and then, to Harry's relief, spotted Hagrid. Chuckles sounded throughout the room. Rubius. Rubius Hagrid. How nice to see you again. Oak 16 inches. Rather bendy, wasn't it? It was, sir, yes, said Hagrid. Good wand, that one. But I suppose they snapped it in half when you got expelled? Said Mr. Ollivander, suddenly stern. Yes, they did, yes, said Hagrid, shuffling his feet. I've still got the pieces, though, he added brightly. But you don't use them? Said Mr. Ollivander sharply. Oh no, sir, said Hagrid quickly. Harry noticed he gripped his pink umbrella very tightly as he spoke. Said Mr. Ollivander, giving Hagrid a piercing look. Well, now, let me see. He pulled 2 long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. Which is your wand arm? Well, I'm right-handed, said Harry, glancing at Heartlyn. Hold out your arm. That's it. He measured Harry from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit and round his head. The second tape measure wrapped itself around Heartlyn without any help, whipping around her quickly. Merlin, does everyone ignore you, Heartlyn? Lily asked. Heartlyn opened her mouth when Lily raised her hand. Heartlyn snapped her mouth shut as Lily reopened hers. Actually, don't answer that. I don't want to know. Fred, George, Lee and Brandon glanced at Heartlyn, analyzing her face quickly. It had gone blank, and the boys knew that blank stare well. That was the stare Heartlyn would get when she wanted no one to realize something had bothered her. As he measured, he said, Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No 2 Ollivander wands are the same, just as no 2 unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. So that's why Neville's wand doesn't work. He uses his dad's, Hermione thought. Harry suddenly realized that the tape measure, which was measuring between his nostrils, was doing this on its own. Mr. Ollivander was flitting around the shelves, taking down boxes. That will do, he said, and the tape measure crumpled into a heap on the floor. Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave. Harry took the wand and, feeling foolish, waved it around a bit, but Mr. Ollivander snatched it out of his hand almost at once. He glanced at Heartlyn, who shrugged her shoulders. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Harry tried, but he had hardly raised the wand when it, too, was snatched back by Mr. Ollivander. No, here, ebony and unicorn hair. 8½ inches, springy. Go on, try it out. Harry tried, and tried. He had no idea what Mr. Ollivander was waiting for. The pile of tried wands was mounting higher and higher on the spindly chair. But the more wands Mr. Ollivander pulled from the shelves, the happier he seemed to become. Tricky customer. Not to worry. We'll find the perfect match here somewhere. I wonder now, yes. Why not? Unusual combination. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took the wand. He felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He raised the wand above his head, brought it swishing down through the dusty air, and a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light onto the walls. Cool! Hagrid and Heartlin hooped and clapped, and Mr. Ollivander cried, "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, how curious! How very curious! Anyhow, your turn, Miss Potter." He put Harry's wand back into its box and wrapped it in brown paper. He began to pull down wands, but seemed to be taking greater care with picking wands for Heartlin. "Here, try this one. Ebony and phoenix feather, 12.5 inches. Heartlin swished it and a lamp exploded overhead. "First time I've ever heard of that happening," Molly muttered. Heartlin nearly threw the wand down, as Ollivander grabbed another and handed it to her hesitantly. Heartlin grabbed it and gave it a light flick. Wands flew off the shelves and Harry ducked as one headed straight for his head. Heartlin placed it back down as Ollivander stared at her. "Sorry," Heartlin said, shuffling her feet. "Try this one, Miss Potter. It's a very rare wand. It's the only one of its type. It is wood from a shipwreck over 200 years ago, and phoenix feather. It's 14 inches, nice and springy." Heartlin grabbed it hesitantly. A warmth spread throughout Heartlin's hand, and when she gave it wave, the light repaired itself instantly. "Not the last time I've had to do that. Curious. Very curious," Ollivander said, wrapping up Heartlin's wand. "Sorry," said Harry, "but what's curious?" Mr. Ollivander fixed them with, "How these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard, remember. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry shivered. The room shivered with him. He wasn't sure he liked Mr. Ollivander too much. He paid 7 gold galleons for his wand, and another 7 for Heartlin's, before Mr. Ollivander bowed them from his shop. The late afternoon sun hung low in the sky as Harry, Heartlin and Hagrid made their way back down Diagon Alley, back through the wall, back through the leaky cauldron, now empty. Thank Merlin, Molly and Lily sighed together. Harry and Heartlin didn't speak at all as they walked down the road. They didn't even notice how much people were gawking at them on the underground, laden as they were with all their funny-shaped packages, with the snowy owl asleep in its cage on Harry's lap, the barn owl at Heartlin's feet, hissing at anyone who got too close. Up another escalator out into Paddington Station. They only realized where they were when Hagrid tapped them on the shoulder. "Got time? Fare a bite to eat before your train leaves," he said. He bought them each a hamburger and they sat down on plastic seats to eat them. Harry kept looking around. Everything looked so strange somehow. "You all right, you two? You're very quiet," said Hagrid. Harry wasn't sure he could explain. He just had the best birthday of his life. And yet, he chewed his hamburger, trying to find the words. "Glad that you were in the same position as me. Everyone thinks I'm special. But everyone hates Heartlin," he said at last. "All those people in the leaky cauldron, Professor Quirrell, Mr. Ollivander. But I don't know anything about magic at all. How can they expect great things? I'm famous and I can't even remember what I'm famous for. I don't know what happened when the night my parents died. Neither does Heartlin, but everyone hates her. Why?" Hagrid leaned across the table. Behind the wild beard and eyebrows he wore a very kind smile. "Don't you worry, Harry. You'll learn fast enough." Everyone. Train pulled out of the station. Harry wanted to watch Hagrid until he was out of sight. He rose in his seat and pressed his nose against the window, but he blinked and Hagrid had gone. "That's the end of the chapter," Fred said, marking the page and setting down the book. "I'll read the next one." Harleton plucked the book out of Fred's hands, settled herself against his shoulder, flipped the page and began reading. "The Journey from Platform 9 3/4, Harleton read, sharing a mischievous glance with Lee. Harry and Hartland's last month with the Dursleys wasn't fun. True, Dudley was now so scared of them he wouldn't stay in the same room. While Harry kept to his room with his new owl for company, Hartland popping in to feed her owl and talk with Harry. Harry had decided to call his owl Hedwig, a name he had found in a history of magic, while Hartland had decided to name her Spirit. Harry called her Crazy. Thanks, Harry, Hartland said sarcastically. Their school books were very interesting. Harry lay on his bed reading late into the night, Hedwig and Spirit swooping in and out of the open window as they pleased. It was lucky that Aunt Petunia didn't come in to vacuum anymore, because they kept bringing back dead mice. Every night before he went to sleep, Harry ticked off another day on the piece of paper he had pinned to the wall, counting down to September the 1st. On the last day of August, he thought he'd better speak to his aunt and uncle about getting to King's Cross Station the next day, and Hartland agreed that Harry would probably get a better answer than she would. Why? Lily asked. Mum, Petunia hated me with a burning passion. Heck, she still does. They tolerate Harry. So he went down to the living room where they were watching a quiz show on television. He cleared his throat to let them know he was there, and Dudley screamed and ran from the room. The room struggled to hold back laughter before a small laugh broke through, setting everyone off.
Onkel Vernon?
Uncle Vernon grunted to show he was listening. Hartland and I need to be at King's Cross tomorrow to go to Hogwarts. Uncle Vernon grunted again. Would it be all right if you gave us a lift? Grunt. Are we sure Vernon isn't a pig also? Bill asked, and Hartland shrugged. Honestly, I have no idea, Bill. He could be in all reality. Harry supposed that meant yes. Thank you. He was about to go back upstairs when Uncle Vernon actually spoke. Oh, here we go, Charlie muttered. Funny way to get to a wizard school, the train. Magic carpets all got punctures, have they? Harry didn't say anything. Where is this school, anyway? I don't know, said Harry, realizing this for the first time. He pulled the ticket Hagrid had given him out of his pocket. I just take the train from platform 9 3/4 at 11 o'clock, he read. His aunt and uncle stared. Well, of course they did, their muggles, Narcissa scoffed. Platform what? 9 3/4. Don't talk rubbish, said Uncle Vernon. There is no platform 9 3/4. It's on my ticket. Barking, said Uncle Vernon, howling mad, the lot of them. You'll see. You just wait. All right, we'll take you to King's Cross. We're going up to London tomorrow anyway. Or I wouldn't bother. Why are you going to London? Harry asked, trying to keep things friendly. Taking Dudley to the hospital, growled Uncle Vernon. Got to have that ruddy tail removed before he goes to Smeltings. No, keep the tail, Dudley deserves it. Besides, I bet it looked great. Bill laughed. Harry woke at 5 o'clock the next morning and was too excited and nervous to go back to sleep. He got up and pulled on his jeans because he didn't want to walk into the station in his wizard's robes. He'd change on the train. He checked his Hogwarts list yet again to make sure he had everything he needed, saw that Hedwig was shut safely in her cage, and then checked Hartland's trunk before he paced the room, waiting for before turning and putting Spirit in his cage, locking him in. Hartland, in vain, tried to get some of Harry's hair to lie flat, but it just made it worse. I used to do that with your father, try to get his hair to lie flat. It never did work, Lily said, looking at Hartland. Hartland flashed a quick, uncomfortable smile at Lily in return, still not used to her mum and dad being with her. Another hour passed quickly before their huge, heavy trunks had been loaded into the Dursleys' car. Aunt Petunia had talked Dudley into sitting next to Harry and they had set off. They reached King's Cross at 10:30. Uncle Vernon dumped their trunks onto a cart and wheeled it into the station for them. Harry thought this was strangely kind until Uncle Vernon stopped dead, facing the platforms with a nasty grin on his face. You didn't honestly believe Vernon could be nice to us, did you? Hartland looked strangely at Harry. I was 11. I still had some hope in me. It wasn't well placed, but it was hope, Harry said sassily in return. Well, there you are, boy. Platform 9, Platform 10. Your platform should be somewhere in the middle, but they don't seem to have built it yet, do they? He was quite right, of course. There was a big plastic number. Someone. Oh no! The room muttered. He stopped a passing guard, but didn't dare mention platform 9 3/4. The guard had never heard of Hogwarts, and when Harry couldn't even tell him what part of the country it was in, he started to get annoyed, as though Harry was being stupid on purpose. Getting desperate, Harry asked for the train that left at 11 o'clock, but the guard said there wasn't one. In the end, the guard strode away, muttering about time wasters. Harry was now trying hard not to panic. Heartlyn was even jumpier, her hands fiddling with a hair tie, snapping it against her wrist. According to the large clock over the arrivals board, they had 10 minutes left to get on the train to Hogwarts, and they had no idea how to do it. They were stranded in the middle of a station with trunks they could hardly lift, a pocket full of wizard money, and 2 large owls. That first time was a mess for you too, Charlie mused. Bigger than you could have imagined, Heartlyn answered, and Hagrid blushed. Sorry about that, you too. I didn't mean to forget how to tell you two how to get onto the platform. Hagrid said gruffly. It's okay, Hagrid. Besides, if you hadn't, we may have never met the Weasleys. Heartlyn smiled at Hagrid, sneaking a quick glance at Fred before she continued to read. Hagrid must have forgotten to tell them something you had to do, like tapping the 3rd brick on the left to get into Diagon Alley. He wondered if he should get out his wand and start tapping the ticket inspector's stand between platforms 9 and 10. Oh, Merlin, you think like serious, Remus groaned. What? Harry asked, looking over at his godfather. I may have done that once or twice, Sirius said, unashamedly. Heartlyn caught Harry's eye and they burst out laughing, most people quickly joining them. At that moment a group of people passed just behind him and he caught a, always so eager to go Ginny. Molly sighed, glancing at her daughter. Ginny smiled before responding. I've always been eager, Mum, you know this. You're not old enough, Ginny. Now be quiet. All right, Percy, you go first. What looked like the oldest boy marched toward platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched, careful not to blink in case he missed it, but just as the boy reached the dividing barrier between the 2 platforms, a large crowd of tourists came swarming in front of him, and by the time the last backpack had cleared away, the boy had vanished. What the heck? Heartlyn muttered. Fred, you next, the plump woman said. I'm not Fred. I'm George, said the boy. Honestly, woman, you call yourself our mother? Can't you tell I'm George? Sorry, George dear. Only joking. I am Fred. You two pull the trick every year, and I hate it every time, Molly muttered, looking at his boys. Said the boy, and off he went. His twin called after him to hurry up, and he must have done so because a second later he had gone. But how had he done it? Now the 3rd brother was walking briskly toward the barrier. He was almost there, and then, quite suddenly, he wasn't anywhere. There was nothing else for it. Excuse me, Harry said to the plump woman. Hello, dears, she said. First time at Hogwarts? Ron's new too. She pointed at the last and youngest of her sons. He was tall, thin and gangling, with freckles, big hands and feet, and a long nose. He still is, Bill chuckled, grabbing Ron and pulling him into a headlock. Geroff, Ron cried, glaring at Bill. Yes, said Harry. The thing is, we don't know how to get onto the platform, and you seem to know how to. Heartlyn cut in, stepping forward. Harry shot her a grateful glance as the woman smiled. Not to worry, she said. All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop and don't be scared you'll crash into it, that's very important. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Go on, go now before Ron. Okay, said Harry. Do you want me to go first, Hares? Hares? Hermione asked, and Harry groaned. It was just a nickname she had for me. Harry tried to wave it off. Had? Excuse you, I still use it. I could have used one that you got when you were just a few months old, and trust me, they are a lot worse than hares. Heartlyn said, her tone slightly accusing. Heartlyn asked lowly, and he nodded. Heartlyn squeezed his shoulder before lining up her trolley and running at the wall. Harry watched as she disappeared. After a reassuring nod from the woman, Harry pushed his trolley around and stared at the barrier. It looked very solid. He started to walk toward it. People jostled him on their way to platforms 9 and 10. Harry walked more quickly. He was going to smash right into that barrier and then he'd be in trouble. Leaning forward on his cart, he broke into a heavy run, The barrier was coming nearer and nearer. He wouldn't be able to stop. The cart was out of control. He was a foot away. He closed his eyes ready for the crash. It didn't come. He kept on running. He opened his eyes. A scarlet steam engine was waiting next to a platform packed with people. A sign overhead said Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Harry looked behind him and saw a wrought iron archway where the barrier had been, with the words platform 9 3/4 on it. He had done it. You have so little faith, Heartland groaned. Smoke from the engine drifted over the heads of the chattering crowd, while cats of every color wound here and there between their legs. Owls hooted to one another in a disgruntled sort of way over the babble and the, She found you, Lee pointed out. He passed a round-faced boy who was saying, Gran, I've lost my toad again. Oh, Neville, he heard the old woman sigh. I was always losing that stupid toad, Neville muttered. A boy with dreadlocks was surrounded by a small crowd. Give us a look, Lee, go on. The boy lifted the lid of a box in his arms, and the people around him shrieked and yelled as something inside poked out a long, hairy leg. Heartland, you are still the only girl, to date, that actually held that spider and didn't freak out, Lee said, impressed. Oh, you did not just call me a child. Heartland launched herself at George, Brandon, Lee and Fred scrambling out of the way, as George rolled over, throwing Heartland off him. Take it back, Heartland shrieked playfully, gripping George's shoulders, rolling him over so she was straddling him. Oh, you know that move always ends up with you losing, George said. Pitching himself forward, Heartland fell back, off George's stomach, her head connecting with the floor. She groaned, and George pulled himself out from underneath her. You're a dick? Heartland groaned, sitting up and rubbing the back of her head. You've wrestled with me enough times to know that was gonna happen. George shrugged. Yeah, but I never thought you would pull that move when we were on freaking stone, you big piece of dash. Don't you dare finish that sentence, young lady, McGonagall said, and Heartland's mouth snapped shut. Mr. Weasley, if you would continue reading before Miss Potter farther injures herself. Shove and heave his trunk toward the train door. He tried to lift it up the steps but could hardly raise one end, and twice he dropped it painfully on his foot. Want a hand? It was one of the red-haired twins he'd followed through the barrier. Yes, please, Harry panted.
Oh, Fred.
Come here and help. With the twins' help, Harry's trunk was at last tucked away in a corner of the compartment. Thanks, said Harry, pushing his sweaty hair out of his eyes. What's that? Said one of the twins suddenly, pointing at Harry's lightning scar. Molly glared at the Fred and George, and they swallowed thickly. We didn't do anything, they cried together, and Molly rolled her eyes. You haven't, but you will. Blimey, said the other twin. Are you? He is, said the first twin. Aren't you? He added to Harry. What? Said Harry. Harry Potter, chorused the twins. Oh, him. Harry's face turned red as the room burst into laughter. Oh, him, Heartland cried, tears streaming down her face. Harry's face turned so red it almost looked purple. It took almost 20 minutes for the room to calm down and let George continue to read. Said Harry. Yes, I am. The two boys gawked at him, and Harry felt himself turning red. Then, to his relief, a voice came floating in through the train's open door. Fred? George? Are you there? Coming, Mom. With a last look at Harry, the twins hopped off the train. Harry sat down next to the window where, half hidden, he could watch the red-haired family on the platform and hear what they were saying. Their mother had just taken out her handkerchief. Ron, you've got something on your nose. The youngest boy tried to jerk out of the way, but she grabbed him and began rubbing the end of his nose. Mom, Geroff, he wriggled free. Ah, has Ickle Ronnie got something on his nosy? Said one of the twins. Shut up, said Ron. Where's Percy? Said their mother. He's coming, now. The oldest boy came striding into sight. He had already changed into his billowing black Hogwarts robes, and Harry noticed a shiny silver badge on his chest with the letter P on it. Can't stay long, Mother, he said. I'm up front. The prefects have got 2 compartments to themselves. Pompous Percy, Heartland muttered, and Fred bit back a laugh. Once or twice, a minute, all summer. Oh, shut up, said Percy the prefect. Percy the prefect. Perfect. Bill laughed, and Percy glared at him. How come Percy gets new robes, anyway? Said one of the twins. Because he's a prefect, said their mother fondly. All right, dear, well, you've blown up a toilet or blown up a toilet. We've never blown up a toilet. Great idea though, thanks, Mom. Molly, you should know better than to tell Fred and George what not to do. It just ends with them doing it. Remus said as Heartlyn giggled. Oh, don't you laugh either, Heartlyn, you're the exact same way. You have the amazing ability to do the exact opposite of what you're told to do or doing what someone tells you not to. Oh, come on, Remus. George, Fred, and Heartlyn said together, then looked at each other. Stop it. No, you stop. This isn't funny. Seriously. What the dash Lee began, but he got cut off. Stop it. All right, enough. Lily stepped. George, keep reading the story. Fred. Heartlyn, not a word. It's not funny. And look after Ron. Don't worry. Ickle Ronnikins is safe with us. Shut up, said Ron again. He was almost as tall as the twins already, and his nose was still pink where his mother had rubbed it. Hey, Mom. Guess what? Guess who we just met on the train? Harry leaned back quickly so they couldn't see him looking. You know that black-haired boy who was near us in the station? Know who he is? Who? Harry Potter. Harry heard the little girl's voice. Oh, Mom. Can I go on the train and see him, Mom? Please. Oh, my Merlin. Calm down, Ginny. He's not a zoo animal, and besides, you'll have plenty of time to goggle at him later. Hermione winked, and Ginny blushed. You've already seen him, Ginny, and the poor boy isn't something you goggle at in a zoo. Is he really, Fred? How do you know? Asked him. Saw his scar. Is really there like lightning. Poor dear, no wonder he was alone with the girl, I wondered. They were ever so polite when they wanted to know how to get onto the platform. And if that young boy is Harry Potter, then the young girl who was with him must be Heartlyn, his sister. Oh, the poor dears. Boys, listen to me. Heartlyn is probably going to face a lot hate at Hogwarts. Please be kind to her, and if she ever needs it, help her. Mrs. Weasley said, looking at the boys. We will, Mum. Hey, do you think they remember what you know who looks like? Seriously. Draco scoffed, looking at the twins. Their mother suddenly became very stern. I forbid you to ask the Fred. No, don't you dare. As though they needs reminding of that on their first day at school. All right, keep your hair on. A whistle sounded. Hurry up, their mother said, and the three boys clambered onto the train. They leaned out of the window for her to kiss them goodbye, and their younger sister began to cry. Don't, Ginny, we'll send you loads of owls. We'll send you a Hogwarts toilet seat. George. Only joking, Mom. You so were dash Heartlyn began, but George slapped his hand over her mouth. Shut up. You were a part of that just as much as we were. George hissed. The train began to move. Harry saw the boys' mother waving and their sister, half laughing, half crying, running to keep up with the train until it gathered too much speed. Then she fell back and waved. Harry watched the girl and her mother disappear as the train rounded the corner. Houses flashed past the window. Harry felt a great leap of excitement. He didn't know what he was going to, but it had to be better than what he was leaving behind. The door opened, and Heartlyn came inside, her trunk being dragged behind, Spirit under her arm. Harry jumped up, grabbing Spirit from Heartlyn, and putting him up before helping Heartlyn heave her trunk overhead. Thanks, Hares. I've been searching all over this freaking train for you. And let me tell you this train is freaking gigantic. She plopped down in a seat, and Harry sat down next to her. I told you, she found you. Lee sang, and everyone rolled their eyes. The door of the compartment slid open and the youngest red-headed boy came in. Anyone sitting there? He asked, pointing at the seat opposite Harry. Everywhere else is full. Harry shook his head and the boy sat down. He glanced at Harry and then looked quickly out of the window, pretending he hadn't looked. Harry saw he still had a black mark on his nose. Hey, Ron. The twins were back. Listen, we're going down the middle of the train. Lee Jordan's got a giant tarantula down there. Heartlyn perked up. Can I come? Your name is Heartlyn, isn't it? One twin asked, and Heartlyn nodded slowly. You know it? Everyone only seems to. No, Harry. We know both. Anyway, you want to come? Yeah. Harry, you don't mind if I go to you? Heartlyn turned to Harry, and Harry hesitated before nodding. Great. Heartlyn. Standing up and walking over to the twins. Right, mumbled Ron. Harry, said the other twin, did we introduce ourselves? Fred and George Weasley. And this is Ron, our brother. See you later, then. Come on, Heartlyn. Bye, said Harry and Ron. The twins slid the compartment door shut behind them. Wow, Heartlyn, good job. Leaving your brother behind within the first hour. Draco said without thinking. I thought you said you promised to take care of him. None taken, she answered, glaring at her son. Are you really Harry Potter? Ron blurted out. Harry nodded. Oh well, I thought it might be one of Fred and George's jokes, said Ron. And have you really got, He pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry pulled back his bangs to show the lightning scar. Ron stared. So that's where you know who yes, said Harry. But I can't remember it. Nothing? Said Ron eagerly. A little over the top, Ron. Calm down. Luna said. Well, I remember a lot of green light, but nothing else. Wow, said Ron. He sat and stared at Harry for a few moments. Then, as though he had suddenly realized what he was doing, he looked quickly out of the window again. Are all your family wizards? Asked Harry, who found Ron just as interesting as Ron found him. Yes, I think so, said Ron. I think, had talked about. I heard you went to live with muggles, said Ron. What are they like? You probably don't really want to know. Horrible, well, not all of them. My aunt and uncle and cousin are, though. Wish I'd had 3 wizard brothers. 5, said Ron. For some reason, he was looking gloomy. I'm the 6th in our family to go to Hogwarts. You could say I've got a lot to live up to. Bill and Charlie have already left. Bill was head boy and Charlie was captain of Quidditch. Now Percy's a prefect. Fred and George mess around a lot, but they still get really good marks and everyone thinks they're really funny. Everyone expects me to do as well as the others, but if I do, it's no big deal because they did it first. You never get anything new either with 5 brothers. I've got Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand, and Percy's old rat. Molly and Arthur looked down, ashamed. Lily noticed, and she reached over, grabbing Molly's hand, squeezing it reassuringly. We had so much to learn, Harry groaned. I'm not trying to be brave or anything. Saying the name, said Harry. I just never knew you shouldn't. See what I mean? I've got loads to learn. You bet, he added, voicing for the first time something that had been worrying him a lot lately. Harry, you should have told me. Tarantula. Lee Jordan, Brandon Sphinx. May we present the ever-lovely bringer of death herself, Heartlyn Potter. Heartlyn laughed as Fred and George stepped dramatically aside, revealing her. She could tell that Fred and George weren't saying it to be rude, but to get a laugh. As dramatically as Heartlyn could muster, she swept herself back into bow. With a laugh, Brandon and Lee stood up, bowing back. I think bowing would be a lovely way to greet people, Luna said dreamily. Standing up, Heartlyn stepped into the room. Fred and George stepped in after her. Is that the tarantula? Heartlyn asked, motioning to the box. It is, Lee said. But you probably don't want to see it. I wouldn't have asked Fred and George to let me come with them if I didn't want to see it. Show me, Heartlyn demanded, and Lee sighed, grabbing the box. He opened it, and Heartlyn stepped forward, peering inside. Careful, she bites. Oh, please, Heartlyn murmured, sticking her hand in the box. You did what? Rum shouted, looking at Heartlyn as if she was crazy. Heartlyn pulled her hand out, the spider sitting on top. Lee's mouth dropped open, as did the twins. Brandon just smirked, watching the reactions. After a minute, Heartlyn put her hand back in the box, letting the spider crawl back into the box. Lee shut the lid, staring at Heartlyn. You are officially the coolest girl I know. That was amazing. It wasn't, but thanks. I still can't believe you held a freaking tarantula. Not just a normal spider, but a tarantula. Ron freaked out, and Hermione grabbed his hand. Not everyone's scared of spiders, Ron. Around 12:30 there was a great clattering outside in the corridor, and a smiling, dimpled woman slid back their door and said, Anything off the cart, dears? Heartlyn looked at the boys before pulling out her bag of coins. 5 of everything, please. Fred, Lee, George, and Brandon all looked at her as she couldn't out the coins, placing them in the woman's outstretched hand, before grabbing 5 of each candy, tossing them onto her spot in the compartment. After Heartlyn finished grabbing her candy, the woman moved on and Heartlyn turned back around to face the boys. Well, what are you waiting for? You each get 1 of everything. As if a spell had been broken, the boys leapt to their feet, and Heartlyn darted out of the way, laughing slightly. Calm down, you don't all have to go at once. Of course you all jump up, Percy grumbled. None of you have manners. Oh, shut up, you pompous, pretentious punk. Down the train, the door to the compartment Harry and Ron was in slid open, the trolley woman standing outside. Anything from the trolley, dears. Harry, who hadn't had any breakfast, leapt to his feet. But Ron's ears went pink again and he muttered that he'd brought sandwiches. Harry went out into the corridor. He had never had any money for candy with the Dursleys, and now that he had pockets rattling with gold and silver, he was ready to buy as many Mars bars as he could carry. But the woman didn't. Like brother, like sister, Hermione giggled. Hungry, are you? Starving, said Harry, taking a large bite out of a pumpkin pasty. Ron had taken out a lumpy package and unwrapped it. There were 4 sandwiches inside. He pulled one of them apart and said, She always forgets I don't like corned beef. Wait, Ron, if you don't like corned beef, then who does? Molly asked, looking at her children. That would be me, Mum, Bill said, and Molly sighed. I'm sorry, Ron. It's all right, Mum. Swap you for one of these, said Harry, holding up a pasty. Go on, you don't want this, it's all dry, said Ron. She hasn't got much time, he added quickly, with 5 of us. Go on, have a pasty, said Harry, who had never had anything to share before or, indeed, anyone to share it with. It was a nice feeling, sitting there with Ron, eating their way through all Harry's pasties, cakes, and candies. The sandwiches lay forgotten. What are these? Harry asked Ron, holding up a pack of chocolate frogs. They're not really frogs, are they? He was starting to feel that nothing would surprise him. Yeah, me either. But somehow we keep getting surprised. No, said Ron. But see what the card is. I'm missing Agrippa. What? Oh, of course you wouldn't know. Chocolate frogs have cards inside them, to collect famous witches and wizards. I've got about 500, but I haven't got Agrippa or Ptolemy. Harry unwrapped his chocolate frog and picked up the card. It showed a man's face. He wore half-moon glasses, had a long, crooked nose, and flowing silver hair, beard, and mustache. Underneath the picture was the name Albus Dumbledore. How many of me do you have now? Dumbledore asked, and Harry shook his head. Honestly, sir, I no longer pay attention to the cards. So this is Dumbledore, said Harry. Don't tell me you'd never heard of Dumbledore, said Ron. Can I have a frog? I might get Agrippa, thanks. Harry turned over his card and read. Albus Dumbledore, currently headmaster of Hogwarts, considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times. Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and 10-pin bowling. They finally got the music right. Harry turned the card back over and saw, to his astonishment, that Dumbledore's face had disappeared. He's gone. Well, you can't expect him to hang around all day, said Ron. He'll be back. No, I've got Morgana again and I've got about 6 of her. Do you want it? You can start collecting. Ron, in case you didn't know, but Muggle photographs don't move. At all. Ever. Heartlyn said sassily. Ron rolled his eyes. Ron's eyes strayed to the pile of chocolate frogs waiting to be unwrapped. Help yourself, said Harry. But in, the Muggle world, people just stay put in photos. Oh man. No, I sound like Harry. Heartlyn whined, and Fred chuckled, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Do they? What, they don't move at all? Ron sounded amazed. Weird. Harry stared as Dumbledore sidled back into the picture on his card and gave him a small smile. Ron was more interested in eating the frogs than looking at the famous witches and wizards' cards, but Harry couldn't keep his eyes off them. Soon he had not only Dumbledore and Morgana, but Hengist of Woodcroft, Alberic Grunion, Circe, Paracelsus, and Merlin. He finally tore his eyes away from the druidess Cleodna, who was scratching her nose, to open a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. You want to be careful with those, Ron warned Harry. When they say every flavor, they mean every flavor, you get all the ordinary ones like chocolate and peppermint and marmalade, but then you can get spinach and liver and tripe. George reckons he had a booger-flavored one once. Did you really? Neville asked, and everyone looked at George. Why would I lie about eating a booger-flavored jelly bean? To scare Ron. I would ever do such a thing. George gasped. Oh yes you would. Now shut up and let the story continue. Ron picked up a green bean, looked at it carefully, and bit into a corner. Blarg, see? Sprouts. They had a good time eating the every flavor beans. Harry got toast, coconut, baked bean, strawberry, curry, grass, coffee, sardine, and was even brave enough to nibble the end off a funny gray one Ron wouldn't touch, which turned out to be pepper. The countryside now flying past the window was becoming wilder. The neat fields had gone. Now there were woods, twisting rivers, and dark green hills. There was a knock on the door of their compartment, and the round-faced boy Harry had passed on platform 9 3/4 came in. He looked tearful. I looked tearful a lot my first year. Sorry, he said. But have you seen a toad at all? When they shook their heads, he wailed. I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me. He'll turn up, said Harry. Yes, said the boy miserably. Well, if you see him, he left. Don't know why he's so bothered, said Ron. If I'd brought a toad, I'd lose it as quick as I could. Mind you, I brought Scabbers, so I can't talk. The rat was still snoozing on Ron's lap. He might have died, and you wouldn't know the difference, said Ron in disgust. I tried to turn him yellow yesterday to make him more interesting, but the spell didn't work. I'll show you, look, I hate that darn rat, Heartland said, murderous. He rummaged around in his trunk and pulled out a very battered-looking wand. It was chipped in places and something white was glinting at the end. Unicorn hairs nearly poking out. Anyway, he had just raised his wand when the compartment door slid open again. The toadless boy was back. But this time he had a girl with him. She was already wearing her new Hogwarts robes. God, I was a nightmare first year, wasn't I? Hermione asked. You weren't too bad, but yeah, you were a little bit of a nightmare. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost one, she said. She had a bossy sort of voice, lots of bushy brown hair, and rather large front teeth. We've already told him we haven't seen it, said Ron. But the girl wasn't listening. She was looking at the wand in his hand. Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see it, then. She sat down. Ron looked taken aback. All right. He cleared his throat. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn the stupid, fat rat yellow. He waved his wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers stayed gray and fast asleep. And that is how he should have stayed, Sirius snarled. Are you sure that's a real spell? Said the girl. Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice, and it's all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased, of course. I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course. I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you? She said all this very fast. I was just excited dash. Hermione, did you ever read Matilda as a child? Heartland asked. Hermione blushed. That was the reason why I was so excited. Harry looked at Ron, and was relieved to see by his stunned face that he hadn't learned all the course books by heart either.
I'm Ron Weasley. Ron mattered.
Harry Potter, said Harry. Are you really? Said Hermione. I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books. For background, reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I heard about your sister as well, but none of the books had much on her. Most of the books blamed her for your parents' death. But I won't make any assumptions until I meet her. Thanks, Hermione. Am I? Is she? Said Harry, feeling dazed. Goodness, didn't you know? I'd have found out everything I could if it was me, said Hermione. Do either of you know what house you'll be in? I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor. It sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was in it, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. Anyway, we'd better go and look for Neville's toad. You two had better change, I expect we'll be there soon. And she left, taking the toadless boy with her. Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it, said Ron. He threw his wand back into his trunk. Stupid spell, George gave it to me. Bet he knew it was a dud. What house are your brothers in? Asked Harry. Gryffindor, said Ron. Gloom seemed to be settling on him again. Mom and Dad were in it, too. I don't know what they'll say if I'm not. I don't suppose Ravenclaw would be too bad. But imagine if they put me in Slytherin. That's the house Valdash. I mean, you know who was in? Yeah, said Ron. He flopped back into his seat, looking depressed. I think the ends of Scabbers' whiskers are a bit lighter, said Harry, trying to take Ron's mind off houses. So what do your oldest brothers do now that they've left? Anyway, Harry was wondering what a wizard did once he'd finished school. Heck, I still don't know what wizards do once they leave school. Harry muttered. Charlie's in Romania studying dragons, and Bill's in Africa doing something for Gringotts, said Ron. Did you hear about Gringotts? It's been all over the Daily Prophet, but I don't suppose you get that with the Muggles. Someone tried to rob a high-security vault. Harry stared. Really? What happened to them? Nothing, that's why it's such big news. They haven't been caught. My dad says it must have been a powerful dark wizard to get round Gringotts. But they don't think they took anything. That's what's odd. Course, everyone gets scared when something like this happens in case you know who's behind it. Harry turned this news over in his mind. He was starting to get a prickle of fear every time you know who was mentioned. He supposed this was all part of entering the magical world. But it had been a lot more comfortable saying Voldemort without worrying. Unless you're Heartlyn, who has absolutely no fear and says whatever she wants. What's your Quidditch team? Ron asked. I don't know any, Harry confessed. What? Ron looked dumbfounded. Oh, you wait, it's the best game in the world, and he was off, explaining all about the 4 private parts and the positions of the 7 players, describing famous games he'd been to with his brothers and the broomstick he'd like to get if he had the money. He was just taking Harry through the finer points of the game when the compartment door slid open yet again. But it wasn't Neville the Toadless Boy, or Hermione Granger this time. 3 boys entered, and Harry recognized the middle one at once. It was the pale boy from Madame Malkin's robe shop. He was looking at Harry with a lot more interest than he'd shown back in Diagon Alley. Is it true? He said. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Draco groaned, falling backwards into the couch. Yes, said Harry. He was looking at the other boys. Both of them were thick-set and looked extremely mean. Standing on either side of the pale boy, they looked like bodyguards. Oh, this is Crabbe and this is Goyle, said the pale boy carelessly, noticing where Harry was looking. And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron gave a slight cough which might have been hiding a snigger. Draco Malfoy looked at him. Think my name's funny. Do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. Draco! Narcissa scolded. He turned back to Harry. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand to shake Harry's, but Harry didn't take it. I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks, he said coolly. Draco Malfoy didn't go red, but a pink tinge appeared in his pale cheeks. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter, he said slowly. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. Heartlyn, love, calm down, Fred murmured, gripping her waist tighter, pulling her back down settling her in his lap. One more slip out of you, Draco. See what happens. Heartlyn hissed, murderous. They didn't know what was good for them, either. You hang around with riffraff like the Weasleys and that Hagrid, and it'll rub off on you. Both Harry and Ron stood up. Say that again, Ron said, his face as red as his hair. Oh, you're gonna fight us, are you? Malfoy sneered. Unless you get out now, said Harry more bravely than he felt, because Crabbe and Goyle were a lot bigger than him or Ron. But we don't feet like leaving, do we, boys? We've eaten all our food and you still seem to have some. George slapped his hand over Heartlyn's mouth, letting her scream around it. Goyle reached toward the chocolate frogs next to Ron. Ron leapt forward. But before he'd so much as touched Goyle, Goyle let out a horrible yell. Scabbers the rat was hanging off his finger. Sharp little teeth sunk deep into Goyle's knuckle crab, and Malfoy backed away as Goyle swung Scabbers round and round, howling, and when Scabbers finally flew off and hit the window, all three of them disappeared at once. Only decent thing that darn rat's done in its miserable life. Perhaps they thought there were more rats lurking among the sweets, or perhaps they'd heard footsteps, because a second later, Hermione Granger had come in. "What has been going on?" she said, looking at the sweets all over the floor and Ron picking up Scabbers by his tail. "I think he's been knocked out," Ron said to Harry. He looked closer at Scabbers.
No.
"Yeah, but that was so much fun. Racing, you idiots," Heartland sighed. "You guys end up racing a lot," Ginny said. "Life's more fun that way, and you've got dirt on your nose, by the way. Did you know?" Ron glared at her as she left. Harry peered out of the window. It was getting dark. He could see mountains and forests under a deep purple sky. The train did seem to be slowing down. He and Ron took off their jackets and pulled on their long black robes. Ron's were a bit short for him. You could see his sneakers underneath them. A voice echoed through the train. "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately." Harry's stomach lurched with nerves, and Ron, he saw, looked pale under his freckles. They crammed their pockets with the last of the sweets and joined the crowd thronging the corridor. The train slowed right down and finally stopped. People pushed their way toward the door and out onto a tiny, dark platform. Harry shivered in the cold night air. Then a lamp came bobbing over the heads of the students, and Harry heard a familiar voice. Fur's years over here. All right there, Harry?" "Hey, Harry," Heartland said, coming up to Harry's side. "I swear you have a radar that tells you where Harry is at all times," Lee muttered, and Heartland grinned, sharing a glance with Harry. Hagrid's big hairy face beamed over the sea of heads.
Small, follow me.
"Any more Fur's years? Mind your step now. Fur's years follow me." Slipping and stumbling, they followed Hagrid down what seemed to be a steep, narrow path. It was so dark on either side of them that Harry thought there must be thick trees there. Nobody spoke much. Neville, the boy who kept losing his toad, sniffed once or twice. "You all get your first sight of Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder. "Just round this bend here." There was a loud ooh. The narrow path had opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black take. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. "No more in 4 to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry and Ron were followed into their boat by Neville and Hermione. Heartland was in the boat next to him, only one other person in the boat with her. "Everyone in?" shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward, and the fleet of little boats moved off all at once, gliding across the lake, which was as smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead. It towered over them as they sailed nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. "Heads down," yelled Hagrid as the first boats reached the cliff. They all bent their heads, and the little boats carried them through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. They were carried along a dark tunnel, which seemed to be taking them right underneath the castle, until they reached a kind of underground harbor, where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. "Oi, you there! Is this your toad?" said Hagrid, who was checking the boats as people climbed out of them. "Honestly, maybe I just should have let that toad be lost," Neville muttered. "Trevor!" cried Neville blissfully, holding out his hands. Then they clambered up a passageway in the rock after Hagrid's lamp, coming out at last onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge, oak front door. "Everyone here? You there still got your toad?" Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. "That's the end of the chapter," George said, and Lily grabbed the book, sharing a glance with James before opening the book, taking a deep breath, and beginning the next chapter. "The Sorting Hat," Lily read. Oh goody, Hartlin muttered sarcastically. The door swung open at once. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there. She had a very stern face, and Harry's first thought was that this was not someone to cross. A wise decision, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said sternly, but the grin on her face said otherwise. The fur's years, Professor McGonagall, said Hagrid. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She pulled the door wide. The entrance hall was so big you could have fit the whole of the Dursleys' house in it. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches like the ones at Gringotts. The ceiling was too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. They followed Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor. Harry could hear the drone of hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right. The rest of the school must already be here, but Professor McGonagall showed the first years into a small, empty chamber off the hall. Same as always, James murmured. They crowded in, standing rather closer together than they would usually have done, peering about nervously. Welcome to Hogwarts, said Professor McGonagall. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history, and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points. Merlin, even the speech is the same, Remus murmured. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. Her eyes lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose. Harry nervously tried to flatten his hair, and Hartlin grabbed his hand comfortingly. I shall return when we are ready for you, said Professor McGonagall. Please wait quietly. She left the chamber. Harry swallowed. How exactly do they sort us into houses? He asked Ron. Some sort of test, I think. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking. You just love to scare Ron, don't you? Harleton asked. He's the easiest one to scare, Fred answered cheekily. Harry's heart gave a horrible jolt. A test? In front of the whole school? But he didn't know any magic yet. What on earth would he have to do? He hadn't expected something like this the moment they arrived. He looked around anxiously and saw that everyone else looked terrified, too. No one was talking much except Hermione Granger, who was whispering very fast about all the spells she'd learned and wondering which one she'd need. Harry tried hard not to listen to her. He'd never been more nervous, never. Not even when he'd had to take a school report home to the Dursleys saying that he'd somehow turned his teacher's wig blue. Hartlin giggled. I remember that day. It was hilarious. He kept his eyes fixed on the door. Any second now, Professor McGonagall would come back and lead him to his doom. Then something happened that made him jump about a foot in the air. Several people behind him screamed. What the? He gasped. So did the people around him. About 20 ghosts had just streamed through the back wall. Pearly white and slightly transparent. They glided across the room talking to one another and hardly glancing at the first years. They seemed to be arguing. What looked like a fat little monk was saying, Forgive and forget. I say, we ought to give him a second chance. My dear friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves? He gives us all a bad name and you. No, he's not really even a ghost. I say, what are you all doing here? A ghost wearing a ruff and tights had suddenly noticed the first years. Nobody answered. Hartlin, I thought you would have said something, Molly said kindly. I was in shock. New students, said the fat friar, smiling around at them. About to be sorted, I suppose? A few people nodded mutely. Hope to see you in Hufflepuff, said the friar. My old house, you know. Move along now, said a sharp voice. The sorting ceremony's about to start. Professor McGonagall had returned. One by one, the ghosts floated away through the opposite wall. Now, form a line, Professor McGonagall told the first years, and follow me. Feeling oddly as though his legs had turned to lead, Harry got into line behind a boy with sandy hair, with Ron behind him, Harleton next to Ron, and they walked out of the chamber back across the hall, and through a pair of double doors into the great hall. Harry had never even imagined such a strange and splendid place. Good way to describe Hogwarts. Strange and splendid place, James said, nudging Lily. It was lit by thousands and thousands of candles that were floating in midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were sitting. These tables were be close to glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers were sitting. Professor McGonagall led the first years up here, so that they came to a halt in a line facing the other students with the teachers behind them. The hundreds of faces staring at them looked like pale lanterns in the flickering candlelight. Not the greatest description, but that's pretty accurate, Bill murmured. Dotted here and there among the students, the ghosts shone misty silver. Mainly to avoid all the staring eyes, Harry looked upward and saw a velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. He heard Hermione whisper, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. It was hard to believe there was a ceiling there at all, and that the Great Hall didn't simply open on to the heavens. It doesn't," Hermione blurted out, then blushed. "But of course you already knew that." Harry quickly looked down again as Professor McGonagall silently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool she put a pointed wizard's hat. This hat was patched and frayed and extremely dirty. Aunt Petunia wouldn't have let it in the house. I should have snuck it into the house. Aunt Petunia would have had a fit, and Dudley would have lost it when it started talking, Heartland mused, laughing slightly at the end. Maybe they had to try and get a rabbit out of it, Harry thought wildly. That seemed the sort of thing. Noticing that everyone in the hall was now staring at the hat, he stared at it too. For a few seconds there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing, as did Harleton, Fred, George, Lee, and Brandon. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal, those patient Hufflepuffies are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. Is there any songs you 5 don't know?" Molly sighed fondly. "Nope, we know them all, Molly," Brandon beamed. "Well, besides anything by Christina Warbleck," Fred cut in. "Oh right. Correction, every song except anything by her." The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. It bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became quite still again. "So we've just got to try on the hat," Ron whispered to Harry. "I'll defeat Fred, he was going on about wrestling a troll." Harry smiled weakly. Yes, trying on the hat was a lot better than having to do a spell, but he did wish they could have tried it on without everyone watching. The hat seemed to be asking rather a lot. Harry didn't feel brave or quick-witted or any of it at the moment. Heartland discreetly grabbed his hand and leaned forward. "Don't worry. You're going to do fine, and I bet you'll be in Gryffindor just like Mum and Dad were." Harry didn't take the time wonder how Harleton knew their parents were in Gryffindor. She just knew these things. If only the hat had mentioned a house for people who felt a bit queasy, that would have been the one for him. Harry, that would have been the house for everyone. Professor McGonagall now stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. "Abbott." Hannah, a pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails, stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down.
"A moment's pausa. Uflapuff,"
shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. Harry saw the ghost of the fat friar waving merrily at her. "Bones, Susan." "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah.
"Boot, Terry."
"Ravenclaw." The table second from the left clapped this time. Several Ravenclaws stood up to shake hands with Terry as he joined them. Brocklehurst Mandy went to Ravenclaw too, but Brown Lavender became the first new Gryffindor, and the table on the far left exploded with cheers. Harry could see Ron's twin brothers catcalling. Hartlin started giggling. Always been last to be chosen, not because he was no good, but because no one wanted Dudley to think they liked him. Finch Fletchley, Justin, Hufflepuff. Sometimes Harry noticed the hat shouted out the house at once, but at others it took a little while to decide. What's the longest it's ever taken for anyone? Bill asked, and Dumbledore looked at Harleton briefly before answering. The longest it's ever taken is 10 minutes. Harleton looked away, glancing at the floor. Finnegan, Seamus, the sandy-haired boy next to Harry in the line, sat on the stool for almost a whole minute before the hat declared him a Gryffindor. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. Gryffindor, shouted the hat. Ron groaned. A horrible thought struck Harry, as horrible thoughts always do when you're very nervous. What if he wasn't chosen at all? What if he just sat there with the hat over his eyes for ages, until Professor McGonagall jerked it off his head and said there had obviously been a mistake and he'd better get back on the train? When Neville Longbottom, the boy who kept losing his toad, was called, he fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide with Neville. When it finally shouted, Gryffindor, Neville ran off still wearing it, and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to give it to McDougal Morag. Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called and got his wish at once. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, Slytherin. Malfoy went to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, looking pleased with himself. Of course you were, Narcissa muttered. There weren't many people left now. Moon not Parkinson, then a pair of twin girls, Patil and Patil, then Perks, Sally and then at last Potter. Harry. As Harry stepped forward, Hartlin giving his hand one last squeeze before letting go. Whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Good grief, he's not some monkey in a zoo, Lily muttered. Next second he was looking at the black inside of the hat. He waited. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, my goodness, yes. And a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. So where shall I put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool and thought. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, said the small voice. Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head. And Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness. No doubt about that, no? Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. Harry heard the hat shout the last word to the whole hall. He took off the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table. He was so relieved to have been chosen and not put in Slytherin. He hardly noticed that he was getting the loudest cheer yet. Percy the prefect got up and shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" A chant they had begun up once again, dancing around the room, pulling Lee and Brandon around with them. Harry sat down opposite the ghost in the ruff he'd seen earlier. The ghost patted his arm, giving Harry the sudden, horrible feeling he just plunged it into a bucket of ice-cold water. He could see the high table properly now. At the end nearest him sat Hagrid, who caught his eye and gave him the thumbs up. Harry grinned back, and there, in the center of the high table, in a large gold chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry recognized him at once from the card he'd gotten out of the chocolate frog on the train. Dumbledore's silver hair was the only thing in the whole hall that shone as brightly as the ghost's. Harry spotted Professor Quirtle, too, the nervous young man from the Leaky Cauldron. He was looking very peculiar in a large purple turban. And now there were only 4 people left to be sorted. Potter, Harleton, the great hall became silent, and just as everyone had been craning to look at Harry, everyone was now looking at the round, not daring to watch as Hartlin was sorted. Well, thank you, world, Harleton muttered. Hartlin Potter, you've got a good mind, strong personality, but where to put you? The hat murmured in Hartlin's ear. She flinched slightly before muttering, you know exactly where to put me. With my brother. The hat hummed in Harleton's ear. That may not be the best place for you, with my brother is the best place for me. So whatever other house you may think that's best for me, you can shove it. I belong with my brother. That's final, Harleton growled, and the hat sighed, staying silent. Minutes passed, and the room grew tense. At last the hat spoke. Gryffindor. As Hartlin took off the hat, the room stayed dead silent. Hartlin, her face burning, made her way over to the Gryffindor table, sitting down in a spot next to Fred, across from Harry. The room was silent, Hartlin glaring at anyone who sent her a pitying look. Fred reached over the table and held his hat out to Hartlin. Hartlin glanced at it, before her eyes drifted up to his, and she let her hand rest in Fred's. Fred squeezed hers comfortingly, before letting go, pulling his hand back. Thomas, Dean, a black boy even taller than Ron, joined Harry at the Gryffindor table. Turpin, Lisa, became a Ravenclaw, and then it was Ron's turn. He was pale green by now. You looked like you were about to throw up. Hermione giggled and Ron rolled his eyes. I was about to throw up. Harry crossed his fingers under the table, and a second later the hat had shouted, Gryffindor. Harry clapped loudly with the rest as Ron collapsed into the chair next to him. Well done, Ron, excellent, said Percy Weasley pompously across Harry as Zabini, Blaze, was made a Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Harry looked down at his empty gold plate. He had only just realized how hungry he was. The pumpkin pasties seemed ages ago. Albus Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He was beaming at the students, his arms opened wide, as if nothing could have pleased him more than to see them all there. Well, in fact, nothing does please me more than seeing everyone back at Hogwarts. And to welcome the new students, Dumbledore mused. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down. Everybody clapped and cheered. Harry didn't know whether to laugh or not. Harleton was laughing, as were Fred and George. Is he a bit mad? He asked Percy uncertainly.
Mel,
said Percy airily. He's a genius. Best wizard in the world. But he is a bit mad, yes. Potatoes, Harry? Harry's mouth fell open. The dishes in front of him were now piled with food. He had never seen so many things he liked to eat on one table. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some strange reason, peppermint humbugs. Peppermint humbugs are delicious. The Dursleys had never exactly starved Harry, but he'd never been allowed to eat as much as he liked. Dudley had always taken anything that Harry really wanted, even if it made him sick. Harry piled his plate with a bit of everything except the peppermints and began to eat. It was all delicious. That does look good, said the ghost in the ruff sadly, watching Harry cut up his steak. Can't you? I haven't eaten for nearly 400 years, said the ghost. I don't need to, of course, but one does miss it. I don't think I've introduced myself. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington at your service. Resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. I know who you are, said Ron suddenly. My brothers told me about you. You're nearly headless Nick. I would prefer you to call me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy. The ghost began stiffly, but sandy-haired Seamus Finnegan interrupted. Nearly headless? How can you be nearly headless? Sir Nicholas looked extremely miffed, as if their little chat wasn't going at all the way he wanted. It never does. He should be used to it by now, Fred joked. Like this, he said irritably. He seized his left ear and pulled. His whole head swung off his neck and fell onto his shoulder as if it was on a hinge. Someone had obviously tried to behead him, but not done it properly. Looking pleased at the stunned looks on their faces, nearly headless Nick flipped his head back onto his neck, coughed and said, So, new Gryffindors, I hope you're going to help us win the house championship this year. Gryffindors have never gone so long without winning. Slytherins have got the cup 6 years in a row. The Bloody Baron's becoming almost unbearable. He's the Slytherin ghost. Harry looked over at the Slytherin table and saw a horrible ghost sitting there, with blank staring eyes, a gaunt face, and robes stained with silver blood. He was right next to Malfoy who, Harry was pleased to see, didn't look too pleased with the seating arrangements. How did he get covered in blood? Asked Seamus with great interest. I've never asked, said nearly headless Nick delicately. When everyone had eaten as much as they could, the remains of the food faded from the plates, leaving them sparkling clean as before. A moment later the desserts appeared. Blocks of ice cream in every flavor you could think of. Apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs and jam donuts, trifle, strawberries, jello, rice pudding. As Harry helped himself to a treacle tart, the talk turned to their families. Oh no, James muttered. I'm half and half, said Seamus. Me dad's a muggle. Mom didn't tell him she was a witch till after they were married. Bit of a nasty shock for him. The others laughed. What about you, Neville? Said Ron. Well, my gran brought me up and she's a witch, said Neville, but the family thought and that's the short version, Neville muttered. On Harry's other side, Percy Weasley and Hermione were talking about lessons. I do hope they start right away. There's so much to learn. I'm particularly interested in transfiguration, turning something into something else. Of course, it's supposed to be very difficult. You'll be starting small, just matches into needles and that sort of thing. Hermione, I honestly think you might be the only reason Harry and Ron have passed their exams every year, Heartland joked, causing Hermione to laugh as Harry and Ron turned red. Harry, who was starting to feel warm and sleepy, looked up at the high table again. Hagrid was drinking deeply from his goblet. Professor McGonagall was talking to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell, in his absurd turban, was talking to a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose and sallow skin. It happened very suddenly. The hook-nosed teacher looked past Quirrell's turban straight into Harry's eyes, and a sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead. Ouch! Harry clapped a hand to his head. What is it? Asked Heartlyn, her tone automatically becoming concerned, her eyes running over Harry concernedly. And nothing. The pain had gone as quickly as it had come. Harder to shake off was the feeling Harry had gotten from the teacher's look. A feeling that he didn't like Harry at all. Harry, he doesn't like anyone. Who's that teacher talking to Professor Quirrell? Harry asked Percy, after convincing Heartlyn he was fine. Oh, you know Quirrell already, do you? Watered. What are we, horses? Fred scoffed quietly, and Harleton giggled, kissing him on the cheek. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins. Why is it always you two? Molly sighed. Well, now it's the three of us. Heartlyn spoke up, and Lily groaned, her head falling back. Of course you would become a troublemaker. I two well-behaved kids. Mum, I have James Potter as my father, Remus Lupin as my godfather, Sirius Black as my uncle. My best friends are Fred and George Weasley, Lee Jordan and Brandon Sphinx. You really think you could have two well-behaved kids? Heartlyn joked and Lily sighed affectionately. Well, I suppose you're right. I'll just have to be happy I have one somewhat well-behaved child. That's a big somewhat, Ron muttered. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry laughed, but he was one of the few who did. He's not serious? He muttered to Percy. Must be, said Percy, frowning at Dumbledore. It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go. Somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts. Everyone knows that. I do think he might have told us prefects, at least.
Pompou, Heartlyn s'inquiète.
And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, cried Dumbledore. Harry noticed that the other teachers' smiles had become rather fixed. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick, as if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself, snake-like, into words. Everyone picked their favorite tune, said Dumbledore, and off we go. And the school bellowed, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts, teach us something please, whether we be old and bald or young with scabby knees. our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff, so teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we forgot, just do your best, we'll do the rest, and learn until our brains all rot. Everybody finished the song at different times. At last, only the Weasley twins and Heartlyn were left singing along to a very slow funeral march. Of course you did, Arthur sighed. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand, and when they had finished, he was one of those who clapped loudest. Music, he said, wiping his eyes. A magic beyond all we do here. And now bedtime. Off you trot. The Gryffindor first years followed Percy through the chattering crowds, out of the great hall, and up the marble staircase. Harry's legs were like lead again, but only because he was so tired and full of food. He was too sleepy even to be surprised that the people in the portraits along the corridors whispered and pointed as they passed, or that twice Percy led them through doorways hidden behind sliding panels and hanging tapestries. They climbed more staircases, yawning and dragging their feet, and Harry was just wondering how much farther they had to go, when they came to a sudden halt. A bundle of walking sticks was floating in midair ahead of them, and as Percy took a step toward them they started throwing themselves at him. Peeves, Percy whispered to the first years. Ickle first ties. What fun. He swooped suddenly at them. They all ducked, except Heartlyn, who stared defiantly at him. Of course you did, Molly sighed, affectionately glancing at Heartlyn, having grown fond of the stubborn and defiant streak Heartlyn had in her. Go away, Peeves, or the Baron'll hear about this, barked Percy. Peeves stuck out his tongue and vanished, dropping the walking sticks on Neville's head. Neville, you have the worst luck, I swear. They heard him zooming away, rattling coats of armor as he passed. You want to watch out for Peeves, said Percy, as they set off again. The bloody Baron's the only one who can control him. He won't even listen to us. Well, he listens to Heartlyn, Luna pointed out, and she is the only who will ever be able to get him to listen, Fred said proudly. Prefects, here we are. At the very end of the corridor hung a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. Password? She said. Capet. Draconis, said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They all scrambled through it. Neville needed a leg up, and found themselves in the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, round room full of squashy armchairs. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, they were obviously in one of the towers. They found their beds at last. 5 four-posters hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, they pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. Great food, isn't it? Ron muttered to Harry through the hangings. Get off, Scabbers. He's chewing my sheets. Harry was going to ask Ron if he'd had any of the treacle tart, but he fell asleep almost at once. Heartlyn didn't have as much luck. She slowly climbed the stairs after the other girls. She paused outside the door before opening it. The girls all paused, staring at Heartlyn. Heartlyn frowned, tucking herself into Fred's side. Fred's arm wrapped tightly around her, pulling her as close as possible. What are you doing in here? A girl with red hair asked. Teach, this is my room. Oh no. No. I am not rooming with the bringer of death, she said, after a second grabbing Harleton's trunk and shoving it at Heartlyn. Get out. No one wants you here, and we certainly don't want to sleep in the same room as the girl who defeat her parents. Heartlyn caught her trunk, tears filling her eyes. Harleton turned on her heel, lugging her trunk back down the stairs. The common room was, fortunately, empty. Heartlyn pulled her robes over head, Beofer clasping on the long couch in front of the fire. She kicked off her shoes before throwing her robe over her, using it as a blanket. Oh my Merlin, Lily whispered, her hand covering her mouth. Just before Heartlyn fell asleep, she heard the portrait door open. Fred George shut it. Look, Heartlyn knew the voice, but she couldn't quite place it. Blimey, that's Heartlyn. But what's she doing on the couch? Her, with who? Heartlyn thought tiredly before she felt a pair of arms slide under neck and knees. What is McGonagall going to say? We can worry about her in the morning. Let's just get Heartlyn settled in before somebody else comes in, wondering what the heck is going on. Heartland's head fell onto someone's shoulder as they started moving before she fell asleep. "Thank you," James said gruffly, and Fred nodded. Perhaps Harry had eaten a bit too much, because he had a very strange dream. He was wearing Professor Quirrell's turban, which kept talking to him, telling him he must transfer to Slytherin at once, because it was his destiny. Harry told the turban he didn't want to be in Slytherin. It got heavier and heavier. He tried to pull it off, but it tightened painfully, and there was Malfoy, laughing at him as he struggled with it. Then Malfoy turned into the hook-nosed teacher, Snape, whose laugh became high and cold. There was a burst of green light and Harry woke, sweating and shaking. He rolled over and fell asleep again, and when he woke next day he didn't remember the dream at all. That's the end of the chapter. Lily read, and Brandon grabbed the book. The potion's master, Brandon, read, "Oh goody." When Heartland awoke the morning, the first she realized was that she was in a bed. The second was that she was surrounded by boys. The third was that the boys were awake and getting ready for the school day. Heartland's breath froze in her lungs, and her eyes cracked open. She caught a few glances of red hair, and a few glimpses of someone with dreads, and, laughing, "You were such a piece of work," Heartland groaned. "Heartland, hun, he still is a piece of work," Brandon said in a fatherly tone, looking at Harleton, and Harleton laughed, rolling her eyes as James studied her. Out of all the things he had observed and learned in the last day, Heartland was the most confusing. She wasn't the same girl he knew in his time. She was standoffish with him or Lily, wanting nothing to do with either of them. But with Brandon, Lee, and the Weasleys, she was the same girl he knew. Happy, bubbly, laughing. With the boys, they were her family. With them, she was home. They were what James, Lily, Remus, and Sirius should have been to Harleton. James had no doubt that Remus and Sirius were a part of Heartland's life, but to him, it seemed more like they were the uncles she saw every once in a while, not a part of her immediate family. The boys were Harleton's fathers, it seemed to James. They were her fathers, her protectors, her best friends, her brothers. Well, George, Lee, and Brandon were her brothers. Fred was something more to her, and James couldn't understand what yet. For one of the first times in James' life, he was in uncharted waters, and that scared him. "True, but I'm Heartland's piece of work," Fred said, snapping James back to the present as Fred hugged Heartland close to his side. The hug looked awkward and uncomfortable, but Heartland laughed once more, and moved so she was sitting between Fred's legs, reaching up and to wrap her arms around his neck, and Fred rested his chin on her shoulder as Heartland ran her fingers through his hair, tugging on it affectionately, a small, dopey smile on both their faces. "Fred!" Heartland exclaimed, struggling to stand up. She managed to sit up and Fred pulled her to her feet before untangling the blanket from her legs. "There. Did you sleep okay?" "I did, thanks, Fred. But, what am I doing in here? It's the third year's boy dorm. I was on the couch last night." "Yeah, well, we found you on the couch last night with your trunk and we decided to take you in." "You got kicked out your dorm, didn't you?" "Yeah, mirror. No, this is great. Thank you. Do you guys mind if I use the bathroom to get a shower and get ready?" Heartland said, glancing at Brandon. "Why did you ask to use the bathroom?" Draco asked. "Because at the Dursleys I have to ask to do everything. It's kind of been ingrained into me to ask." "You waited for her?" James spoke up, looking at the boys. "Of course we waited for her," Lee said, like it never even crossed their mind that they wouldn't wait for her. "In here, if you don't mind," Harleton said timidly, looking at the floor. "Timidly?" Arthur asked incredulously. "Choice in anything," Harlan explained, looking at Arthur. "I knew the boys, but the only men who I actually knew at that time were Dursley and Dudley, and they had never given me any choice in anything. I didn't know if they would give me a choice." "You're always going to have a choice with us," Brandon said, affectionately slapping his hand on Heartland's knee. Heartland gave him a small smile and James looked at Harry. Harry's eyes were on his sister, watching her. James could see concern in his eyes. "Of course we don't mind waiting in here," Fred said, taking a seat on someone's bed. Heartland's face brightened as the others followed his lead before Heartland turned on her heel, scampering into the bathroom. A quick thank you thrown over her shoulder before the door shut. 15 minutes later, the bathroom door opened up and Harleton walked out, scampering to her bed, pulling on her shoes and robe. "Ready?" George asked, and Hartlin took a deep breath, staring curiously at the door, pulling back slightly.
Hey, Hart.
It's gonna be okay. We're gonna be right beside you, and in your classes you'll have Harry and Ron right there beside you, Fred said, grabbing Horton's shoulders, bending down to look her in the eyes. You're not alone, I promise. I haven't been since you guys took me in. What if they yell at me like the girls did last night? Hartlin's voice broke in the middle and the boys looked at each other, uncertainty on their faces. After a minute, Brandon stepped forward, knelt down and grabbed Hartlin's hands. Hartlin glanced up at him through her eyelashes. Hartlin, people are gonna yell. They're just scared. They've heard a lot of rumors about you growing up, and they're gonna react because of it. But no, we are never going to treat you any differently than the way we have been treating you. You are not the bringer of death to us like they're gonna call you. You're Hartlin. You're smart and silly and our girl, and that is never going to change. If anyone bugs you, just let us know. We'll deal with them. We promise we are going to be here. Okay? Harleton nodded, and Brandon stood up. Fred got a twinkle in his eye and in one movement, grabbed Hartlin's wrists and pulled her up onto his back. Harleton shrieked slightly before laughing. George grabbed her bag of her bed as Lee grabbed Fred's before they walked out the room as a group. Fred jogged down the stairs, Hartlin laughing on his back, legs and arms hooked around his neck and waist. You still do that, Hermione said. Yeah. But the difference is now Fred doesn't ever pull me onto his back, I just hop on it, and nearly sending us tumbling. Fred moved quickly through the common room, but whispers still erupted around them. Hartlin tucked her face into the crooks of Fred's next, not wanting to look at anyone. Fred climbed out of the common room as quick as he could. Brandon paused, halfway out the door. When he turned around to look at the room, Lee and George following his lead. If anyone harms Hartlin in any way, you'll have us to deal with. Understand? Brandon said lowly, glaring at the people in the room, and they all muttered a small yes. Brandon turned on his heel, walking out and jogging to catch up with Hartlin and Fred. Hartlin was off Fred's back, walking next to him. George handed Hartlin her bag as Lee handed Fred his. Together, the five of them walked down to the dining hall, the boys glaring at anyone who dared to start whispering about Hartlin. You guys knew her all of 2 days and you were already acting like her family, Lily murmured, looking at the group. Of course we were. We saw her for who she was, not who the kids wanted her to be. She was like our little sister from the minute Fred and George brought her to our compartment on the train. Brandon said, and Harleton leaned over Fred and pulled him into a side hug. They ate breakfast quickly, getting their schedules from Professor McGonagall. Together, the five walked out, Hartlin ruffling Harry's and Ron's hair as she passed by, flashing Harry a smile when he glanced up at her. The boys walked Hartlin to her first class before taking off to their first class. You walked her to class? Charlie mused, grinning at George, Fred, Lee and Brandon. We wanted to make sure she didn't get lost. George defended. Yeah, sure, George, that's exactly what you four were doing. There, look. Where? Next to the tall kid with the red hair. Wearing the glasses. Did you see his face? Did you see his scar? Whispers followed Harry from the moment he left his dormitory. People lined up, outside classrooms, stood on tiptoe to get a look at him, or doubled back to pass him in the corridors again, staring. Harry wished they wouldn't. Yeah, after a long-ass argument. We were only looking out for you. The only difference between Harry and Hartlin were the whispers and the fact that people jumped out of Hartlin's way, so Hartlin usually ended up in front of Harry, leading the way to the classrooms. There were 142 staircases at Hogwarts, wide, sweeping ones, narrow, rickety ones, some that led somewhere different on a Friday, some with a vanishing step halfway up that you had to remember to jump. Then there were doors that wouldn't open unless you asked politely, or tickled them in exactly the right place, and doors that weren't really doors at all but solid walls just pretending. It was also very hard to remember where anything was, because it all seemed to move around a lot. The people in the portraits kept going to visit each other, and Harry was sure the coats of armor could walk. The ghosts didn't help either. It was always a nasty shock when one of them glided suddenly through a door you were trying to open. Nearly Headless Nick was always happy to point new Gryffindors in the right direction. But Peeves the poltergeist was worth 2 locked doors and a trick staircase if you met him when you were late for class. Unless you were Heartlin, Harry muttered, and Heartlin grinned. Aw, is whittle Harry upset Peeves wistens to me and not him, Heartlin teased in baby voice, grinning at Harry. Harry, in return, reached over and smacked her upside the head, leading Fred to bite cheekily at his fingers, to which Harry also smacked Fred. He would drop wastepaper baskets on your head, pull rugs from under your feet, pelt you with bits of chalk, or sneak up behind you, invisible, grab your nose and screech, "Got your conch." Even worse than Peeves, if that was possible, was the caretaker Argus Filch. Harry and Ron managed to get on the wrong side of him on their very first morning. Filch found them trying to force their way through a door that unluckily turned out to be the entrance to the out-of-bounds corridor on the 3rd floor. He wouldn't believe they were lost, was sure they were trying to break into it on purpose, and was threatening to lock them in the dungeons when they were rescued by Professor Quirrell, who was passing. Filch owned a cat, called Mrs. Norris, a scrawny, dust-colored creature with bulging, lamp-like eyes just like Filch's. She patrolled the corridors alone. Break a rule in front of her, put just one toe out of line, and she'd whisk off for Filch, who'd appear wheezing 2 seconds later. Filch knew the secret passageways of the school better than anyone, except perhaps the Weasley twins. And us, Heartlin, Lee, and Brandon exclaimed, and could pop up as suddenly as any of the ghosts. The students all hated him, and it was the dearest ambition of many to give Mrs. Norris a good kick, as some of us have, James said, looking at Remus and Sirius, chuckling. George caught the look Heartlin gave James and started laughing. You really are your father's daughter? Shut up, George. And then, once you had managed to find them, there were the classes themselves. There was a lot more to magic, as Harry quickly found out, than waving your wand and saying a few funny words. They had to study the night skies through their telescopes every Wednesday at midnight and learn the names of different stars and the movements of the planets. 3 times a week they went out to the greenhouses behind the castle to study herbology, with a dumpy little witch called Professor Sprout, where they learned how to take care of all the strange plants and fungi and found out what they were used for. Easily the most boring class was History of Magic, which was the only one taught by a ghost. Professor Binns had been very old indeed when he had fallen asleep in front of the staff room fire and got up next morning to teach, leaving his body behind him. Binns droned on and on while they scribbled down names and dates, and got Emetic the Evil and Uric the Oddball mixed up. Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher, was a tiny little wizard who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk. At the start of their first class he took the roll call, and when he reached, "Some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she said. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." Then she changed her desk into a pig and back again. They were all very impressed and couldn't wait to get started, but soon realized they weren't going to be changing the furniture into animals for a long time. After taking a lot of complicated notes, they were each given a match and started trying to turn it into a needle. By the end of the lesson, only Hermione Granger and Heartlin had made any difference to their matches. "You've got your mother's brains, don't you?" James asked, looking at Heartlin. She shrugged and nodded. "Professors have said I've got Mum's brains, but the Marauder's mix of personalities. I'm not sure if that's a good thing," Lily muttered, remembering how much trouble they had gotten into in school. "It's a mix of good and bad." Professor McGonagall showed the class how it had gone all silver and pointy and gave them a rare smile. The class everyone had really been looking forward to was Defense Against the Dark Arts. But Quirrell's. Harry was very relieved to find out that he wasn't miles behind everyone else. Lots of people had come from Muggle families and, like him, hadn't had any idea that they were witches and wizards. There was so much to learn that even people like Ron didn't have much of a head start. Friday was, "What have we got today?" Harry asked Ron as he poured sugar on his porridge. "Double potions with the Slytherins," said Ron. "Snape's head of Slytherin House. They say he always favors them. We'll be able to see if it's true." "Wish McGonagall favored us," said Harry. Professor McGonagall was head of Gryffindor House, but it hadn't stopped her from giving them a huge pile of homework the day before. Just then, the mail arrived. Harry had gotten used to this by now, but it had given him a bit of a shock on the first morning, when about 100 owls had suddenly streamed into the great hall during breakfast, circling the tables until they. So that's why I got roped into going to Hagrid's with you. It was lucky that Harry and Hartlin had tea with Hagrid to look forward to, because the potions lesson turned out to be the worst thing that had happened to him so far. At the start of term banquet, Harry had gotten the idea that Professor Snape disliked him. By the end of the first potions lesson, he knew he'd been wrong. Snape didn't dislike Harry. He hated him. Severus hates you? Lily asked, appalled. Mum, he hates both of us. Potions lessons took place down in one of the dungeons. It was colder here than up in the main castle, and would have been quite creepy enough without the pickled animals floating in glass jars all around the walls. Snape, like Flitwick, started the class by taking the roll call, and like Flitwick, he paused at Harry's name. Ah yes, he said softly, Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands while Hartlin glared at him. Hartlin Potter. Ah yes, our own little Death Eater. Hartlin's cheeks burned, but she held her head up. Snivellus called you a Death Eater? Sirius's voice was quiet and deadly, and Harleton nodded, knowing now was not the time to try to say otherwise. I'm going to defeat him, James exclaimed. Pads? Dad. Don't defend him, Hartlin, he called you a Death Eater. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class. His eyes were black like Hagrid's, but they had none of Hagrid's warmth. They were cold and empty and made you think of dark tunnels. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word like Professor McGonagall. Snape had the gift of keeping a class silent without effort. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe. This is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. More silence followed this little speech. Harry and Ron exchanged looks with raised eyebrows. Hermione Granger was on the edge of her seat and looked desperate to start proving that she wasn't a dunderhead. Hartlin was leaned back in her chair, a bored expression on her face. Except for the part where you ace of everything in that class. Luna added in. Around the room people chuckled. You show him heart, Sirius laughed. Snape said nothing, and Hartlin let a small grin rest on her face. He ignored Hermione's hand. Let's try again. Boy Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Hermione stretched her hand as high into the air as it would go without her leaving her seat. But Harry didn't have the faintest idea what a bezoar was. He tried not to look at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were shaking with laughter. Hartlin leaned forward. Goat, Miss Potter, it might be more beneficial to your brother if he actually learns these things without you whispering the answer in his ear. Harry glanced back at Hartlin before turning back around to face Professor Snape. I don't know, sir. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming. Potter? Harry forced himself to keep looking straight into those cold eyes. He had looked through his books at the Dursleys, but did Snape expect him to remember everything in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Snape was still ignoring Hermione's quivering hand. What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? At this, Hermione stood up, her hand stretching toward the dungeon ceiling. I don't know, said Harry quietly. I think Hermione does, though. Why don't you try her? A few people laughed. Harry caught Seamus's eye and Seamus winked. Snape, however, was not pleased. He's never pleased, Fred pointed out. Sit down, he snapped at Hermione. For your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the Draught of Living Death. I already said that, Hartlin muttered. Snape ignored her. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite. Well, aren't you all copying that down? There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape said, and a point will be taken from Gryffindor House for your cheek, Potter. He thinks that was cheeky? Charlie asked, biting his cheek to keep from laughing. Things didn't improve for the Gryffindors as the potions lesson continued. Snape put them all into pairs and set them to mixing up a simple potion to cure boils. He swept around in his long black cloak, watching them weigh dried nettles and crush snake fangs, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to like. He was just telling everyone to look at the perfect way Malfoy had stewed his horned slugs when clouds of acid green smoke and a loud hissing filled the dungeon. Neville had somehow managed to melt Seamus's cauldron into a twisted blob, and their potion was seeping across the stone floor, burning holes in people's shoes. Within seconds, the whole class was standing on their stools while Neville, who had been drenched in the potion when the cauldron collapsed, moaned in pain as angry red boils sprang up all over his arms and legs. "Oh, Neville," Luna muttered, wincing. Neville gave her a soft smile in return. "Idiot boy," snarled Snape, clearing the spilled potion away with one wave of his wand. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Neville whimpered as boils started to pop up all over his nose. "Take him up to the hospital wing," Snape spat at Seamus. Then, he rounded on Harry and Ron, who had been working next to Neville. "You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong. Did you? That's another point you've lost for Gryffindor. How is Harry to blame for this? He was trying to brew his own potion, and also, if Harry had known, why would he purposefully let Neville mess up?" Heartlyn stood up, her stool clattering backwards. The room had fallen silent, watching Heartlyn and Snape. "This is our first class. Of course we're gonna mess up, we've never done this before. Don't blame Harry and don't blame Neville. Blame yourself for being a bloody awful teacher." Heartlyn finished her rant and stood, her chest heaving slightly, at Snape. "Detention tonight. 8 o'clock. Now get out of my classroom," Snape said coldly. "Gladly?" Heartlyn swung her bag over her shoulder and walked asked out, her head held high. "So that's how you got your first detention?" Sirius grinned. "His very first week. Why did Snape hate him so much?" "Cheer up," said Ron. "Snape's always taking points off Fred and George." "Well, together, the 5 of lose Gryffindor the most points." McGonagall stared, looking the boys and Heartlyn. But Minnie, we gain Gryffindor the most as well. So it evens out." "That's not the point, Mr. Sphinx. Can I come and meet Hagrid with you?" At 5-3 they left the castle after grabbing Heartlyn from the common room, and made their way across the grounds. Hagrid lived in a small wooden house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. A crossbow and a pair of galoshes were outside the front door. When Harry knocked, they heard a frantic scrabbling from inside and several booming barks. "I love that dog," Heartlyn sighed happily, down and plop himself in her lap, panting happily. Like Hagrid, Fong was clearly not as fierce as he looked. "Man, I wish the Dursleys could meet Fong. Petunia would faint." James snorted at his daughter's statement. "This is Ron," Harry told Hagrid, who was pouring boiling water into a large teapot and putting rock cakes onto a plate. "Another Weasley, said Hagrid, glancing at Ron's freckles. "I spent half me life chasing your twin brothers away from the forest." Heartlyn. The rock cakes were shapeless lumps with raisins that almost broke their teeth. But Harry and Ron pretended to be enjoying them as they told Hagrid all about their first lessons. Fong rested his head in Heartlyn's lap. Hagrid asked Ron. "I liked him a lot, great with animals." Harry wondered if Hagrid had changed the subject on purpose. While Ron told Hagrid all about Charlie's work with dragons, Harry picked up a piece of paper that was lying on the table under the tea cozy. Snoop. It was a cutting from the Daily Prophet. Gringotts break-in. Latest investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on July 31st, widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins today insisted that nothing had been taken. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied the same day. "But we're not telling you what was in there, so keep your noses out if you know what's good for you," said a Gringotts spokesgoblin this afternoon. Harry remembered Ron telling him on the train that someone had tried to rob Gringotts, but Ron hadn't mentioned the date. "Hagrid," said Harry, "that Gringotts break-in happened on my birthday. It might have been happening while we were there." Heartlyn looked up, surprised, her legs jolting Fang's head from her lap. In return, Fong stood up and walked over Heartland's before plopping down again, his chest covering hers. You are the only one he's ever done that to. Harjad chuckled. I'm also the only one who's ever sat on the floor. Heartland's laughter filled the air as Hagrid didn't meet Harry's eyes. He grunted and offered him another rock cake. Harry read the story again. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied earlier that same day. Hagrid had emptied Vault 713, if you could call it emptying, taking out that grubby little package. Had that been what the thieves were looking for? As Harry, Heartland and Ron walked back to the castle for dinner, Harry and Ron's pockets weighed down with rock cakes. They'd been too polite to refuse, Heartland covered in drool from Fong. Harry thought that none of the lessons he'd had so far had given him as much to think about as tea with Hagrid. Had Hagrid collected that package just in time? Where was it now? And did Hagrid know something about Snape that he didn't want to tell Harry? That's the end of the chapter, Brandon said, holding the book up, and James grinned before plucking the book out of Brandon's hand. The Midnight Duel. James grinned as Lily groaned, pinning her kids with a glare. Who was dueling and why the heck were you dueling? Harry and Heartland shared a glance and both shook their head. You'll just have to wait to learn, Mum. Harry had never believed he would meet a boy he hated more than Dudley, but that was before he met Draco Malfoy. Still, first-year Gryffindors only had potions with the Slytherins, so they didn't have to put up with Malfoy much. Or at least, they didn't until they spotted a notice pinned up in the Gryffindor common room that made them all groan. Flying lessons would be starting on Thursday. You two are the best flyers I've ever met. Why the heck would you be groaning? Sirius asked, and Heartland looked at James, her eyes telling him to keep reading. And Gryffindor and Slytherin would be learning together. Oh, never mind, typical, said Harry darkly. Just what I always wanted. To make a fool of myself on a broomstick in front of Malfoy. He had been looking forward to learning to fly more than anything else. You don't know that you'll make a fool of yourself, said Ron reasonably. Anyway, I know, Malfoy's always going on about how good he is at Quidditch, but I bet that's all talk. Malfoy certainly did talk about flying a lot. He complained loudly about first years never getting on the house Quidditch teams and told long, boastful stories that always seemed to end with him narrowly escaping. Muggles in helicopters. Draco, that's a lie, and we both know it, Narcissa said, glaring at her son. He wasn't the only one, though. The way Seamus Finnegan told it, he'd spent most of his childhood zooming around the countryside on his broomstick. Even Ron would tell anyone who'd listen about the time he'd almost hit a hang glider on Charlie's old broom. Everyone from wizarding families talked about Quidditch constantly. Ron had already had a big argument with Dean Thomas, who shared their dormitory, about soccer. Ron couldn't see what was exciting about a game with only one ball where no one was allowed to fly. Harry had caught Ron prodding Dean's poster of West Ham's soccer team, trying to make the players move. Ron, Muggle pictures, don't move. I know, Hermione, Ron interrupted fondly. The only book you've ever read, Freddie, Heartland teased. Hey, it's the only book you've ever read either. Fred defended, his fingers dancing over Heartland's sides, tickling her. Harleton squirmed, trying to get away from Fred, laughing. After a minute they stopped, and James continued to read. Neville was hanging on to her every word, desperate for anything that might help him hang on to his broomstick later. But everybody else was very pleased when Hermione's lecture was interrupted by the arrival of the mail. Harry hadn't had a single letter since Hagrid's note, something that Malfoy had been quick to notice, of course. Malfoy's eagle owl was always bringing him packages of sweets from home, which he opened gloatingly at the Slytherin table. A barn owl brought Neville a small package from his grandmother. He opened it excitedly and showed them a glass ball the size of a large marble, which seemed to be full of white smoke. Is it Remembrall? He explained. Gran knows I forget things. This tells you if there's something you've forgotten to do. Look, you hold it tight like this, and if it turns red, oh. His face fell because the Remembrall had suddenly glowed scarlet. You've forgotten something. Neville was trying to remember what he'd forgotten when Draco Malfoy, who was passing the Gryffindor table, snatched the Remembrall out of his hand. Draco, Narcissa scolded. Harry and Ron jumped to their feet. They were half hoping for a reason to fight Malfoy, but Professor McGonagall, who could spot trouble quicker than any teacher in the school, was there in a flash. Yes, well, that's only because of a certain troop of troublemakers 11 years before. McGonagall flashed a quick, fond look at James, Remus and Sirius. What's going on? Malfoy's got my Remembrall, Professor. Scowling, Malfoy quickly dropped the Remembrall back on the table. Just looking, he said, and he sloped away with Crabbe and Goyle behind him. At 3:30 that afternoon, Harry, Ron, Hartlin, and the other Gryffindors hurried down the front steps onto the grounds for their first flying lesson. It was a clear, breezy day, and the grass rippled under their feet as they marched down the sloping lawns toward a smooth, flat lawn on the opposite side of the grounds to the Forbidden Forest, whose trees were swaying darkly in the distance. The Slytherins were already there, and so were 20 broomsticks lying in neat lines on the ground. Harry had heard Fred and George Weasley complain about the school brooms, saying that some of them started to vibrate if you flew too high, or always flew slightly to the left. They do though, Fred and George exclaimed. Not all of them, you two. Their teacher, Madame Hooch, arrived. She had short, gray hair, and yellow eyes like a hawk. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked. Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. Harry glanced down at his broom. It was old and some of the twigs stuck out at odd angles. Hartlin's, however, looked decently okay, besides it being split a quarter of the way down the middle. Stick out your right hand over your broom, called Madame Hooch at the front, and say, up! UPF, everyone shouted. Harry's broom jumped into his hand at once, but it was one of the few that did. Hartlin's jumped up as well and she grinned. Hermione Granger's had simply rolled over on the ground, and Neville's hadn't moved at all. Perhaps brooms, like horses, could tell when you were afraid, thought Harry. There was a quaver in Neville's voice that said only too clearly that he wanted to keep his feet on the ground. My feet belong on the ground, and that's where they're going to stay. Madame Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, and walked up and down the rows correcting their grips. Harry and Ron were delighted when she told Malfoy he'd been doing it wrong for years. Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground hard, said Madame Hooch. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, but Neville, nervous and jumpy and frightened of being left on the ground, pushed off hard before the whistle had touched Madame Hooch's lips. Come back, boy, she shouted, but Neville was rising straight up like a cork shot out of a bottle. 12 feet, 20 feet. Oh, Merlin, Neville, Luna murmured. Harry saw his scared white face look down at the ground falling away, saw him gasp, slip sideways off the broom and wham, a thud and a nasty crack and Neville lay face down on the grass in a heap. His broomstick was still rising higher and higher, and started to drift lazily toward the Forbidden Forest and out of sight. Madame Hooch was bending over Neville, her face as white as his. Broken wrist, Harry heard her mutter. Come on, boy, it's all right, up you get. She turned to the rest of the class. None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear. Neville, his face tear-streaked, clutching his wrist, hobbled off with Madame Hooch, who had her arm around him. Neville, mate, you haven't gotten on a broom since, right? No, I haven't. I'll watch Quidditch, but I will never get on another broom. Come and get it, Potter. Harry grabbed his broom as Hartlin grabbed hers. Oh no, Lily moaned.
No,
shouted Hermione Granger. Madame Hooch told us not to move. You'll get us all into trouble. Harry ignored her. Blood was pounding in his ears. He mounted the broom and kicked hard against the ground, Hartlin following, and up they soared. Air rushed through their hair, and their robes whipped out behind them, and in a rush of fierce joy, Harry realized he'd found something he could do without being taught. This was easy, this was wonderful. Of course it's easy and wonderful. You had one of Hogwarts' greatest players as a dad, Charlie pointed out. Hartlin pulled her broomstick up a little to take it even higher, and heard. Malfoy only just got out of the way in time. But Hartlin clipped him as she zoomed past on his other side. You get him, Harleton, Sirius whooped. Harry and Hartlin made a sharp about-face and held the broom steady. A few people below were clapping. No Crabbe and Goyle up here to save your neck, Malfoy, Harry called. Just give it up, Malfoy. You can't beat two of us. The same thought seemed to have struck Malfoy. Catch it if you can. Then, he shouted, and he threw the glass ball high into the air and streaked back toward the ground. Harry saw, as though in slow motion, the ball rise up in the air and then start to fall. Harleton shot toward the ground seconds before Harry. Hartlin reached the ball first, grabbing it and tossing it up towards Harry, their blood pounding in their ears, mixing with the screams of people below. Harleton tumbled off her broom into the grass as Harry caught the ball 2 feet above the ground, but still tumbled into the grass, rolling into Harleton's legs, knocking her over. Hartlin pulled Harry to his feet, the remembrall clutched safely in his fist. Cheers erupted around the room. Harry Potter, Hartlin Potter. Their hearts sank faster than they'd just dived. Professor McGonagall was running toward them. "Oh my Merlin," James whispered. Never, in all my time at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall was almost speechless with shock, and her glasses flashed furiously. "How dare you? Might have broken your neck. It wasn't his fault, Professor. Be quiet. Miss Patil, but Malfoy. Professor, please. Harry had nothing to—" "That's enough, Mr. Weasley. Ms. Potter. Harry, Hartlin, follow me now." Harry caught sight of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle's triumphant faces as he left, walking numbly in Professor McGonagall's wake as she strode toward the castle. He was going to be expelled, he just knew it. "How have you not been expelled?" Lily asked, her eyes wide. He wanted to say something to defend himself, but there seemed to be something wrong with his voice. Professor McGonagall was sweeping along without even looking at him. He had to jog to keep up, Hartlin next to him. Now they'd done it. They hadn't even lasted 2 weeks. They'd be packing his bags in 10 minutes. What would the Dursleys say when he turned up on the doorstep? "I'm glad we'll never know." Up the front steps, up the marble staircase inside, and still Professor McGonagall didn't say a word to them. She wrenched open doors and marched along corridors with Harry and Harleton trotting miserably behind her. Maybe she was taking them to Dumbledore. He thought of Hagrid, expelled but allowed to stay on as gamekeeper. Perhaps he could be Hagrid's assistant. His stomach twisted as he imagined it, watching Ron and the others becoming wizards, while he stumped around the grounds carrying Hagrid's bag. Professor McGonagall stopped outside a classroom. She opened the door and poked her head inside. "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, could I borrow Wood for a moment?" "Wood?" thought Harry, bewildered. Hartlin's eyes widened and she pushed Harry gently behind her. "Even at Hogwarts, Hartlin is still protecting me. Hey, you're my little brother. I'm always gonna protect you." Was Wood a cane she was going to use on him? Thought Harry. But Wood turned out to be a person. A burly 5th-year boy who came out of Flitwick's class looking confused. Of course he was. When McGonagall calls you out of class, something big always happens. "Follow me, you two," said Professor McGonagall, and they marched on up the corridor, Wood looking curiously at Harry and Hartlin, who had stepped aside once Wood had walked out of the classroom. "In here." Professor McGonagall pointed them into a classroom that was empty except for Peeves, who was busy writing rude words on the blackboard. When isn't he writing rude words on a blackboard somewhere? "Out, Peeves," she barked. Peeves threw the chalk into a bin, which clanged loudly, and he swooped out cursing. Professor McGonagall slammed the door behind him and turned to face them. "Potters, this is Oliver Wood. Wood, I found you a seeker and a chaser." Wood's expression changed from puzzlement to delight. "Are you serious, Professor?" "Absolutely," said Professor McGonagall crisply. "These two are a natural. I've never seen anything like it. Was that your first time on a broomstick, Potters?" Harry and Harleton nodded silently. He didn't have a clue what was going on, but he didn't seem to be being expelled, and some of the feelings started coming back to his legs. Harleton grabbed Harry's hand, gripping it tightly. Harleton caught that thing in her hand after a 60-foot dive, and Harry caught it after she threw it straight into his hands. Professor McGonagall told Wood. "That's a slight exaggeration," Hartlin murmured. "Didn't even scratch herself. Charlie Weasley couldn't have done it." "Ouch, Professor," Charlie teased. Wood was now looking as though all his dreams had come true at once. "Ever seen a game of Quidditch, Potters?" he asked excitedly. "Wood's captain of the Gryffindor team," Professor McGonagall explained. Harry's, just the build for a seeker too, and Heartlyn, you look like you could make a pretty decent chaser, said Wood, now walking around them and staring at them. Light, speedy. We'll have to get them a decent broom, Professor, a Nimbus 2000 or a clean sweep 7. I'd say. I shall speak to Professor Dumbledore and see if we can't bend the first-year rule. Heaven knows we need a better team than last year. Flattened in that last match by Slytherin, I couldn't look Severus Snape in the face for weeks. Professor McGonagall peered sternly over her glasses at Harry and Harleton. I want to hear you're training hard, Potter, or I may change my mind about punishing you. Then she suddenly smiled. Your father would have been. You're joking. It was dinner time. Harry had just finished telling Ron what had happened when he'd left the grounds with Professor McGonagall. Ron had a piece of steak and kidney pie halfway to his mouth, but he'd forgotten all about it. Seeker? He said. But first years never. You must be the youngest house player in about a century, said Harry, shoveling pie into his mouth. He felt particularly hungry after the excitement of the afternoon. Wood told me. Ron was so amazed, so impressed. He just sat and gaped at Harry. I start training next week. Heartlyn started tonight, said Harry. Only don't tell anyone. Wood wants to keep it a secret. Fred and George Weasley now came into the hall, spotted Harry, and hurried over. Well done, said George in a low voice. Wood told us. We're on the team too, beaters. I tell you, we're gonna win that Quidditch Cup for sure this year, said Fred. We haven't won since Charlie left, but this year's team is going to be brilliant. You must be good, Harry. Wood was almost skipping when he told us. By the way, has either of you seen Harleton? She's on the field with Wood. She made chaser, Harry said. Fred and George's jaws dropped. You're kidding. Wood never told us. Thanks. Harry. Got to go. How in heck did we miss you going down to the fields? Who knows, George, who knows? Fred and George had hardly disappeared when someone far less welcome turned up. Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Having a last meal, Potter? When are you getting the train back to the Muggles? You're a lot braver now that you're back on the ground and you've got your little friends with you, said Heartlyn coolly, walking up behind them, her hair damp. There was of course nothing at all little about Crabbe and Goyle, but as the high table was full of teachers, neither of them could do more than crack their knuckles and scowl. I'd take you on any time on my own, said Malfoy. Tonight if you want. Wizard's duel. Wands only, no contact. What's the matter? Never heard of a wizard's duel before, I suppose? Of course she has, said Ron, wheeling around. I'm Heartlyn's second. Who's yours? Heartlyn. Relax, Pads, nothing happened. Really? Nothing happened. We almost got Silencio. You could have just asked Hermione to be quiet, you didn't have to cast a spell. Trust me, I know Charlie, but it's easier just to charm her. Malfoy looked at Crabbe and Goyle, sizing them up. Crabbe, he said. Midnight all right? We'll meet you in the trophy room. That's always unlocked. It's locked every night now, right? Of course, Mrs. Potter. When Malfoy had gone, Ron and Harry looked at each other. What is a wizard's duel? Said Harry. And what do you mean, you're my second? Well, a second's there to take over if you die, said Ron casually, getting started at last on his cold pie. Catching the look on Heartlyn's face, he added, quickly, but people only die in proper duels, with real wizards. The most you and Malfoy'll be able to do is send sparks at each other. Neither of you knows enough magic to do any real damage. I bet he expected you to refuse anyway. I swear to Merlin Ronald, you absolute utter arse. I can't duel. And what if Harleton waves her wand and nothing happens? She'll throw it away and punch him on the nose. Ron suggested. Ronald, seriously, Fred? I expected Mum to be angry with me, not you. You put Heartlyn in danger. Fred. She does that by herself. That's not the point, Ron. Excuse me. They looked up. It was Hermione Granger. Can't a person eat in peace in this place? Said Ron. Hermione ignored him and spoke to Heartlyn. I couldn't help overhearing what you and Malfoy were saying. Bet you could, Ron muttered. And you mustn't go wandering around the school at night. Think of the points you'll lose, Gryffindor, if you're caught. And you're bound to be. It's really very selfish of you. Ouch, Hermione. Hermione looked pointedly at Harleton, and Heartlyn waved her wand, taking the charm off of Hermione. I was a bit of a pushover. I was just trying to look out for my house. And it's really none of your business, said Harry. Hartlin punched Harry in the arm discreetly. Goodbye, said Ron. All the same, it wasn't what you'd call the perfect end to the day, Harry thought, as he lay awake much later listening to Dean and Seamus falling asleep. Neville wasn't back from the hospital wing. Ron had spent all evening trying to give Hartlin advice such as if he tries to curse you, you'd better dodge it, because I can't remember how to block them. Harleton, did you hear any of that advice? James asked, and Hartlin shook her head. Nope. I was too busy playing chess with the boys after they were done congratulating me and freaking out our dorm room. There was a very good chance they were going to get caught by Filch or Mrs. Norris, and Harry felt he was pushing his luck, breaking another school rule today. On the other hand, Malfoy's sneering face kept looming up out of the darkness. This was his big chance to watch someone beat Malfoy face to face. He couldn't miss it, and beside it was his sister dueling Malfoy. 11:30, Ron muttered at last, we'd better go. They pulled on their bathrobes, picked up their wands, and crept across the tower room, down the spiral staircase, and into the Gryffindor common room, where Harleton was waiting. How did you get away from the boys? Arthur asked, knowing how overprotective they got. I told them I had to study. A few embers were still glowing in the fireplace, turning all the armchairs into hunched black shadows. They had almost reached the portrait hole when a voice spoke from the chair nearest them. I can't believe you're going to do this, Harry Hartlin. A lamp flickered on. It was Hermione Granger, wearing a pink bathrobe and a frown. You, said Ron furiously. Go back to bed. I almost told your brother, Hermione snapped. Percy, he's a prefect. He'd put a stop to this. And if I asked them to, Fred and George would lock him in a closet until we got back. Hermione, we're doing this like it or not. George opened his mouth. Don't even bother trying to deny it. If I had asked, you would have done it, no questions asked, and just tell me to be careful. She's got us there, George, Brandon muttered, and George shrugged. Harry couldn't believe anyone could be so interfering. Come on, he said to Ron. He pushed open the portrait of the fat lady and climbed through. Nighttime visit, and Hermione was locked out of Gryffindor Tower. Now what am I going to do? She asked shrilly. That's your problem, said Ron. We've got to go, we're going to be late. They hadn't even reached the end of the corridor when Hermione caught up with them. I'm coming with you, she said. You are not. Do you think I'm going to stand out here and wait for Filch to catch me? If he finds all three of us, I'll tell him the truth, that I was trying to stop you, and you can back me up. You've got some nerve, said Ron loudly. Shut up, both of you, said Hartlin sharply. I heard something. It was a sort of snuffling. Mrs. Norris? Breathed Ron, squinting through the dark. It wasn't Mrs. Norris. The room let out a breath of relief. It was Neville. He was curled up on the floor, fast asleep, but jerked suddenly awake as they crept nearer. Thank goodness you found me. I've been out here for hours. I couldn't remember the new password to get into bed. Keep your voice down, Neville. The password's pig snout. But it won't help you now. The fat lady's gone off somewhere. How's your arm? Said Harry. Fine, said Neville, showing them. Madame Pomfrey mended it in about a minute. Good. Well, look, Neville, we've got to be somewhere. We'll see you later. Don't leave me, said Neville, scrambling to his feet. I don't want to stay here alone. The Bloody Baron's been passed twice already. Ron looked at his watch and then glared furiously at Hermione and Neville. If either of you get us caught, I'll never rest until I've learned that curse of the bogies Quirrell told us about, and used it on you. Hartlin whacked Ron's arm. You're a violent little thing, aren't you? Remus grinned and Hartlin shrugged, smiling. Only when I need to be. Hermione opened her mouth, perhaps to tell Ron exactly how to use the curse of the bogies. But Harry hissed at her to be quiet and beckoned them all forward. They flitted along corridors striped with bars of moonlight from the high windows. At every turn Harry expected to run into Filch or Mrs. Norris, but they were lucky. They sped up a staircase to the third floor and tiptoed toward the trophy room. Malfoy and Crabbe weren't there yet. The crystal trophy cases glimmered where the moonlight caught them. Cups, shields, plates, and statues winked silver and gold in the darkness. They edged along the walls, keeping their eyes on the doors at either end of the room. Harry took out his wand in case Malfoy leapt in and started at once. The minutes crept by. He's late, maybe he's chickened out, Ron whispered. Then a noise in the next room made them jump. Harry had only just raised his wand when they heard someone speak. And it wasn't Malfoy. Sniff around, my sweet. They might be lurking in a corner. It was Filch speaking to Mrs. Norris. Different curses were heard around the room. Horror-struck, Heartlyn waved madly at the other four to follow her as quickly as possible. They scurried silently toward the door away from Filch's voice. Neville's robes had barely whipped round the corner when they heard Filch enter the trophy room. They're in here somewhere. They heard him mutter, probably hiding. This way, Heartlyn mouthed to the others and, petrified, they began to creep down a long gallery full of suits of armor. They could hear Filch getting nearer. Neville suddenly let out a frightened squeak and broke into a run. He tripped, grabbed Ron around the waist, and the pair of them toppled right into a suit of armor. The clanging and crashing were enough to wake the whole castle. "Oh, Merlin, Ronald," Molly sighed. "Run!" Harry yelled, and the four of them sprinted down the gallery, not looking back to see whether Filch was following. They swung around the doorpost and galloped down one corridor then another, Harry in the lead, without any idea where they were or where they were going. They ripped through a tapestry and found themselves in a hidden passageway, hurtled along it and came out near their charms classroom, which they knew was miles from the trophy room. "I think we've lost him," Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall and wiping his forehead. Neville was bent double, wheezing and spluttering. Heartlyn was panting, but she stood tall, her eyes were alert. "I told you," Hermione gasped, clutching at the stitch in her chest. "I told you." "We've got to get back to Gryffindor Tower," said Ron, quickly as possible. "No crap, Ron, really?" Charlie smart-alist. "Malfoy tricked you," Hermione said. "You realize that, don't you? He was never going to meet you. Filch knew someone was going to be in the trophy room. Malfoy must have tipped him off." Harry thought she was probably right, but he wasn't going to tell her that. "Let's go." It wasn't going to be that simple. They hadn't gone more than a dozen paces when a doorknob rattled and something came shooting out of a classroom in front of them. It was Peeves. He caught sight of them and gave a squeal of delight. "Shut up, Peeves, please, you'll get us thrown out." Peeves cackled. "Wandering around at midnight, ickle first ties? Toot, toot, toot. Naughty, naughty, you'll get caughty. Not if you don't give us away, Peeves, please," Harleton said, her eyes wide and begging. "I thought you had him wrapped around your finger. That didn't happen until halfway through first year." "Should tell Filch, I should," said Peeves in a saintly voice, but his eyes glittered wickedly. "It's for your own good, you know." "Get out of the way," snapped Ron, taking a swipe at Peeves. This was a big mistake. "Students out of bed." Peeves bellowed, "Students out of bed," down the charms corridor, ducking under Peeves. They ran for their lives, right to the end of the corridor where they slammed into a door, and it was locked. "This is it," Ron moaned, as they pushed helplessly at the door. "We're done for. This is the end." They could hear footsteps, Filch running as fast as he could toward Peeves' shouts. "Oh, move over," Hermione snarled. She grabbed Harry's wand, tapped the lock, and whispered, "Alohomora." The lock clicked and the door swung open. They piled through it, shut it quickly, and pressed their ears against it, listening. "Which way did they go, Peeves?" Filch was saying. "Quick, tell me. Say please. Don't mess with me." "Peeves, now where did they go?" "Shan't say nothing if you don't say please," said Peeves in his annoying sing-song voice. "All right, please." "Nothing." "Ah, told you I wouldn't say nothing if you didn't say please." "Ah, hiya, only time he's ever helped me." "Ron, that's because you're not Harleton," and they heard the sound of Peeves whooshing away and Filch cursing in rage. "He thinks this door is locked," Harry whispered. "I think we'll be okay. Get off, Neville." For Neville had been tugging on the sleeve of Harry's bathrobe for the last minute. "What?" Harry turned around and saw quite clearly what. For a moment he was sure he'd walked into a nightmare. This was too much on top of everything that had happened so far. They weren't in a room as he had supposed. They were in a corridor. The forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. And now they knew why it was forbidden. They were looking straight into the eyes of a monstrous dog that filled the whole space between ceiling and floor. It had 3 heads, 3 pairs of rolling, mad eyes, 3 noses, twitching and quivering in their direction. 3 drooling mouths, saliva hanging in slippery ropes from yellowish fangs. It was standing quite still, all 6 eyes staring at them, and Harry knew that the only reason they weren't already dead was that their sudden appearance had taken it by surprise. But it was quickly getting over that. There was no mistaking what those thunderous growls meant. Harry groped for the doorknob. Between Filch and death, he'd take Filch. They fell backward, Harry slammed the door shut, and they almost flew back down the corridor. Filch must have hurried off to look for them somewhere else, because they didn't see him anywhere, but they hardly cared. All they wanted to do was put as much space as possible between them and that monster. They didn't stop running until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 7th floor. "Where on earth have you all been?" she asked, looking at their bathrobes hanging off their shoulders and their flushed, sweaty faces. "Never mind that pig snout," panted Harry, and the portrait swung forward. They scrambled into the common room and collapsed, trembling, into armchairs. It was a while before any of them said anything. Neville, indeed, looked as if he'd never speak again. "I thought I wouldn't. What do they think they're doing, keeping a thing like that locked up in a school?" said Ron finally. "If any dog needs exercise, that one does." Hermione had got both her breath and her bad temper back again. "You don't use your eyes, any of you, do you?" she snapped. "Didn't you see what it was standing on?" "The floor?" Harry suggested. "I wasn't looking at its feet. I was too busy with its heads." "No, not the floor. It was standing on a trapdoor. It's obviously guarding something." She stood up, glaring at them. "I hope you're pleased with yourselves. We could all have been defeat, or worse, expelled. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed." Ron stared after her, his mouth open. "No, we don't mind," he said. "You'd think we dragged her along, wouldn't you?" But Hermione had given Harry something else to think about as he climbed back into bed. The dog was guarding something. What had Hagrid said? Gringotts was the safest place in the world for something you wanted to hide, except perhaps Hogwarts. It looked as though Harry had found out where the grubby lit-tie package from Vault 713 was. "That's the end of the chapter," James read. "How about we eat lunch and then continue?" Molly suggested, and everyone nodded. Lunch passed quickly, laughter heard all around. Tonks grabbed the book as everyone was settling down. Opening to the next open chapter. "Halloween," Tonks read before looking up. "Ooh, spooky." Malfoy couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that Heartlin. Harry and Ron were still at Hogwarts the next day, looking tired but perfectly cheerful. "Have another one." Heartlin was just happy to be back with Fred, George, Lee, and Brandon. In the meantime, Harry filled Ron in about the package that seemed to have been moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts, and they spent a lot of time wondering what could possibly need such heavy protection. "Brilliant reaction to having your life threatened," Charlie deadpanned. "It's either really valuable or really dangerous," said Ron. "Or both," said Harry. But as all they knew for sure about the mysterious object was that it was about 2 inches long, they didn't have much chance of guessing what it was without further clues. Neither Neville nor Hermione showed the slightest interest in what lay underneath the dog and the trapdoor. And Heartlin was too busy with the boys to think much about it, though she would bounce ideas off of the 2 of them some nights. "So that's what you were doing those late nights?" "Oh great," Lily said. As the owls flooded into the great hall as usual, everyone's attention was caught at once by TWP long, thin packages, each carried by 6 large screech owls. Harry was just as interested as everyone else to see what was in this large parcel, and was amazed when the owls soared down and dropped, one right in front of him and another in front of Heartlin, knocking her bacon to the floor. They had hardly fluttered out of the way when another owl dropped a letter on top of each parcel. They ripped open the letters first, which was lucky, because it said, "Do not open the parcel at the table. Contains your new Nimbus 2000, but I don't want everybody knowing you've got a broomstick or they'll all want one." "Heartlin, why did you start training so much earlier than Harry?" James asked. "Because I had to learn how to throw the quaffle, dodge attackers, dodge Bulgers in case Fred and George weren't there. How close I had to be make my throws." "Dad, you played, you know how it is," Heartlin shrugged. Harry had difficulty hiding his glee as he handed the note to Ron to read. "A Nimbus 2000. Ron moaned enviously. "I've never even touched one." They left the hall quickly, wanting to unwrap the broomstick in private before their first class. But halfway across the entrance hall they found the way upstairs barred by Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy seized the package from Harry and felt it. "That's a broomstick," he said, throwing it back to Harry with a mixture of jealousy and spite on his face. "Somebody's jealous," Hartlin sang. "No crap, Harleton. The book literally just said that." Charlie laughed and Hartlin stuck her tongue out at him. "You'll be in for it this time, Potter. First years aren't allowed them." Ron couldn't resist it. "It's not any old broomstick," he said. "It's a Nimbus 2000. What did you say you've got at home, Malfoy? A Comet 260? Ron grinned at Harry. "Comets look flashy, but they're not in the same league as the Nimbus." "What would you know about it, Weasley? You couldn't afford half the handle," Malfoy snapped back. "I suppose you and your brothers have to save up twig by twig." Before Ron could answer, Professor Flitwick appeared at Malfoy's elbow. "Not arguing, I hope, boys?" he squeaked as Hartlin, Fred, George, Lee, and Brandon snuck past. "Potter's been sent a broomstick, Professor," said Malfoy quickly. Yes, that's right," said Professor Flitwick, beaming at Harry. "Professor McGonagall told me all about the special circumstances, Potter." "And what model is it?" "A Nimbus 2000, sir," said Harry, fighting not to laugh at the look of horror on Malfoy's face. "And it's really thanks to Malfoy here that I've got it," he added. "I mean, you're not wrong," Remus mused. Harry and Ron headed upstairs, smothering their laughter at Malfoy's obvious rage and confusion. "Well, it's true," Harry chortled as they reached the top of the marble staircase. "If he hadn't stolen Neville's Remembrall Harleton, and I wouldn't be on the team. So I suppose you think that's a—" Hermione was stomping up the stairs, looking disapprovingly at the package in Harry's hand. "I thought you weren't speaking to us?" said Harry. "Yes, don't stop now," said Ron. "It's doing us so much good." "Ronald," Molly scolded. Hermione marched away with her nose in the air. Harry had a lot of trouble keeping his mind on his lessons that day. It kept wandering up to the dormitory where his new broomstick was lying under his bed, or straying off to the Quidditch field where he'd be learning to play that night. He bolted his dinner that evening without noticing what he was eating, and then rushed upstairs with Ron to unwrap the Nimbus 2000 at last. "Wow," Ron sighed, as the broomstick rolled onto Harry's bedspread. Even Harry, who knew nothing about the different brooms, thought it looked wonderful. Sleek and shiny, with a mahogany handle, it had a long tail of neat, straight twigs and Nimbus 2000 written in gold near the top. James sighed happily at the mental image of his son's first broom. As 7 o'clock drew nearer, Harry left the castle and set off in the dusk toward the Quidditch field. He'd never been inside the stadium before. Hundreds of seats were raised in stands around the field so that the spectators were high enough to see what was going on. At either end of the field were 3 golden poles with hoops on the end. They reminded Harry of the little plastic sticks Muggle children blew bubbles through, except that they were 50 feet high. Too eager to fly again to wait for wood, Harry mounted his broomstick and kicked off from the ground. What a feeling! He swooped in and out of the goalposts and then sped up and down the field. The Nimbus 2000 turned wherever he wanted at his lightest touch. "Hey, Potter, come down." Oliver Wood had arrived. He was carrying a large wooden crate under his arm. Harry landed next to him. "Very nice," said Wood, his eyes glinting. "I see what McGonagall meant. You really are a natural." "Well duh, he's my son," James said cockily, and Lily rolled her eyes, smacking her hand against his stomach. "I'm just going to teach you the rules this evening. Then you'll be joining team practice 3 times a week." He opened the crate. Inside were 4 different-sized private parts. "Right," said Wood. "Now, Quidditch is easy enough to understand, even if it's not too easy to play. There are 7 players on each side. 3 of them are called chasers." 3 chasers, Harry repeated, as Wood took out a bright red ball about the size of a soccer ball. "This ball's called the quaffle," said Wood. "The chasers throw the quaffle to each other and try and get it through one of the hoops to score a goal. 10 points every time the quaffle goes through one of the hoops. Follow me? The chasers throw the quaffle and put it through the hoops to score, and that's Hartland's job with 2 others," Harry recited. "So, that's sort of like basketball on broomsticks with 6 hoops, isn't it?" "What's basketball?" said Wood curiously. Never mind, said Harry quickly. Now, there's another player on each side who's called the keeper. I'm keeper for Gryffindor. I have to fly around our hoops and stop the other team from scoring. 3 chasers, 1 keeper, said Harry, who was determined to remember it all. And they play with the quaffle. Okay, got that. So what are they for? He pointed at the 3 private parts left inside the box. I'll show you now, said Wood. Take this. He handed Harry a small club a bit like a short baseball bat. I'm going to show you what the bludgers do, Wood said. These 2 are the bludgers. He showed Harry 2 identical private parts, jet black and slightly smaller than the red quaffle. Harry noticed that they seemed to be straining to escape the straps holding them inside the box. Stand back, Wood warned Harry. He bent down and freed one of the bludgers. At once, the black ball rose high in the air and then pelted straight at Harry's face. Harry swung at it with the bat to stop it from breaking his nose, and sent it zigzagging away into the air. Good job, Harry, George said, blinking, staring at Harry. You could make a good beater. Thanks, George, but I think I'll stay being seeker. It zoomed around their heads and then shot at Wood, who dived on top of it and managed to pin it to the ground. See? Wood panted, forcing the struggling bludger back into the crate and strapping it down safely. The bludgers rocket around, trying to knock players off their brooms. That's why you have 2 beaters on each team. The Weasley twins are ours. It's their job to protect their side from the bludgers and try and knock them toward the other team. So, think you've got all that? 3 chasers try and score with the quaffle. The keeper guards the goal posts. The beaters keep the bludgers away from their team. Harry reeled off. Very good, said Wood. Have the bludgers ever defeat anyone? Harry asked, hoping he sounded offhand. Never at Hogwarts. We've had a couple of broken jaws, but nothing worse than that. Now, the last member of the team is the Seeker. That's you. And you don't have to worry about the quaffle or the bludgers unless they crack my head open. Don't worry, the Weasleys are more than a match for the bludgers. I mean, they're like a pair of human bludgers themselves. Laughter sounded out around the room. I mean, he isn't wrong, Charlie chuckled. Well, you're great with your job. Name on it this year, said Wood happily as they trudged back up to the castle. I wouldn't be surprised if you turn out better than Charlie Weasley, and he could have played for England if he hadn't gone off chasing dragons. Ouch, Fred laughed, and Charlie shrugged. Dragons are much more interesting than playing Quidditch. Perhaps it was because he was now so busy, what with Quidditch practice 3 evenings a week on top of all his homework. But Harry could hardly believe it when he realized that he'd already been at Hogwarts 2 months. The castle felt more like home than Privet Drive ever had. His lessons, too, were becoming more and more interesting now that they had mastered the basics. On Halloween morning they woke to the delicious smell of baking pumpkin wafting through the corridors. Even better, Professor Flitwick announced in Charms that he thought they were ready to start making objects fly, something they had all been dying to try since they'd seen him make Neville's toad zoom around the classroom. Professor Flitwick put the class into pairs to practice. Harry's partner was Seamus Finnegan. Hartlin was partnered with Neville, and it was hard to tell if Neville was relieved or scared. Both. Ron, however, was to be working with Hermione Granger. It was hard to tell whether Ron or Hermione was angrier about this. She hadn't spoken to either of them since the day Harry's broomstick had arrived. Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing, squeaked Professor Flitwick, perched on top of his pile of books as usual. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important. 2. Never forget Wizard Baraffio, who said S instead of F and found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. It was very difficult. Harry and Seamus swished and flicked, but the feather they were supposed to be sending skyward just lay on the desktop. Seamus got so impatient that he prodded it with his wand and set fire to it. Harry had to put it out with his hat. I wish I could say that's the first time somebody's had to put out a fire he started. Ron, at the next table, wasn't having much more luck. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, waving his long arms like a windmill. You're saying it wrong, Harry heard Hermione snap. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Make the gar nice and long. You do it, then, if you're so clever, Ron snarled. Hermione rolled up the sleeves of her gown, flicked her wand, and said, Wingardium Leviosa. Their feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads. "Oh, well done," cried Professor Flitwick, clapping. "Everyone see here, Miss Granger's done it." Ron was in a very bad mood by the end of the class. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," he said to Harry as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Ronald, Molly, and Lily scolded together. Ron's ears became red with embarrassment. Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past him. It was Hermione. Harry caught a glimpse of her face, and was startled to see that she was in tears. "I think she heard you," Heartland snapped, pushing past Ron and Harry, running after Hermione. "So?" said Ron, but he looked a bit uncomfortable. "She must have noticed she's got no friends." Hermione didn't turn up for the next class and wasn't seen all afternoon. Harleton wasn't seen either. On their way down to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, Harry and Ron overheard Parvati Patil telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and Heartland was in there comforting her. Ron looked still more awkward at this, but a moment later they had entered the Great Hall, where the Halloween decorations put Hermione out of their minds. "So that's why you weren't at dinner. You were with Hermione," Brandon said, quietly, and Harleton nodded. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkins stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. Harry was just helping himself to a baked potato when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban, askew and terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table and gasped "Troll in the..." from the end of Professor Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Percy was in his element. Of course he was, Arthur sighed. "Follow me. Stick together, first years. No need to fear the troll if you follow my orders. Stay close behind me now. Make way, first years coming through." "Excuse me. I'm a prefect. How could a troll get in?" Harry asked as they climbed the stairs. "Don't ask me, they're supposed to be really stupid," said Ron. "Maybe Peeves let it in for a Halloween joke." They passed different groups of people hurrying in different directions. As they jostled their way through a crowd of confused Hufflepuffs, Harry suddenly grabbed Ron's arm. "I've just thought, Hermione and Harleton. What about them? They don't know about the troll." Ron bit his lip. "Oh, all right," he snapped. "But Percy'd better not see us." Ducking down, they joined the Hufflepuffs going the other way, slipped down a deserted side corridor, and hurried off toward the girls' bathroom. "I wish I could say this is the only time you've had to be in the girls' bathroom." They had just turned the corner when they heard quick footsteps behind them. "Percy," hissed Ron, pulling Harry behind a large stone griffin. Peering around it, however, they saw not Percy but Snape. He crossed the corridor and disappeared from view. "What's he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he down in the dungeons with the rest of the teachers?" "Search me." Quietly as possible, they crept along the next corridor after Snape's fading footsteps. "He's heading for the 3rd floor," Harry said, but Ron held up his hand. "Can you smell something?" Harry sniffed and a foul stench reached his nostrils. A mixture of old socks and the kind of public toilet no one seems to clean. "That's disgusting that you know how that smells," Malfoy drawled. And then they heard it, a low grunting, and the shuffling footfalls of gigantic feet. Ron pointed. At the end of a passage to the left, something huge was moving toward them. They shrank into the shadows and watched as it emerged into a patch of moonlight. It was a horrible sight. 12 feet tall. Its skin was a dull granite gray. Its great lumpy body like a boulder with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from it was incredible. It was holding a huge wooden club, which dragged along the floor because its arms were so long. The troll stopped next to a doorway and peered inside. It waggled its long ears, making up its tiny mind, then slouched slowly into the room. "The key's in the lock," Harry muttered. "We could lock it in." "Good idea," said Ron nervously. "Bad idea. Very bad idea." Fred glared at Ron as he said the words. They edged toward the open door, mouths dry, praying the troll wasn't about to come out of it. With one great leap, Harry managed to grab the key, slam the door, and lock it. Yes, flushed with their victory, they started to run back up the passage. But as they reached the corner, they heard something that made their hearts stop. Too high, petrified scream. And it was coming from the chamber they just chained up. Oh no, Lily and James went pale and gripped each other's hands. Oh no, said Ron, pale as the Bloody Baron. It's the girls' bathroom, Harry gasped. Harleton and Hermione, they said together. It was the last thing they wanted to do, but what choice did they have? Absolutely none, Brandon said. Wheeling around, they sprinted back to the door and turned the key, fumbling in their panic. Harry pulled the door open and they ran inside. Hermione Granger was shrinking against the wall opposite, looking as if she was about to faint. Hartlyn was on the floor on the other side of the room, holding her leg, her face scrunched up pain. First injury, and it wasn't even on the Quidditch field, Harleton said, trying to lighten the mood. The troll was advancing on Hermione, knocking the sinks off the walls as it went. Confuse it, Harry said desperately to Ron, and seizing a tap, he threw it as hard as he could against the wall. The troll stopped a few feet from Hermione. It lumbered around, blinking stupidly, to see what had made the noise. Its mean little eyes saw Harry. It hesitated, then made for him instead, lifting its club as it went. Oi, pea-brain, yelled Hartlyn from the other side of the chamber, and she threw a metal pipe at it as Ron helped her to her feet. The troll didn't even seem to notice the pipe hitting its shoulder, but it heard the yell and paused again, turning its ugly snout toward Ron and Hartlyn instead, giving Harry time to run around it. Come on, run, run, Harry yelled at Hermione, trying to pull her toward the door, but she couldn't move. She was still flat against the wall, her mouth open with terror. The shouting and the echoes seemed to be driving the troll berserk. It roared again and started toward Ron and Hartlyn, who were nearest and had no way to escape. Lily and Molly looked ready to pass out, and Fred, George, Lee and Brandon all grabbed onto some part of Hartlyn. Fred grabbed Hartlyn's waist, Brandon and Lee grabbed Hartlyn's hands, and George moved and sat down in front of Hartlyn, pulling her legs into his lap. Most everyone else was pale. Tonks took a minute before she began to read again, and when she did, her voice was dry. Harry then did something that was both very brave and very stupid. He took a great running jump and managed to fasten his arms around the troll's neck from behind. The troll couldn't feel Harry hanging there, but even a troll will notice if you stick a long bit of wood up its nose, and Harry's wand had still been in his hand when he jumped. It had gone straight up one of the troll's nostrils. Howling with pain, the troll twisted and flailed its club, with Harry clinging on for dear life. Any second, the troll was going to rip him off or catch him a terrible blow with the club. Hermione had sunk to the floor in fright. Ron pulled out his own wand. Not knowing what he was going to do, he heard himself cry the first spell that came into his head. Wingardium Leviosa. The club flew suddenly out of the troll's hand, rose high, high up into the air, turned slowly over, and dropped, with a sickening crack, onto its owner's head. Oh my God! Lily whimpered. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face, with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Harry got to his feet. He was shaking and out of breath. Harleton hobbled painfully over to Harry and pulled him into a hug. Ron was standing there with his wand still raised, staring at what he had done. It was Hermione who spoke first. Is it dead? I don't think so, said Harry. I think it's just been knocked out. He bent down and pulled his wand out of the troll's nose. It was covered in what looked like lumpy gray glue. Ugh, troll boogers. He wiped it on the troll's trousers, and Harleton hopped on her good leg to try to stay on balance with Harry's movements. Considering we're both alive, I'll take that as a job well done, Hartlyn joked. You broke your leg. How is that a job well done? Lily asked, staring at her daughter. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the four of them look up. They hadn't realized what a racket they had been making. But of course, someone downstairs must have heard the crashes and the troll's roars. A moment later, Professor McGonagall had come bursting into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll. Professor McGonagall was looking at Ron and Harry. Harry had never seen her look so angry. Her lips were white. Hopes of winning 50 points for Gryffindor faded quickly from Harry's mind. "What on earth were you thinking of?" said Professor McGonagall with cold fury in her voice. Harry looked at Ron, who was still standing with his wand in the air. "You're lucky you weren't defeat. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Snape gave Harry a swift, piercing look. Harry looked at the floor as Heartlin glared at Snape. "Oh brother," he wished Ron would put his wand down. Then a small voice came out of the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger." Hermione had managed to get to her feet at last. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, because I've read all about them. Heartlin followed me to try to stop me, but I didn't listen to her." Ron dropped his wand. "Hermione Granger, telling a downright lie to a teacher? That will be the first and last time I will ever do that." Heartlin took a hit with its club when he first arrived. "If Harry and Ron hadn't found us, Heartlin and I would be dead now." Harry stuck his wand up its nose and Ron knocked it out with its own club. They didn't have time to come and fetch anyone. It was about to finish us off when they arrived. Harry and Ron tried to look as though this story wasn't new to them, and Heartlin tried to silently adjust it, so it looked like she wasn't leaning on Harry as much as she was. "Well, in that case," said Professor McGonagall, staring at the four of them, "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head. Harry was speechless. Hermione was the last person to do anything against the rules, and here she was pretending she had to get them out of trouble. It was as if Snape had started handing out sweets. "Miss Granger, 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this," said Professor McGonagall. "I'm very disappointed in you. If you're not hurt at all, you'd better get off to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing the feast in their houses." Hermione left. Professor McGonagall turned to Harry, Heartlin, and Ron. "Well, I still say you were lucky, but not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. You each win Gryffindor 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go. Miss Potter, you stay behind. I will take you to the hospital wing." Harry and Ron hurried out of the chamber and didn't speak at all until they had climbed 2 floors up. It was a relief to be away from the smell of the troll, quite apart from anything else. Color was slowly returning to people's faces once they realized everything was fine, and everyone was alive. "We should have gotten more than 15 points, Ron grumbled. 10, you mean once she's taken off Hermione's. Good of her to get us out of trouble like that, Ron admitted. Mind you, we did save her. She might not have needed saving if we hadn't locked the thing in with her, and Heartlin definitely wouldn't have gotten hurt if we hadn't locked them in. Harry reminded him. They had reached the portrait of the fat lady. "Pig snout," they said, and entered. The common room was packed and noisy. Everyone was eating the food that had been sent up. Hermione, however, stood alone by the door, waiting for them. There was a very embarrassed pause. Then, none of them looking at each other, they all said thanks and hurried off to get plates. But from that moment on, Hermione Granger became their friend. There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them.
No crap, Fred mattered.
That's the end of the chapter, Tonks read. "I'll read the next chapter," Remus said, gently taking the book from Tonks' hands. "Quidditch," Remus read. James and Sirius hooped excitedly, causing Lily to smack both of them, rolling her eyes fondly. "Lily, don't whack us, we're hearing about our kids' first Quidditch match," James whined, motioning towards the book. Lily rolled her eyes again, and Remus took that as his cue to begin. As they entered November, the weather turned very cold. The mountains around the school became icy gray and the lake like chilled steel. Every morning the ground was covered in frost. Hagrid could be seen from the upstairs windows defrosting broomsticks on the Quidditch field, bundled up in a long moleskin overcoat, rabbit fur gloves, and enormous beaverskin boots. The Quidditch season had begun. On Saturday, Harry and Heartlin would be playing in their first match after weeks of training. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. "You kicked their ass, right?" James asked, and Harleton smirked. You'll just have to wait and see. James pouted and Fred laughed, grabbing Harleton's hand. Hartlin, dear, don't antagonize your father, it's not nice. Hartlin pouted. Does that mean I can antagonize Remus and Sirius? Fred rolled his eyes, flicking Harleton's head gently. Really? You know the answer to that one, so that's a yes? Thanks, babe, Hartlin smiled, kissing Fred on the cheek. The room fell silent at Hartlin's word, and Harleton froze, staring at Fred. Babe? James asked quietly. Hartlin and Fred scrambled to their feet, making a break for the door as George, Lee, Charlie, Harry, Bill, Ron, Hermione, and Brandon chuckled with suppressed laughter behind them. As the door slammed shut, the laughter grew louder, no longer suppressed. James looked angry and terrified, which brought the laughter even higher, while Lily was amused, whispering quietly into his ear. Pay up, George. Brandon sniggered, holding out his hand. George sighed, handing Brandon a few sickles. What were you two betting on now? Molly chuckled. Who would screw up first and let the world know they were dating? George said Fred would mess up, but I had Harleton pinned. She would be the one to mess up and let the world know, Brandon shrugged. Wait, how long have you three known? Bill asked, straightening up. We figured out there was something between them after Cedric, after the last tournament. Lee amended uncomfortably. They've grown closer from that, and a lot of the time when Harleton's had a bad day or a nightmare, Fred's the only one who can get through to her. Remus, would you keep reading? If Gryffindor won, they would move up into second place in the house championship. Hardly anyone had seen Harry or Hartlin play because Wood had decided that, as their secret weapon, they should be kept, well, secret. But the news that Harry was playing Seeker and Hartlin was playing Chaser had leaked out somehow, and Harry didn't know which was worse, people telling him he'd be brilliant or people telling him they'd be running around underneath him holding a mattress. Hartlin was lucky, Harry thought. No one was telling her they'd be running under her holding a mattress. It was really lucky that Harry now had Hermione as a friend. He didn't know how he'd have gotten through all his homework without her. What with all the last-minute Quidditch practice Wood was making them do. She had also taught him Quidditch Through the Ages, which turned out to be a very interesting read. That was your father's favourite book. Lily smiled. Harry learned that there were 700 ways of committing a Quidditch foul and that all of them had happened during a World Cup match in 1473. That Seekers were usually the smallest and fastest players, and that most serious Quidditch accidents seemed to happen to them. That although people rarely died playing Quidditch, referees had been known to vanish and turn up months later in the Sahara Desert. Hermione had become a bit more relaxed about breaking rules since Harry and Ron had saved her from the mountain troll, and she was much nicer for it. The day before Harry's first Quidditch match, the three of them were out in the freezing courtyard during break, and she had conjured them up a bright blue fire that could be carried around in a jam jar. They were standing with their backs to it, getting warm, when Snape crossed the yard. Harry noticed at once that Snape was limping. Harry, Ron, and Hermione moved closer together to block the fire from view. They were sure it wouldn't be allowed. No, it's allowed, Dumbledore assured them. Unfortunately, something about their guilty faces caught Snape's eye. He limped over. He hadn't seen the fire, but he seemed to be looking for a reason to tell them off anyway. What's that you've got there, Potter? It was Quidditch Through the Ages. Harry showed him. Library books are not to be taken outside the school, said Snape. Give it to me. 5 points from Gryffindor. He's just made that rule up, Harry muttered angrily as Snape limped away. Wonder what's wrong with his leg? Dunno, but I hope it's really hurting him, said Ron bitterly. Ron, Molly sighed. The Gryffindor common room was very noisy that evening. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together next to a window. Hermione was checking Harry and Ron's charms homework for them. She would never let them copy. How will you learn? But by asking her to read it through, they got the right answers anyway. Yes, but at least you got them yourselves. Harry felt restless. He wanted Quidditch Through the Ages back to take. Idea that Snape wouldn't refuse if there were other teachers listening. He made his way down to the staff room and knocked. There was no answer. He knocked again. Nothing. Perhaps Snape had left the book in there? It was worth a try. He pushed the door ajar and peered inside, and a horrible scene met his eyes. Snape and Filch were inside. Alone. Gross? Lee shuddered, shaking his head as if trying to clear the image from his head. Hermione pulled a Harleton, whacking the back of his head. What was that for? Lee screeched. Heartland's not here, so I'm stepping in for her. Snape was holding his robes above his knees. One of his legs was bloody and mangled. Filch was handing Snape bandages. Blasted thing, Snape was saying. How are you supposed to keep your eyes on all three heads at once? Harry tried to shut the door quietly. But, Potter! Snape's face was twisted with fury as he dropped his robes quickly to hide his leg. Harry gulped. I just wondered if I could have my book back. Get out. Out. Harry left, before Snape could take any more points from Gryffindor. He sprinted back upstairs. Did you get it? Ron asked as Harry joined them. What's the matter? In a low whisper, Harry told them what he'd seen. You know what this means? He finished breathlessly. He tried to get past that three-headed dog at Halloween. That's where he was going when we saw him. He's after whatever it's guarding. And I'd bet my broomstick he let that troll in, to make a diversion. Hermione's eyes were wide. No, he wouldn't, she said. I know he's not very nice, but he wouldn't try and steal something Dumbledore was keeping safe. Honestly, Hermione, you think all teachers are saints or something, snapped Ron. I'm with Harry. I wouldn't put anything past Snape. But what's he after? What's that dog guarding? It does sound like Severus is the one who's after the stone. Lily whispered hoarsely. Harry went to bed with his head buzzing with the same question. Neville was snoring loudly, but Harry couldn't sleep. He tried to empty his mind. He needed to sleep. He had his first Quidditch match in a few. Seamus Finnegan. Seekers are always the ones who get clobbered by the other team. Thanks, Seamus, said Harry, watching Seamus pile ketchup on his sausages. Not helpful, Seamus, Heartland said, sitting down next to Harry. Harry, you need to at least some toast. Hermione will tell me if you don't, and if you don't, I will force some down your throat before the game. Aggressive much? Bill asked. It worked. It got some food in my stomach, Harry shrugged. By 11 o'clock the whole school seemed to be out in the stands around the Quidditch pitch. Many students had binoculars. The seats might be raised high in the air, but it was still difficult to see what was going on sometimes. Ron and Hermione joined Neville, Seamus, and Dean the West Ham fan up in the top row. As a surprise for Harry, they had painted a large banner on one of the sheets Scabbers had ruined. It said Potter for President, and Dean, who was good at drawing, had done a large Gryffindor lion underneath. Then Hermione had performed a tricky little charm so that the paint flashed different colors. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Harry and the rest of the team were changing into their scarlet Quidditch robes. Slytherin would be playing in green. Wood cleared his throat for silence. Okay, men, he said. And women, said Chaser Angelina Johnson. And women, Wood agreed. This is it. The big one, said Fred Weasley. The one we've all been waiting for, said George. We know Oliver's speech by heart, Fred told Harry. We were on the team last year. Shut up, you two, said Wood. This is the best team Gryffindor's had in years. We're going to win. I know it. He glared at them all as if to say, or else. Right? It's time. Good luck, all of you. Harry followed Fred, Hartlin and George out of the locker room and, hoping his knees weren't going to give way, walked onto the field to loud cheers. That was always my favorite part. James sighed happily, reminiscing on memories. That's Chaser Hartlin Potter of Gryffindor there. Nice dive around Flint, off, up the field and, oh, that must have hurt. Hit in the back of the head by a bludger. Where were you two? Sirius groaned, glaring at George not being quick enough. Quaffle taken by the Slytherins. That's Adrian Pusey speeding off toward the goal posts. But he's blocked by a second bludger, sent his way by Fred or George Weasley. Can't tell which. Nice play by the Gryffindor beater anyway, and Johnson back in possession of the Quaffle. A clear field ahead and off she goes. She's really flying. Dodges a speeding bludger. The goal posts are ahead. Come on now, Angelina. Keeper Bletchley dives. Misses. Gryffindors score. Gryffindor cheers filled the cold air, with howls and moans from the Slytherins. Budge up there, move along. Hagrid. Ron and Hermione squeezed together to give Hagrid enough space to join them. Been watchin' from me hut, said Hagrid. patting a large pair of binoculars around his neck. But it isn't the same as being in the crowd. No sign of the snitch yet. Nope, said Ron. Harry hasn't had much to do yet. Kept out of trouble, though, that's something, said Hagrid, raising his binoculars and peering skyward at the speck that was Harry. Way up above them, Harry was gliding over the game, squinting about for some sign of the snitch. This was part of his and Wood's game plan. Keep out of the way until you catch sight of the snitch, Wood had said. We don't want you attacked before you have to be. When Angelina had scored, Harry had done a couple of loop-the-loops to let off his feelings. Now he was back to staring around for the snitch. Once he caught sight of a flash of gold, but it was just a reflection from one of the Weasleys' wristwatches, and once a bludger decided to come pelting his way, more like a cannonball than anything, but Harry dodged it and Fred Weasley came chasing after it. All right there, Harry? He had time to yell, as he beat the bludger furiously toward Marcus Flint. Slytherin in possession, Lee Jordan was saying, Chaser Pusey ducks 2 bludgers, 2 Weasleys and Chaser Potter, and speeds toward the wait a moment. Was that the snitch? A murmur ran through the crowd as Adrian Pusey dropped the quaffle, too busy looking over his shoulder at the flash of gold that had passed his left ear. Harry saw it. In a great rush of excitement he dived downward after the streak of gold. Slytherin seeker Terence Higgs had seen it, too. Neck and neck they hurtled toward the snitch. All the chasers seemed to have forgotten what they were supposed to be doing as they hung in midair to watch. Of course they did, McGonagall sighed. Merlin James, she sounds like you when someone took a cheap shot at Sirius. Remus muttered, but in all the confusion, of course, the golden snitch had disappeared from sight again. Down in the stands, Dean Thomas was yelling, Send him off. Ref. Red card. What are you talking about, Dean? Said Ron. Red card, said Dean furiously. In soccer you get shown the red card and you're out of the game. But this isn't soccer, Dean, Ron reminded him. Hagrid, however, was on Dean's side. They ought to change the rules. Flint could have knocked Harry out of the air. Lee Jordan was finding it difficult not to take sides. So, after that obvious and disgusting bit of cheating, Jordan, growled Professor McGonagall. I mean, after that open and revolting foul, Jordan, I'm warning you, all right. Flint nearly defeat the Gryffindor seeker, which could happen to anyone, I'm sure, so a penalty to Gryffindor, taken by Spinner, who puts it away, no trouble, and we continue play, Gryffindor still in possession. I like you, Lee. Wish we could have had you commenting on our games. Sirius grinned. It was as Harry dodged another bludger, which went spinning dangerously past his head, that it happened. His broom gave a sudden, frightening lurch. For a split second he thought he was going to fall. He gripped the broom tightly with both his hands and knees. He'd never felt anything like that. It happened again. It was as though the broom was trying to buck him off. But Nimbus 2000s did not suddenly decide to buck their riders off. Harry tried to turn back toward the Gryffindor goal posts. He had half a mind to ask Wood to call timeout, and then he realized that his broom was completely out of his control. He couldn't turn it. He couldn't direct it at all. It was zigzagging through the air, and every now and then making violent swishing movements that almost unseated him. Lee was still commentating. Slytherin in possession. Flint with the quaffle. Passes Spinnet. Passes Bell. Hit hard in the face by a bludger. Hope it broke his nose. Only joking, Professor. Slytherin's score a no. The Slytherins were cheering. No one seemed to have noticed that Harry's broom was behaving strangely. It was carrying him slowly higher, away from the game, jerking and twitching as it went. To know what Harry thinks he's doing, Hagrid mumbled. He stared through his binoculars. If I didn't know better, I'd say he'd lost control of his broom. But he can't have. Suddenly, people were pointing up at Harry all over the stands. His broom had started to roll over and over, with him only just managing to hold on. Then the whole crowd gasped. Harry's broom had given a wild jerk and Harry swung off it. He was now dangling from it, holding on with only one hand. Hartlin, on the other side of the field, leaned forward, racing towards Harry. Course she was. Let's put both of my children in danger in their first game, which they shouldn't even be playing because they're first years. Lily growled angrily. Lily, it's all right. They're fine, Molly said, trying to calm down the angry mother. I can't blame you for feeling that way, but it's the past. Did something happen to it when Flint blocked him? Seamus whispered. Can't have, Hagrid said, his voice shaking. Can't nothing interfere with a broomstick except powerful dark magic. No kid could do that to a Nimbus 2000. At these words, Hermione seized Hagrid's binoculars, but instead of looking up at Harry, she started looking frantically at the crowd. What are you doing? Moaned Ron, gray-faced. I knew it, Hermione gasped. Snape, look. Ron grabbed the binoculars. Snape was in the middle of the stands opposite them. He had his eyes fixed on Harry and was muttering nonstop under his breath. He's doing something, jinxing the broom, said Hermione. What should we do? Leave it to me. Before Ron could say another word, Hermione had disappeared. Ron turned the binoculars back on Harry. His broom was vibrating so hard, it was almost impossible for him to hang on much longer. The whole crowd was on its feet, watching terrified, as the Weasleys flew up to try and pull Harry safely onto one of their brooms. But it was no good. Every time they got near him, the broom would jump higher still. Heartlyn, seeing this, stopped her broom, staying level with Harry's height. Fred's and George dropped lower and circled beneath him, obviously hoping to catch him if he fell. Marcus Flint seized the quaffle and scored 5 times without anyone noticing. Come on, Hermione, Ron muttered desperately, as Heartlyn's broom jerked, throwing her forward on off, hanging on by her fingertips. Oh, come on, Charlie groaned, having grown to like the 2 Potters. Both of your brooms? Please tell me neither of you fell. Hermione had fought her way across to the stand where Snape stood, and was now racing along the row behind him. When Heartlyn lost her grip, her broom jerking forward, shouts were heard around the room, fear gripping the hearts of those who knew her. Hermione froze, watching as Fred dove. Catching Heartlyn seconds beforehand, she hit the ground. Thank Merlin, was muttered around the room. Hermione, seeing Harry still in the air, rushed behind the row. She didn't even stop to say sorry as she knocked Professor Quirrell headfirst into the row in front. Reaching Snape, she crouched down, pulled out her wand, and whispered a few, well-chosen words. Bright blue flames shot from her wand onto the hem of Snape's robes. Took perhaps 30 seconds for Snape to realize that he was on fire. A sudden yelp told her she had done her job. Scooping the fire off him into a little jar in her pocket, she scrambled back along the row. Snape would never know what had happened. It was enough. Up in the air, Harry was suddenly able to clamber back onto his broom. Neville, you can look, Ron said. Neville had been sobbing into Hagrid's jacket for the last 5 minutes. Harry was speeding toward the ground when the crowd saw him clap his hand to his mouth as though he was about to be sick. He hit the field on all 4s, coughed, and something gold fell into his hand. I've got the snitch, he shouted, waving it above his head, and the game ended in complete confusion. He didn't catch it, he nearly swallowed it. Flint was still howling 20 minutes later, but it made no difference. Harry hadn't broken any rules and Lee Jordan was still happily shouting the results. Gryffindor had won by 170 points to 60. Your first game, me, you nearly died. Tell me you don't almost die every game. Not every game, Mum. Oh, for the love of Merlin. Harry heard none of this, though. He was being made a cup of strong tea back in Hagrid's hut, with Ron and Hermione. Heartlyn, after checking to see that Harry was okay, and giving him a large hug, was pulled away by Fred, George and Brandon, Lee promising to meet them a little later. It was Snape, Ron was explaining, Hermione, and I saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering he wouldn't take his eyes off you. Rubbish, said Hagrid, who hadn't heard a word of what had gone on next to him in the stands. Why would Snape do something like that? Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at one another, wondering what to tell him. Harry decided on the truth. I found out something about him, he told Hagrid. He tried to get past that 3-headed dog on Halloween. It bit him. We think he was trying to steal whatever it's guarding. Hagrid dropped the teapot. How do you know about Fluffy? He said. Fluffy? Yeah, he's mine. Bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the dash, yes? Said Harry eagerly. Now, don't ask me any more, said Hagrid gruffly. That's top secret, that is. Hagrid, you're amazing, but you suck at secret keeping, Hermione said. I know, Hermione, but least I can do is try. But Snape's trying to steal it. Rubbish, said Hagrid again. Snape's a Hogwarts teacher, he'd do nothing of the sort. So why did he just try and defeat Harry? Cried Hermione. The afternoon's events certainly seemed to have changed her mind about Snape. I know a jinx when I see one, Hagrid. I've read all about them. You've got to keep eye contact. And Snape wasn't blinking at all. I saw him. I'm telling ya, you're wrong, said Hagrid hotly. I don't know why Harry's broom acted like that, and I don't know why. That's the end of the chapter, Remus said. And Hermione grabbed the book when Remus held it out. The Mirror or Eriste, Hermione read, before looking over at Harry. The Mirror of Desire? Lily mumbled, her brow furrowing. How did you get desire out of Eriste? Sirius asked, and before Lily could answer, Luna spoke up. Eriste is just desire backwards. Christmas was coming. Christmas. We missed so many Christmases. Mum, it's fine. Heartlyn, and I know you would have been there to celebrate Christmas with us. Besides, Christmas is soon, maybe you'll be able to celebrate Christmas with us then. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke to find itself covered in several feet of snow. The lake froze solid, and the Weasley twins were punished for bewitching several snowballs so that they followed Quirrell around, bouncing off the back of his turban. Wait, so we were, oh my God, George started laughing, whispering the reason why to Brandon and Lee, who started laughing with him. The few owls that managed to battle their way through the stormy sky to deliver mail had to be nursed back to health by Hagrid before they could fly off again. No one could wait for the holidays to start. While the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall had roaring fires, the drafty corridors had become icy and a bitter wind rattled the windows in the classrooms. Worst of all were Professor Snape's classes down in the dungeons, where their breath rose in a mist before them and they kept as close as possible to their hot cauldrons. I do feel so sorry, said Draco Malfoy, one potions class, for all those people who have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because they're not wanted at home. He was looking over at Harry and Heartlyn as he spoke. Crabbe and Goyle chuckled. Harry, who was measuring out powdered spine of lionfish, ignored them, placing his hand on Harleton's arm to stop her from taking a step towards them. The last thing he needed was Heartlyn being in a brawl with Malfoy. She's feisty, isn't she? That I am, Daddy-o, that I am, Heartlyn said, walking back in, Fred at her side, fingers interlinked. Don't mess with my family, and we'll have no problems. Decided to come back, have you? George smirked. Hey, you looked ready to defeat Fred. I wasn't taking any chances, especially with how Remus and Sirius acted with my other boyfriends. Wait, Fred wasn't your first? James screeched. It's my 5th year. Yes, I've had boyfriends before Fred. Heartlyn deadpanned. Malfoy had been even more unpleasant than usual since the Quidditch match. Disgusted that the Slytherins had lost, he had tried to get everyone laughing at how a wide-mouthed tree frog would be replacing Harry as Seeker next. Then he'd realized that nobody found this funny, because I normally don't condone students using Jelly Jinx curses on people, but well done, whoever did that, McGonagall said, a twinkle in her eyes, looking at the Fred, George, Lee and Brandon, who very pointedly looked everywhere but McGonagall. So Malfoy, jealous and angry, had gone back to taunting Harry and Heartlyn about having no proper family. It was true that they weren't going back to Privet Drive for Christmas. Professor McGonagall had come around the week before, making a list of students who would be staying for the holidays, and they had signed up at once. Harry didn't feel sorry for himself at all. This would probably be the best Christmas he'd ever had. Ron and his brothers were staying, too, because Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were going to Romania to visit Charlie. When they left the dungeons at the end of potions, they found a large fir tree blocking the corridor ahead. 2 enormous feet sticking out at the bottom, and a loud puffing sound told them that Hagrid was behind it. Hi, Hagrid, want any help? Ron asked, sticking his head through the branches. Heartlyn looked as if she wanted to crawl in the tree, letting herself disappear inside it. No offense, Mrs. Malfoy, but your son does have that effect on people. Nah, I'm all right, thanks, Ron. Would you mind moving out of the way? Came Malfoy's cold drawl from behind them. Are you trying to earn some extra money, Weasley? Hoping to be gamekeeper yourself when you leave Hogwarts, I suppose. That hut of Hagrid's must seem like a palace, compared to what your family's used to. Ron dived at Malfoy just as Snape came up the stairs. Weasley. Ron let go of the front of Malfoy's robes. He was provoked, Professor Snape, said Hagrid, sticking his huge hairy face out from behind the tree. Malfoy was insulting his family. Be that as it may, fighting is against Hogwarts rules, Hagrid, said Snape silkily. 5 points from Gryffindor, Weasley, and be grateful it isn't more. Move along, all of you. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle pushed roughly past the tree, scattering needles everywhere and smirking. Malfoy, I swear to God one of these days I'm going to defeat you. Heartlin growled. I'll get him, said Ron, grinding his teeth at Malfoy's back. One of these days, I'll get him. I hate them both, said Harry, Malfoy and Snape. Come on, cheer up. It's nearly Christmas, said Hagrid. Tell ya what, you? The hall looked spectacular. Festoons of holly and mistletoe hung all around the walls, and no less than 12 towering Christmas trees stood around the room, some sparkling with tiny icicles, some glittering with. You totally did not, Hermione growled playfully. I did too. Heartlin defended herself. She pointed over her shoulder, before taking off. Hagrid shook his head as he watched Heartlin retreat from the Great Hall. Oh yeah, you're right, said Ron, tearing his eyes away from Professor Flitwick, who had golden bubbles blossoming out of his wand and was trailing them over the branches of the new tree. The library, said Hagrid, following them out of the hall. Just before the holidays? Keen, aren't ya? Oh, we're not working, Harry told him brightly. Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to find out who he is. You what? Hagrid looked shocked. Listen here, I've told ya, drop it. It's nothing to you what that dog's garden. We just want to know who Nicholas Flamel is, that's all, said Hermione. Unless you'd like to tell us and save us the trouble? Harry added. We must have been through hundreds of books already and we can't find him anywhere. Just give us a hint. I know I've read his name somewhere. I'm saying nothing, said Hagrid flatly. Just have to find out for ourselves. Then, said Ron, and they left Hagrid looking disgruntled and hurried off to the library. Of course you did. Can't just leave well enough alone, can you? Molly sighed. They had indeed been searching books for Flamel's name ever since Hagrid had let it slip. Because how else were they going to find out what Snape was trying to steal? The trouble was, it was very hard to know where to begin, not knowing what Flamel might have done to get himself into a book. He wasn't in great wizards of the 20th century, or notable magical names of our time. He was missing, too, from important modern magical discoveries, and a study of recent developments in wizardry. And then, of course, there was the sheer size of the library. Tens of thousands of books, thousands of shelves, hundreds of narrow rows. Hermione took out a list of subjects and titles she had decided to search, while Ron strode off down a row of books and started pulling them off the shelves at random. Harry wandered over to the restricted section. He had been wondering for a while if Flamel wasn't somewhere in there. Unfortunately, you needed a specially signed note from one of the teachers to look in any of the restricted books, and he knew he'd never get one. You wouldn't get one that year, Heartlin corrected, grinning. These were the books containing powerful dark magic never taught at Hogwarts, and only read by older students studying advanced defense against the dark arts. What are you looking for, boy? Nothing, said Harry. Madame Pants, the librarian, brandished a feather duster at him. You'd better get out, then. Go on out. Wishing he'd been a bit quicker at thinking up some story, Harry left the library. He, Ron, and Hermione had already agreed they'd better not ask Madame Pants where they could find Flamel. They were sure she'd be able to tell them, but they couldn't risk Snape hearing what they were up to. Harry waited outside in the corridor to see if the other two had found anything, but he wasn't very hopeful. They had been looking for 2 weeks, but as they only had odd moments between lessons, it wasn't surprising they'd found nothing. What they really needed was a nice long search without Madame Pants breathing down their necks. 5 minutes later, Ron and Hermione joined him, shaking their Hermione. Sometimes I love having Muggle parents. Once the holidays had started, Ron, Heartlin and Harry were having too good a time to think much about Flamel. They had the dormitory to themselves and the common room was far emptier than usual, so they were able to get the good armchairs by the fire. They sat by the hour eating anything they could spear on a toasting fork, bread, English muffins, marshmallows, and plotting ways of getting Malfoy expelled, which were fun to talk about even if they wouldn't work. Ron also started teaching Harry wizard chess. This was exactly like Muggle chess except that the figures were alive, which made it a lot like directing troops in battle. Ron's set was very old and battered. Like everything else he owned, it had once belonged to someone else in his family, in this case his grandfather. However, old chessmen weren't a drawback at all. Ron knew them so well he never had trouble getting them to do what he wanted. Harry played with chessmen Seamus Finnegan had lent him, and they didn't trust him at all. He wasn't a very good player yet, and they kept shouting different bits of advice at him, which was confusing. Don't send me there, can't you see his knight? Send him, we can afford to lose him. Reasons play with Fred's set. They trust me. Heartlin grinned. On Christmas Eve, Harry and Heartlin went to bed looking forward to the next day for the food and the fun, but not expecting any presents at all. When Harry woke early in the morning, however, the first thing he saw was a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed. "Merry Christmas," said Ron sleepily as Harry scrambled out of bed and pulled on his bathrobe. "You, too," said Harry. "Will you look at this? I've got some presents." "What did you expect, turnips?" said Ron, turning to his own pile, which was a lot bigger than Harry's. "Honestly, yes, I expected turnips. These? I think I know who that one's from," said Ron, turning a bit pink and pointing to a very lumpy parcel. "My mom. I told her you didn't expect any presents and oh no," he groaned. "She's made you a Weasley sweater." Harry had torn open the parcel to find a thick, hand-knitted sweater in emerald green and a large box of homemade fudge. "Every year, she makes us a sweater," said Ron, unwrapping his own, "and mine's always maroon." "That's really nice of her," said Harry, trying the fudge, which was very tasty. His next present also contained candy, a large box of chocolate frogs from Hermione, "which I never said thank you to, so thank you for those, Hermione," Harry said, and Hermione punched his arm lightly. "You're welcome, you idiot." In Heartlin's room, Heartlin was awoken by Lee flopping down on her. "Get up, you lazy bones. You have presents to open and the boys are making me wait until you're up to open my presents. So get up because Christmas and presents." Heartlin groaned and rolled harshly to the left, throwing Lee off of her. She giggled slightly as Lee's body landed on the ground with a thump before sitting up, running her hair. "Finally you're up?" Fred laughed, tossing her something from the foot of her bed. She fumbled before catching it. Heartlin looked incredulous at Fred, then back down at the small package in her hands. "You're joking, right?" Fred frowned, moving to sit down next to Heartlin. "Heart, this is a present from my mum. I'm not joking about it at all. You've got a few others as well. You have to be wrong." "We're not." "Open the present," George said, and Heartlin sighed, carefully opening the present. The sweater inside was a dark blue, and it was homemade fudge. Heartlin grinned, pulling the sweater on over her tank top. Fred reached down and pulled another present, handing it to her. "This is from us. We all pooled together when we went down to Hogsmeade that first weekend. We saw it and we all thought of you." Heartlin ripped the package open, a necklace falling into her hands. She glanced at the boys before opening the charm. 5 small pictures, charmed to move between each frame. "I still wear it," Heartlin grinned, pulling the necklace out from underneath her shirt. The boys grinned, squishing her in a hug. "Here, Harleton, there's this present as well. We don't know who it's from though. Maybe you do?" George said, handing Harleton the last present. It was a small box, wrapped in silver wrapping paper with wolves and dogs on it. "Sneaky Remus," James laughed, and Remus grinned. If they had known it was from Sirius and there is no way they would have let her open it. Heartlin ran her fingers over the paper, a memory just out of reach. Her fingers traced over a wolf and then over a dog. Carefully, Heartlin picked at the tape holding her paper together. She wanted to save it. She knew there was something she was missing, a message hidden in the wrappings. Heartlin knew if she could figure out the message, she could figure out who the present was sent by. Once Heartlin got the paper off, a letter fluttered out and fell to the side, forgotten. Heartlyn pulled a delicate chain out, a wolf, dog, and deer charm on it, along with a single white lily. Heartlyn fingered the delicate charms and gasped when the lily began to sway like there was a wind rustling it. "You put our family on there?" Lily smiled, tears in her eyes. "I did. I hoped Heartlyn would be able to figure out the semblance," Remus said as Heartlyn grinned, moving and wrapping her arms around him. The wolf howled, and the dog barked, and the deer reared, as if showing off that he moved as well, surprising Heartlyn, causing her to drop the necklace. Fred picked it up, his eyes wide. Almost at once, the lily stops moving, the deer, dog, and wolf freezing mid-movement. Heartlyn held her hand out, and Fred placed the necklace in her hand. Heartlyn turned over, reaching to her bedside table. She grabbed the letter that had fallen out, placing it with the necklace in her bedside drawer. Heartlyn turned back to the boys and shooed them to their beds, laughing as they jumped to their piles of presents to open. Back in Harry's room, he had one present. "Yes," James cheered. "I'm sure it is. Try it on." Harry threw the cloak around his shoulders and Ron gave a yell. "It is. Look down." Harry looked down at his feet, but they were gone. He dashed to the mirror. Sure enough, his reflection looked back at him, just his head suspended in midair, his body completely invisible. He pulled the cloak over his head and his reflection vanished completely. "There's a note," said Ron suddenly. A note fell out of it. Harry pulled off the cloak and seized the letter. Written in narrow, loopy writing he had never seen before were the following words. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." There was no signature. Harry stared at the note. Ron was admiring the cloak. "I'd give anything for one of these," he said. "Anything." "What's the matter?" "Nothing," said Harry. He felt very strange. Who had sent the cloak? Had it really once belonged to his father? Before he could say or think anything else, the dormitory door was flung open and Fred and George Weasley bounded in, Heartlyn on Fred's back. "Of course you were," Charlie winked, and Molly hit his arm. "Warm. I hate maroon." Ron moaned half-heartedly as he pulled it over his head. "You do?" Molly asked concerned. "Only a little, Mum." "You haven't got a letter on yours," George observed. "I suppose she thinks you don't forget your name. But we're not stupid. We know we're called Gred and Forge. What's all this noise?" Percy Weasley stuck his head through the door, looking disapproving. He had clearly gotten halfway through unwrapping his presents as he, too, carried a lumpy sweater over his arm, which Fred seized. "P for prefect. Get it on, Percy. Come on, we're all wearing ours, even Heartlyn and Harry got one." "I don't want to," said Percy thickly, as the twins forced the sweater over his head, knocking his glasses askew. "And you're not sitting with the prefects today either," said George. "Christmas is a time for family." They frog-marched Percy from the room, his arms pinned to his side by his sweater, Heartlyn grabbing Harry's hand before pulling him alongside, trotting along behind Fred, George, and Percy. "Now you treat along next to us," George teased, a lit in his voice. "Oh, you trot too, you idiot. Don't forget who's quicker though, that's all that really matters." Heartlyn responded, nudging the back George head with her foot. Harry had never in all his life had such a Christmas dinner. 100 fat, roast turkeys, mountains of roast and boiled potatoes, platters of chipolatas, tureens of buttered peas, silver boats of thick, rich gravy and cranberry sauce, and stacks of wizard crackers every few feet along the table. These fantastic party favors were nothing like the feeble muggle ones the Dursleys usually bought, with their little plastic toys and their flimsy paper hats inside. Harry pulled a wizard cracker with Fred and it didn't just bang. It went off with a blast like a cannon and engulfed them all in a cloud of blue smoke, while from the inside exploded a rear admiral's hat and several live white mice. Up at the high table, Dumbledore had swapped his pointed wizard's hat for a flowered bonnet, and was chuckling merrily at a joke Professor Flitwick had just read him. Flaming Christmas puddings followed the turkey. Percy nearly broke his teeth on a silver sickle embedded in his slice. Harry watched Hagrid getting redder and redder in the face as he called for more wine. finally kissing Professor McGonagall on the cheek, who, to Harry's amazement, giggled and blushed, her top hat lopsided. When Harry finally left the table, he was laden down with a stack of things out of the crackers, including a pack of non-explodable, luminous balloons, a grow-your-own-warts kit. By the way, do you still have that? Hartlin asked, sitting up. I think I do. Why? Harry asked warily. No reason, Hartlin responded too quickly for anyone in the room with to believe her, and his own new wizard chess set. The white mice had disappeared, and Harry had a nasty feeling they were going to end up as Mrs. Norris's Christmas dinner. Harry, Hartlin, and the Weasleys spent a happy afternoon having a furious snowball fight on the grounds. Then, cold, wet, and gasping for breath, they returned to the fire in the Gryffindor common room, where Harry broke in his new chess set by losing spectacularly to Ron. He suspected he wouldn't have lost so badly if Percy hadn't tried to help him so much. After a meal of turkey sandwiches, crumpets, trifle, and Christmas cake, everyone felt too full and sleepy to do much before bed except sit and watch Percy chase Fred, Hartlin, and George all over Gryffindor Tower because they'd stolen his prefect badge. It had been Harry's best Christmas day ever. And they just get better each year. Yet something had been nagging at the back of his mind all day. Not until he climbed into bed was he free to think about it. The invisibility cloak and whoever had sent it. Ron, full of turkey and cake and with nothing mysterious to bother him, fell asleep almost as soon as he'd drawn the curtains of his four-poster. Harry leaned over the side of his own bed and pulled the cloak out from under it. His father's. This had been his father's. He let the material flow over his hands, smoother than silk, light as air. Use it well, the note had said. He had to try it now. He slipped out of bed and wrapped the cloak around himself. Looking down at his legs, he saw only moonlight and shadows. It was a very funny feeling. Use it well. Suddenly, Harry felt wide awake. The whole of Hogwarts was open to him in this cloak. Excitement flooded through him as he stood there in the dark and silence. He could go anywhere in this anywhere, and Filch would never know. So that's how you snuck around, McGonagall gasped, looking at James, Remus, and Sirius, all of who had the good graces to look guilty. Ron grunted in his sleep. Should Harry wake him? Something held him back. His father's cloak. He felt that this time, the first time, he wanted to use it alone with Hartlin. Harry creeped into Hartlin's room. But what he saw when he opened the door made him pause. Hartlin was in a pile in the floor on a mattress that all of the boys she's roomed with were sleeping on. After a second, he crept out of the dormitory, down the stairs, across the common room, and climbed through the portrait hole. Who's there? Squawked the fat lady. Harry said nothing. He walked quickly down the corridor. Where should he go? He stopped, his heart racing, and thought. And then it came to him. The restricted section in the library. He'd be able to read as long as he liked, as long as it took to find out who Flamel was. He set off, drawing the invisibility cloak tight around him as he walked. The library was pitch black and very eerie. Harry lit a lamp to see his way along the rows of books. The lamp looked as if it was floating along in midair, and even though Harry could feel his arms supporting it, the sight gave him the creeps. The restricted section was right at the back of the library. Stepping carefully over the rope that separated these books from the rest of the library, he held up his lamp to read the titles. They didn't tell him much. Their peeling, faded gold letters spelled words in languages. He pulled it out with difficulty because it was very heavy, and, balancing it on his knee, let it fall open. Piercing, blood-curdling shriek split the silence. The book was screaming. Harry snapped it shut, but the shriek went on and on. One high, unbroken, ear-splitting note. He stumbled backward and knocked over his lamp, which went out at once. "Oh, brother," Bill muttered. Panicking, he heard footsteps coming down the corridor outside. Stuffing the shrieking book back on the shelf, he ran for it. He passed Filch in the doorway. Filch's pale, wild eyes looked straight through him, and Harry slipped under Filch's outstretched arm and streaked off up the corridor, the book's shrieks still ringing in his ears. He came to a sudden halt in front of a tall suit of armor. He had been so busy getting away from the library he hadn't paid attention to where he was going. Perhaps because it was dark, he didn't recognize where he was at all. There was a suit of armor near the kitchens, he knew, but he must be 5 floors above there. You asked me to come directly to you, Professor, if anyone was wandering around at night, and somebody's been in the library restricted section. Harry felt the blood drain out of his face. Wherever he was, Filch must know a shortcut, because his soft, greasy voice was getting nearer, and to his horror, it was Snape who replied, "The restricted section. Well, they can't be far, we'll catch them." Harry stood rooted to the spot as Filch and Snape came around the corner ahead. They couldn't see him, of course, but it was a narrow corridor, and if they came much nearer they'd knock right into him. The cloak didn't stop him from being solid. He backed away as quietly as he could. A door stood ajar to his left. It was his only hope. He squeezed through it, holding his breath, trying not to move it, and to his relief he managed to get inside the room without their noticing anything.